the supreme sect of righteous energy, in order to arrange a marriage, actually sent you, a mere outer sect servant, to marry in. The sect not only promoted you to an inner sect disciple overnight but also sent all the disciples to congratulate you on your wedding. However, all of this was a scheme by the sect, as the sect leader received a great gift from the Jiang family and did not want to waste the talents of the inner sect disciples, so they made you, an outer sect servant, take their place. At this moment, looking at the Jiang family's young lady, who seemed like a puppet, you took the initiative to lift the red veil. Under the veil, the stunningly beautiful Jiang Qingge revealed a hint of self-abandonment, softly saying, "Husband, I'm here to help you change." Looking at her outstretched fair hand, you couldn't help but feel a bit strange. In fact, you had protested against this marriage before, but it was rejected by the sect's higher-ups. Being of low status, since the request to refuse the marriage was denied by the sect, you could only accept it as it comes. At this moment, a sudden urgent shout from a girl outside rang out, "Sister, come out quickly. Something big has happened." Jiang Qingge, who had just taken off her outer garment, was taken aback, showing a hint of apology, and hurriedly left. Inside the Jiang family's side hall, Zhang Lianshan sat in a chair, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. 2 hours ago, he was still busy receiving guests and sending them off, feeling on top of the world regarding the marriage alliance between the Jiang family and the talented youths of Qiyun sect. Even some forces stronger than the Jiang family had actively sent congratulatory gifts, which made Zhang Lianshan feel even more that the marriage alliance was the right move. However, while the Jiang family disciples were drinking and chatting with the disciples from Qiyun sect who came to send the bride, they inadvertently learned a piece of news. Upon hearing it, Zhang Lianshan felt as if the sky had fallen. The so-called talented youth sent by Qiyun sect was actually a servant disciple who had been forcefully promoted. Originally, Zhang Lianshan sent a great gift to the Qiyun sect, hoping to recruit an inner disciple to marry into the family. In addition to leveraging the power of the Qiyun sect, he also wanted to use the resources of the Jiang family to cultivate a master of the innate realm. However, he did not expect that the Qiyun sect would accept the great gift but send over a fake inner disciple in response to the marriage request. The Qiyun sect was being too unreasonable, and Zhang Lianshan slammed the table in anger. He understood that it was indeed unlikely for a major sect like the Qiyun sect to send over a promising inner disciple to marry into the family. But the Qiyun sect did not directly refuse. Instead, they sent a servant, clearly unwilling to return the great gift they had received. With a heart like ashes, Jiang Qingge, who had planned to give herself away for the first time, suddenly brightened her eyes and asked, "Does that mean this marriage can be called off?" Zhang Lianshan sighed heavily and said, "For a major sect like the Qiyun sect, once my Jiang family reveals the fake identity of the new son-in-law, and cancels the wedding, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face to the Qiyun sect. In this way, not only would all the benefits brought by the marriage alliance be lost, but without the Qiyun sect taking action, those forces that were allied with the Qiyun sect would also not miss the opportunity to target the Jiang family." Jiang Qingge was taken aback and asked, "Is the Jiang family really going to suffer this loss?" Zhang Lianshan, feeling irritated, paused for a moment and said, "I told you, this is exactly the result that the Qiyun sect wants. Sending over such a lowly disciple, outsiders wouldn't know. It's equivalent to letting us borrow their reputation. But truly talented disciples would never marry into our family." He then added, "As for that fake lowly disciple, considering he is a disciple of the Qiyun sect, let's arrange a separate residence for him." This person, being a lowly disciple, was suddenly promoted and sent to marry into the family. Becoming a discarded pawn, he must be the least talented among the lowly disciples. At this moment, you were feeling a bit drowsy in the room. Outside, footsteps could be heard, and Jiang Qingge looked at you in the room, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes as she coldly said, "It's this fake lowly disciple. Just a moment ago, this is my room. Please leave." Jiang Qingge's tone was icy, completely devoid of the initial sorrow she had felt. Hearing this, you were taken aback. You didn't have much desire for her anyway, and when Jiang Qingge had previously thrown herself at you, you had even tried to persuade her. Looking at Jiang Qingge, who was officially married yet showed no concealment of her disgust, you also became indifferent and said, "I can leave. This marriage contract was something I received without understanding, and I can annul it. You have already married into the Jiang family. Everything should follow the arrangements of the Jiang family. If you want to annul it, it must be proposed by the Jiang family. You have no right." Jiang Qingge said coldly, "I will follow your arrangements." You smiled calmly. In this chaotic world of martial arts, being able to bend and stretch is the true way. You possess the inheritance of the 10,000 Paths Pavilion, a congenital realm that most martial artists cannot reach. For you, it's just a matter of time. You glanced at Jiang Qingge calmly and walked out of the room, thinking to yourself, when you reach the peak of martial arts, what is a Jiang Qingge from the Jiang family worth? If I were the Azure Emperor in the coming years, I would repay you with a blooming peach blossom. Stepping out of Jiang Qingge's small courtyard, You looked at the night sky outside, shaking your head slightly, feeling that this was nothing. As a martial arts prodigy with limitless potential, you were first sent out by the Qiyun sect to marry into the family, and then you were rejected by the Jiang family. You're not a fool. Jiang Qingge was suddenly called out and returned with a completely changed attitude, which must have a reason behind it. When the day comes that you achieve success in martial arts, will these people regret their actions today? Just as you were thinking of finding a place to spend the night, you heard a voice beside you. Brother-in-law, were you kicked out by my sister? You turned to see a girl about 16 or 17 years old standing next to you, wearing a yellow dress. She has bright eyes and white teeth, although her features have not fully matured. She bears some resemblance to Jiang Qingge. Jiang Lingyue said cheerfully, "My name is Jiang Lingyue. I am my sister's younger sister, so don't get it wrong." You smiled indifferently and self-deprecatingly said, "What brother-in-law or not? You must be clear about that. My name is Lu Yi, and if you think highly of me, just call my name." Looking at you, who was kicked out yet remained emotionally stable and self-deprecating, Jiang Lingyue's lively eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. It is quite rare for a servant disciple to have such composure. Jiang Lingyue came back to her senses and said with a grin, "Lu Yi, brother-in-law, is it that you have no place to stay? Come with me. I'll take you to find a place to stay." You nodded helplessly, not overly concerned about how to address Jiang Lingyue. The two of you twisted and turned, directly arriving at the edge of the large Jiang family residence. Generally, those who live here are the servants of the Jiang family, and arranging for you, the nominal son-in-law, to stay here is clearly a form of humiliation. The Jiang family also knows that since the Qiyun sect sent you, a mere servant, to pose as an inner disciple, it means they won't care about the life or death of a servant disciple. No matter how much the Jiang family targets you internally, as long as you are still publicly recognized as Jiang Qingge's husband, that's enough. Jiang Lingyue clearly understands this. Turning to show a hint of apology, "Brother-in-law Lu Yi, I advised them, but they didn't listen to me. I'm sorry." You shook your head indifferently and said, "It has nothing to do with you, it's just a temporary place to stay. I don't care if it's luxurious or dilapidated." "Alright, then you'll live here from now on. If you need anything, you can tell me." Jiang Lingyue patted her chest, looking as if she was taking responsibility for you. After watching Jiang Lingyue leave, you entered the small courtyard. This marriage without any rights made you once again understand the importance of your own strength. If you were a martial arts innate today, who would dare to treat you like this? Close the door tightly, and you immediately begin your cultivation. What you are cultivating is not the technique given to the servant disciples by the Qiyun sect, but the ancient star scripture obtained from the Wandao pavilion. It is precisely because of this powerful technique, combined with the elixirs you have obtained, that you were able to advance to the fourth layer of condensation source in just 2 months. However, when this technique is fully activated, the absorption of the world's source energy is much greater than that of ordinary techniques. To avoid attracting the attention of others in the Jiang family, you control the absorption range to this small courtyard. Elsewhere, a group of maids lined up, and Jiang Chang, the steward of the Jiang family, quickly walked over, scanning the area before casually pointing to a maid. "Qingyu, you will be responsible for serving the new young master from now on." Qingyu was suddenly a bit confused, realizing that she had become the maid of the new young master of the Jiang family. Following Jiang Qing all the way to the outside of that secluded small courtyard, Qingyu felt a bit nervous. "Steward, did we take a wrong turn? This is the most remote area of the Jiang family's outer courtyard, and my residence is also here. Isn't the new young master the husband of Miss Qingge? How could he live here?" As the steward of the Jiang family, Jiang Qing naturally knew your true identity. Hearing this, she turned around somewhat impatiently and said, "The son-in-law is right here. It's already good enough that the Jiang family has a house for him to live in, and he still dares to hope for better treatment." Watching Jiang Cheng leave, Qingyu finally came to her senses and, feeling a bit anxious, approached the small courtyard door and softly called out, "Son-in-law, I am your maid. Are you there?" She tried calling out a couple of times, but there was no response. Although the courtyard door was not tightly closed, Qingyu did not dare to enter without permission and just stood silently at the door waiting. On the other hand, after bringing Lu Yi to her residence, Jiang Lingyu thought about it and came back to the front of Jiang Qingge's small courtyard. "Sister, are you asleep?" Inside the house, Jiang Qingge's voice came, "Come in, I'm not asleep." How could she possibly sleep? The Jiang family's oldest ancestor suffered a backlash from a failed breakthrough and needed her to stabilize the Jiang family by marriage. Originally, Jiang Qingge had already resigned herself to marrying an inner disciple of the Red Cloud sect and being an emotionless wife from then on. What was never expected was that the marriage with her Jiang Qingge was actually a lowliest status handyman. Jiang Qingge had fantasized that she might not marry, and she had also fantasized about her husband's status and appearance after she married. But Jiang Qingge couldn't have imagined it. She, who had been known as the first fairy of Cloudleaf City, the most sacred wedding in her life was actually with a handyman. Even if it was a clan handyman, What was the difference between it and those underlings of the Jiang family who raised pigs and fed horses? Therefore, in a fit of pique, Jiang Qingge directly arranged Lu Yi to the sea area of the outer courtyard where the subordinates lived. Since he was an underling-like handyman, he should go where he was supposed to be. Zhang Lingyue walked in with light footsteps. Sister, isn't it a little inappropriate to arrange that place for your brother-in-law? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingge immediately said coldly, if he hadn't impersonated his identity, I would have died and it wouldn't have been my turn to marry him. By giving him a place to stay, I, Jiang Qingge, count myself worthy of him. Zhang Lingyue. The truth though was indeed true. One was the Jiang family's eldest young lady, while the other was the clan's most humble servant. The two, under normal circumstances, would not even cross paths, let alone get married. But since the wood has now been turned, Jiang Lingyue felt that there were some things that didn't need to be so extreme. Even if you want to break off the engagement later, it's perfectly fine to live in peace now. What's more, in a great sect like the Red Cloud sect, a journeyman disciple could skyrocket into an inner disciple. Nor was it within Lu Ye's own control. However, knowing that my sister is now in a rage, in Cloudleaf City, sister had a reputation as the #1 beauty. How many gentlemen pursued and flanked by countless people, but my sister never faked her way to anyone. Now she was married to someone who was like an underling, and with her character, she would definitely not be able to accept it in a short time. Zhang Lingyue sighed in her heart and said no more. Early the next morning, inside the small courtyard, Lu Yi was immersed in cultivation. The Star Ancient Scripture's speed of refining source qi was extremely fast, and after just 2 hours of meditation, one could clearly feel the Dantian source qi rising by a hair. Exiting the cultivation state, Lu Yi then sensed that there seemed to be a stranger's aura outside the courtyard. Curious in his heart, Lu Yi walked out of the small courtyard. At once, he saw a thin figure in green clothing huddled under the corner of the courtyard gate wall, seemingly drowsy. Chapter 4 Bah! This is the ant. What are you thinking about? Hearing the commotion, Qingyu, who was almost dozing off from waiting, snapped her eyes open. As soon as he looked up, he saw a young man dressed in rough linen clothes with a clear and handsome face, standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Is this Miss Qingge's husband? That auntie, isn't he quite good looking? This thought surfaced in Qingyu's subconscious mind, but it was quickly suppressed. Bah! This is the ant. What are you thinking about yourself? Hurrying to get up, Qingyu said, Auntie, I'm Qingyu, the personal attendant arranged for you. A maid of honor? Lu Yi was stunned, then he smiled and shook his head. No, I don't need anyone else to serve me. You go back. Hearing Lu Ye's words, Qingyu was immediately a bit anxious and fell directly to the ground with a plop. Auntie, I'll be punished if I go back. Please give Qingyu a chance. Qingyu will definitely serve you well. Looking at the green-clothed girl who was constantly kowtowing on the ground, her face pale, Lu Yi sighed lowly. In the great world of martial arts, it was true that the people at the bottom had few human rights. Just like himself, he had just tried to treat the clan as his own, and in the turn of events, he had been sold by the clan. Seeing Qingyu kowtowing so hard that her forehead was red from being high, Lu Yi opened his mouth. Okay, don't get high. Get up. I'll take it. Many thanks, auntie. Many thanks, auntie. Qingyu hurriedly got up, not bothering to wipe the hidden blood on her forehead. I'm going to help my aunt clean up. Let's treat the forehead wound first. Lu Yi followed into the courtyard and said indifferently, it's not in the way, auntie. Qingyu had already found a broom and cleaned up neatly. Half a day later, looking at the small courtyard that had been refreshed, Lu Yi was somewhat impressed with the young girl named Qingyu, obviously not very old, but can do almost any kind of work and do it very well. Gollum. Just then, a hint of movement came from Lu Ye's abdomen. Upon hearing this, Qingyu immediately put down the rag in her hands and washed her hands. Auntie, wait for me for a while, I'll go use the dining room to get you some food. Saying that, he ran out of the small yard in a flash. Lu Yi then remembered that since yesterday's wedding banquet, he had experienced a series of changes. He hadn't eaten until now. Only when you reach the realm of the innate, do you have the means to truly dispel the grain and absorb the energy of heaven and earth to nourish yourself? At this stage it is still a case of one meal not enough to go hungry, especially for people of the martial arts. The meals are extraordinarily large and need to be replenished with energy. It does save a lot of effort to have an extra maid. In Lu Ye's mind, he had already accepted that there was one more personal maid to come. On the other side, Qingyu hurriedly ran to the dining room. Uncle Qin, make me 2 meals, one for my aunt. People who practiced martial arts did not look at the time to practice and used meals at irregular times. That is why there are people working in the dining room at all times, burning fires and heating food, etc. A few moments later, 2 portions of food were placed in front of Qingyu. Qingyu was a bit stunned when she looked at it. Both portions were the same brown rice with a tiny chicken thigh, as well as tofu and some bok choy. This was a common meal for the underlings, and Xingyu was naturally familiar with it. What she was puzzled about was that inside the dining room, those fragrant fine rice, buckwheat and beef, and even ferocious beast meat and so on, were what the ants' meals were paired with. Uncle Qin, did you miss here? There is one for the ant, Miss Chinga's husband. Xingyu squeezed out a pleasing smile and looked towards Uncle Qin, who was in charge of the catering room. Uncle Qin shook his head and said, "Little you were, it's not that I'm not willing to give it, I really can't." At those words, Xingyu wasn't a little cutie either, quickly understood. It was explained that the ants' meals were the same as those of the subordinates. However, Xingyu couldn't figure out that it was clearly Miss Chinga's husband. They're targeting the ant so much. Isn't Miss Chinga angry? Then, trouble Uncle Qin. I'll leave first. Carrying the food box, Xingyu hurried towards the small courtyard. I'm afraid the ant is starving. It's better to have a bite to eat than to starve. Auntie, the rice is here. Xingyu hurriedly carried a food box into the small courtyard, took out a hot meal from it and handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took a look at 2 chicken legs, some tofu, and some green vegetables. This meal, on the contrary, was better than one's own at the utility peak. Lu Yi was about to start eating when he saw that there was another serving of food in the middle of the food box. Only some bare bits of greens and tofu. That's all you eat? Lu Yi was a bit surprised. Xingyu smiled shyly. Auntie, the subordinates all eat green vegetables and tofu, but it can be fragrant. Here are 2 chicken legs. Take one over. Lu Yi said. Xingyu hurriedly waved her hand. Auntie, this is for you. If others find out, Xingyu will be scolded. Glancing at the 2 meals, Lu Yi didn't say anything else and buried his head to eat. Seeing this, Xingyu quietly sighed in relief in her heart. After the meal, Xingyu was in the side room cleaning the dishes and food boxes. Lu Yi, on the other hand, erected a stake in the courtyard and practiced martial arts. Although he had the golden finger of the Wandao Pavilion, the path of martial arts, only through diligent practice would he be courageous and refined. The martial skill Lu Yi was practicing at this moment was called split mountain finger, which was a domineering finger technique. In the great world of martial arts, each martial art was divided into the realms of initiation, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. This door, the mountain-splitting finger, was drawn at the beginning. After practicing hard for 2 months, he was already about to step into the realm of minor accomplishment. In the side room, Xingyu did not have martial arts qualifications and could not understand the martial arts Lu Yi was practicing, but looking at the ant whose movements seemed to be all of a piece, somehow it felt as if it was awesome. It's probably the feeling of uncertainty. During the night, Xingyu also finally realized that this Miss Chinga's husband was originally named Lu Yi. Lu Yi was sweating after practicing martial arts. Although she had never been anyone's personal maid before, Xingyu firmly remembered that a personal maid should take care of everything for her master. After Xingyu finished boiling the water, she originally wanted to serve her aunt to take a bath, but was ruthlessly refused. Lu Yi is also a little crying and laughing. This kind of serving their own bath picture. In the past, I guess it was only in Red Romance. The problem is that he's never been to a place like that either, and he's not used to it at all. Only after driving Xingyu out did Lu Yi lie down in the middle of the barrel, consciousness immersed. In the middle of his mind, a party with an ancient and exquisite shape of a small and compact Dao pavilion slowly emerged. Looking at the Wandao pavilion that emitted a mysterious aura, Lu Yi glanced at it. Mundo Pavilion, 9//10. There's one more day to go before the rewards are drawn again. Lu Yi had some regrets. His martial arts qualifications were very low, a little better than those without qualifications, but that was all. The Wandao Pavilion is instead able to perform a specified direction of drawing rewards. For example, individually designate the talent category, which has a very low chance of being drawn, to avoid randomly drawing the column of elixirs, which has the highest chance of being drawn. But, to designate the extraction, you need to spend an additional 10 taels of silver, and for the second designation, you need 100 taels. Lu Yi had only worshipped in the Red Cloud sect for 2 months before, and the monthly regulations given by the sect were also points, not silver at all. Not to mention 10 taels, 100 coins, Lu Yi cannot take. Chapter 5, One of the 100 Great Divine Bodies, Star Sword Body. The night sky was spattered with starlight as Jiang Qingge and Zhang Lingyue returned from their walk outside, walking into the Jiang family mansion and passing through the outer courtyard. Jiang Qingge suddenly looked towards Area C and said indifferently, "Does he live over here?" Zhang Lingyue was first stunned. Then she turned her head to look around before realizing who the he in her sister's words was. The feeling is that cheap brother-in-law, Lu Yi, it's living over here. Sis, why, you want to check it out? Underneath Jiang Qingge's eyes, a hint of complexity flashed. Previously being angry, and Jiang Qingge knew it, she said a lot of angry words. But calm down and think carefully. Fake inner disciples come to the marriage. Perhaps, not all blame on Lu Yi. putting away the complex color under her eyes. Jiang Qingge indifferently said, I won't go over there. I don't want to see that uncomfortable face. Zhang Lingyue let out an oh-so-subtle sound and said, let's go back then. Wait, Jiang Qingge calmly said, you go ask that person if there is anything he wants to say, such as wanting to live somewhere else as long as it's not too much, for the sake of husband and wife. You can promise him. Alright, then I'll go ask. Jiang Lingyue was interested in this cheap brother-in-law and immediately walked towards Lu Ye's small courtyard in Area C. Seeing Jiang Lingyue go far away, Jiang Qingge stood in place and waited. She felt that she had implied as much, gambling on arranging Lu Yi in the place of the subordinates. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed a bit inappropriate. So, now she asked Lingyue to go over. As long as Lu Yi took the initiative, Jiang Qingge decided to give him a different place to live. Jiang Lingyue arrived at Lu Ye's small courtyard and probed inside, just in time to see Lu Yi, who was practicing martial arts. When Lu Yi saw Jiang Lingyue appear, he hurriedly collected his energy. Unlike Qingyu, Jiang Lingyue was at the 5th level of source condensation, one small realm higher than him. In front of Jiang Lingyue, exposing an extraordinary martial skill like the split mountain finger was not a wise thing to do, and in the bottom of Jiang Lingyue's eyes, a hint of surprise flashed faintly, although Lu Yi withdrew his hand quickly. Under the shock, Jiang Lingyue had already felt it. The martial arts skills practiced by this cheap sister-in-law seemed to be extraordinary. On the side, Qingyu hurriedly took out the newly sewn tunic that was made overnight and handed it to Lu Yi. Auntie, put it on, don't catch a cold. Seeing this, Jiang Lingyue covered her mouth and smiled. Lu Yi, brother-in-law, you're having a very comfortable life. Sister thought you were suffering over here. Lu Yi gave a sunny smile. Why was this cheap sister-in-law here again? Jiang Lingyue blinked and said rather playfully, I came to ask you if you have any requests, such as a different place to stay? As long as it's not too much, it's a promise. Upon hearing this, Lu Ye's eyes immediately lit up. And you can make demands? There was one more request he really wanted to make. Looking at Lu Ye's suddenly energized look, Jiang Lingyue thought to herself, this cheap brother-in-law is quite on the ball. Offer to switch to living in the inner courtyard and then meet up with your sister from time to bond. In the future, this marriage contract may not need to be returned. Although her cheap brother-in-law's status was lowly, Jiang Lingyue didn't feel anything. As for the innate realm sheltering the Jiang family, there is no need to rely on others. Her, Jiang Lingyue, definitely will achieve the position of the innate and become the pin of the Jiang family. However, the words that Lu Yi said in the next moment caused Jiang Lingyue's small face to freeze violently with a smile. In that case, I will mention it. Lu Yi smiled shyly. That is, can you guys lend me 10 taels of silver? I will definitely return it to you afterward. Jiang Lingyue? With a slightly darkened face, Jiang Lingyue couldn't believe it. What did you say? You don't change your residence. You want to borrow 10 taels of silver? Lu Yi was confused. He's living here fine. What's the point of changing his residence? And where is he going to change it? 10 taels of silver is a different story. That's just what's needed. With a feeble sigh in her heart, Jiang Lingyue pulled out 10 taels of silver from her purse and threw it to Lu Yi. Alright, brother-in-law, count you good. This is what I gave you. No need to return it. Saying so, he hurriedly left the small courtyard. Jiang Qingge had only waited for a while when she saw Jiang Lingyue return with a black line on her head. What's wrong? Jiang Qingge was a bit curious. A trace of bad premonition surfaced in her heart. Did that damn fake disciple make any very excessive demands? Sure enough, the corner of Jiang Lingyue's mouth twitched. Brother-in-law, he raised a very that request. When Jiang Qingge heard this, her heart immediately sank and her face instantly turned cold. That night she went to undress Lu Yi, and the man resisted for a while, thanks to herself thinking that the man had some morals. I didn't realize that now the nature is finally exposed. Marrying her, Jiang Qingge, and actually daring to make very excessive demands? I knew that person was completely pretending to be moralistic, and now that I look at it, the hypocrite has really been exposed. Jiang Qingge said coldly. Jiang Lingyue? Gazing strangely at the indifferent Jiang Qingge, Jiang Lingyue couldn't help but have a strange thought surface in her heart. Is this not a family? Not a family? Why are these two both weird? She hadn't even said what her cheap brother-in-law had asked for, and her sister had brainstormed the follow-up? Borrowing 10 taels of silver is just a loan. How come? It doesn't match with being a moralistic hypocrite, right? Sister, what are you talking about? Jiang Lingyue said breathlessly. I'm saying that the request my brother-in-law made was to borrow 10 taels of silver. I gave it to him and said I didn't need him to give it back. At this time for Lu Yi in some disgust, Jiang Qingge gritted her teeth and said, see money, and is not a good thing? A little bit of long-term planning is not. This kind of person should let him live here, no longer having half a mind to stay. Jiang Qingge's face was ice cold as she walked towards the inner courtyard. Jiang Lingyue was rather helpless. Jiang Qingga's face was really like a March day, changing at the drop of a hat. In the middle of the small courtyard, after Lu Yi explained to Qingyu that he needed to meditate and cultivate and asked her not to come and disturb him, he immediately locked the door of his room tightly. At this point, it was past 12 o'clock midnight, and the last day's recharge had been built up. Slightly pleased to take out the 10 taels of silver obtained from the hands of the cheap sister-in-law, Lu Yi silently read a designated extraction. The silver disappeared in moments and a prompt appeared. Please ask the host to choose the direction of the designated extraction, designated to extract talent. In the next moment, in the middle of his mind, the pavilion of wonders flickered with a faint glow. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired the Star Sword Body Sword talent. The host can fuse it at any time. Star Sword Body? Watching over the book depository for 2 months, Lu Yi practically finished reading the miscellaneous books in the huge book depository in his spare time for cultivation. Among them, there was an introduction about the Star Sword Body, ranked 9th among the 10 special sword bodies, ranking 97 out of the 100 top most specially gifted physiques in the world. It was also known as the God Body. If one of the 100 great divine bodies obtains one of them, they will be above countless martial artists. Chapter 6 Exchanging Martial Skills with Jiang Lingyu. The Star Sword Body was very special. In terms of attack power alone, under special conditions, it was even able to enter the top 3 ranks of the top 10 sword bodies. Under the moonlit night, bathing in infinite starlight, the astral sword body was able to maximize its power. What green underworld sword body, green lotus sword body, were simply no match for the Star Sword Body. While leaving the stars, it was equivalent to normal God Body strength. That is why the Star Sword Body has another alias, Moon Night War God Body. As Lu Yi meditated on the fusion, the originally calm night sky was suddenly filled with wind and thunder. Countless thunder snakes, snaking and flashing across the sky dome. This change in the heavens instantly awakened countless people. Jiang Qingga and Jiang Lingyue, who had only just returned to their respective small courtyards, woke up with a start, their sleepiness gone. After all, Jiang Qingga couldn't cultivate. She just thought that it was a bit scary to see thunder in the middle of the night. And Jiang Lingyu was a bit shocked as she looked at the green moon sword hanging on the wall, trembling slightly. What's going on? Why is my green moon sword moving? Even Jiang Lianshan, the head of the Jiang family who had already fallen asleep, was awakened by the continuous thunder at this moment. In a radius of 1,000 miles, there were 2 large cities, Cloudleaf City as well as Castle Peak City, and all of them were flashing with lightning and thunder at this moment. Between the hands of countless swordsmen, they seemed to be tugged by some kind of pull, buzzing and trembling. Countless Hotian realm powerhouses were shocked. Even the normally rare Ascendant realm was startled at this moment. This is someone awakening a special sword body? Check. Make sure to find out who this person is. This kind of talent, we must have it in our pockets. Similar orders were spreading out like snowflakes among the 2 major cities at this time. Jiang Lianshan sat in the middle of the hall and sighed a little as he looked at the vision that was gradually disappearing from the night sky. This kind of martial arts genius, it would be great if he could serve my Jiang clan. If the Jiang family had such a genius, why would he, Jiang Lianshan, have to give up his old face and beg a disciple of the Red Cloud sect to join his family? In the end, what was sent was still a lowly handyman, bringing shame to the ascendant Jiang family. The following day, countless little tidbits of information circulated out from 1,000 miles around. The streets are buzzing with rumors of a strange celestial phenomenon that descended at midnight last night. There were mysterious characters that had actually awakened top-notch talents that were rare for normal people to see. Cloudleaf City. In the middle of a restaurant, a bunch of people who were talking about the world were gathered. I'm telling you, it was too late. If it wasn't for my quick eyes and hands, in that instant, my precious sword was almost all sucked away by the awakened mysterious figure. A martial artist at the second level of the condensed source condensation was spitting and speaking about last night's scene with a fluttering brow. Someone slapped their thighs. Such a big deal. I hate that I went to bed a little early last night. This kind of gossip was known even to the common people, so naturally Jiang Qingga had heard about it as well. However, Jiang Qingga was unable to cultivate and didn't know what a special physique that could induce changes in the heavens represented. Therefore, after her younger sister Jiang Lingyu finished speaking, Jiang Chenggu only gave a faint "oh" sound. The genius comes out as he pleases, and he has nothing to do with himself. Knowing this sister of his, she was usually a bit indifferent to most things. The only person who can tug at her sister's heartstrings is probably her cheap brother-in-law, who has just gotten married. Jiang Lingyue's eyes turned slightly and said, I heard that this mysterious genius is out within 1,000 miles of the square. Sister, do you think it will be Lu Yi brother-in-law? As expected, Jiang Qingga, who originally had a bland expression, her cheeks suddenly turned cold, revealing a hint of disgust. If he had this kind of natural talent, would he still be an outcast handyman thrown away by the Red Cloud sect? Even if it is a dog, I, Jiang Qingga, believe in it. Only he can never be. If it's really him, I, Jiang Qingge, will give him a slave and a servant in this life without complaint. Zhang Lingyue snickered in her heart. Whenever the name of her brother-in-law was mentioned, it was easy to break the defense of Jiang Qingge, who had an aloof personality. In one way, Lu Yi's sibling is also considered very impressive. In the middle of a small courtyard in the Sea District, Lu Yi pushed open the door of his room and walked out with a refreshed look. After awakening the star sword body last night, Lu Yi had a far superior talent for the Tao of the sword. It was a pity that in Lu Yi's hands, there were no sword martial arts for the time being. However, the feedback from the star sword body still allowed him to advance to the 6th level of source condensation. 2 realms in a row. Called out the Wandao Pavilion projection panel. Host, Lu Yi. Current realm, 6th level of source condensation, showing 2nd level of source condensation. Technique, Star Ancient Scripture, 1st level. Martial art, Cracking Mountain Finger, proficiency. Mundo Pavilion recharge, 0/10. After thinking about it, Lu Yi now revealed that he was at the 2nd level of the condensed origin realm. Leaving 4 realms of strength as a base card was not too much to think about. When he opened the door to his room, he happened to meet Qingyu, who was sweeping the floor. Qingyu looked up and was stunned. Obviously, it had only been a night since they had seen each other, but now that she saw her aunt again, in Qingyu's heart, a strange feeling suddenly surfaced. It was like seeing a sword that had not yet been sheathed. Qingyu rubbed her eyes and looked again, and again. Nothing seemed to have changed for her aunt. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled slightly. What? Didn't sleep well last night? After awakening the star sword body, Lu Yi's words became a lot more cloudy as far as nature was concerned. These trials and tribulations now are just a little bit of frost for stepping to the top later. Qingyu lowered her head in embarrassment. I don't know what's going on, but I slept until midnight last night, and it seemed like I heard a loud clap of thunder. In a daze until this morning. Auntie, didn't you hear me? Lu Yi nodded. I hear you. The words had only just fallen when footsteps were heard from outside the courtyard. Brother-in-law, you heard the thunder, so do you know what the thunder meant last night? Zhang Lingyue's figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Lu Yi, who had browsed through many ancient books, naturally knew that the top 100 special physiques in the world, also known as the 100 great gods by good people, would all induce different degrees of heavenly changes when they manifested in the world. But at this point, he feigned bewilderment. What does it stand for? Zhang Lingyu pretended to smile mysteriously. Brother-in-law, you're asking me. You happen to be asking the right person. Ordinary people definitely don't know such hidden information. Last night, there should have been the embodiment of the world's hard-to-find God. Saying that, in Zhang Lingyu's eyes, a trace of undisguised longing flowed out. If one of the 100 great divine bodies obtained one of them, the path of martial arts would become open, and the innate realm would not matter at all. Lu Yi immediately cooperated by revealing his shock. The 100 great divine bodies? Looking at her cheap brother-in-law's shocked face, Zhang Lingyu nodded in satisfaction. Lu Yi asked, what are you doing here? It's not just to talk about the divine body, is it? Linghui's eyes turned slightly. Zhang Lingyue lowered her head and stretched out 2 fingers to poke each other in a pitiful manner. Brother-in-law, I want that from you. Lu Yi? Qingyu, who was sweeping the floor at the side and also eavesdropping, suddenly blushed. How is the second young lady so bold? It is simply the word of a tiger and a wolf. Chapter 7, Xian Rank Sword Technique, One-Time Introduction. Seeing Qingyu's blushing face, Lu Yi was also surprised. Zhang Lingyue stomped her foot slightly. Oops, what I said was that I want to learn that martial art of yours. Martial arts? Cracking Mountain Finger? Lu Yi's heart moved slightly. It just so happened that his sword body had awakened and he was also lacking a sword technique. Why don't we take advantage of this and exchange with Zhang Lingyue? Learn my martial arts? Good point, just take the one you have in exchange. Zhang Lingyue's eyes widened. This cheap brother-in-law. Him how? Lu Yi said indifferently. I mean, in exchange for your sword martial arts, I only have the first 2 fingers of my fingering style of cultivation. This is something I got by chance before. It is a remnant. Incomplete. There were a total of 4 finger techniques in the split mountain finger, and Lu Yi naturally had a complete cultivation technique. But, the full version of the split mountain finger was too powerful. In this world of martial arts, Kung Fu secret books, there are all specialized grades, heaven and earth. The full version of the split mountain finger was already a top grade of the Xian rank, and according to Lu Yi's understanding, most of the general innate families, whose clan's heritage, only have this level of feats and martial arts as the root of the town's clan. So, Lu Yi had already thought of something to say. By chance, he had obtained the split mountain finger secret book, but it was a remnant. Even with 2 fingers, Lu Yi estimated that it should be able to reach the level of a Xian rank lower grade martial skill. Scraps? Zhang Lingyu thought about it, and the remnants of the secret book would be fine. Since hearing last night that there was a divine body coming out, Jiang Lingyu was also extremely excited and her enthusiasm for practicing martial arts was unprecedentedly high. Thinking of a short time ago, a glimpse of cheap brother-in-law practicing martial arts scene. The hands of martial arts seems to be very good, only this morning hurriedly rushed over. As for sword techniques, Jiang Lingyu herself practiced sword. After thinking about it, Jiang Lingyu planned to use the Xian rank lower grade sword technique she was currently practicing to make an exchange with Lu Yi. Although he felt that the grade of the martial arts Lu Yi practiced that day shouldn't be very low. However, Jiang Lingyu estimated that it should be just about the upper yellow rank. He himself gave him the Xian rank lower grade sword technique. Seeing as he had suffered so much anger from the Jiang family, it was a way of compensating him a bit. That's fine too, brother-in-law. Here's my secret sword technique book for you. Jiang Lingyu took out a secret book from her body. Lu Yi then pretended to return to his room to get the secret book. In fact, from the Wan Dao Pavilion's warehouse, the secret books of the first two styles of the split mountain finger were taken out. Walking out of the room, he thought that yesterday it was Jiang Lingyu who had given herself 10 taels of silver to be able to draw the star sword body. Lu Yi said indifferently, "Let me give you a demonstration." The split mountain finger was, after all, a Xian rank upper grade martial skill disassembled, and if one were to rely solely on one's own comprehension, it's going to take quite a bit longer. So, seeing as she had helped her yesterday, Lu Yi decided to rehearse it. Yes, thank you brother-in-law. Jiang Lingyu's eyes lit up. Sister said what moral appearance. She felt that this brother-in-law is still very good to get along with it. Arriving in front of the stake, Lu Yi's eyes instantly became sharp. The palm of the hand was slightly bent in a moment. It was like a sharp hook, spinning out towards the stake with a quick nod. Put. On the stake, one after another, there appeared a row of horrible holes sunk deeply into it. Soon, the two-finger techniques were practiced, and Lu Yi closed his hand blandly. Xingyu still had a face of uncertainty, while Jiang Lingyu, on the other hand, had her small rosy mouth slightly open, her cheeks covered in shock. As the second miss of the innate Jiang family, and with a very good martial arts talent, Jiang Lingyu had her own eyesight. This fingering method of the entire Jiang family should not be able to find a more subtle one than it. Her earlier estimation of the highest yellow rank upper grade was completely wrong. This was a fingering martial art that was definitely comparable to one's own sword technique. Since Lu Yi had given her a rehearsal, Jiang Lingyu didn't want to take advantage of it. Brother-in-law, let me show you the sword technique as well. Lu Yi nodded slightly. He also wanted to see how Jiang Lingyu's attainments in the Tao of the sword were. Drawing out the green moon sword, Jiang Lingyu immediately practiced in the middle of the small courtyard. Sword light whistling. She was still very confident in this sword technique that she had been practicing for several years, and had already reached the realm of proficiency. Today, in particular, it was played at an extraordinary level, extremely close to a minor accomplishment. Slightly pleased with herself as she withdrew her sword, Jiang Lingyu didn't say anything, but looking at the meaning of Lu Yi, it is obvious that this can still endure not to boast. Lu Yi, if it was before, seeing Jiang Lingyu's swordsmanship, Lu Yi would have said that it was awesome. After all, he didn't know anything about swords either. But now, after fusing the star sword body, his understanding of the Tao of the sword soared like a rocket. For Jiang Lingyu's loophole-filled sword moves, Lu Yi can only say that he still has to practice. Of course, on the surface Lu Yi, since he would not zap Jiang Lingyu's heart, and smiled faintly. Your swordsmanship is very good. 1 minute on stage, 10 years of work off stage. I've been practicing for a few years. Jiang Lingyu turned around in satisfaction. Nah, if there's anything you don't understand afterward, you can come to the inner courtyard and ask me. Lu Yi had a serious face. I will. Thanks a lot. He could tell that Jiang Lingyu had said these words with all her heart. Only after Jiang Lingyu left with small, brisk steps did Lu Yi have time to browse through the secret books in his hands. Fine rain sword technique? This sword technique, which had 3 styles, was fine rain like a curtain, mist hidden like a leaf, and rain falls on the river of heaven. From the name and the sword stance, it was indeed a sword technique that was very suitable for women to cultivate. However, Lu Yi didn't mind. No matter what the stance was, being able to fight against the enemy was a good swordsmanship. Except, of course, the sword of wisdom. Without a sword in his hand for the moment, Lu Yi thought for a moment and broke off a fairly straight branch from a tree in the courtyard. Afterwards, taking the tree branch, he began to practice the fine rain sword technique. In the side room, Xingyu, who was pondering over a new pair of shoes for Lu Yi to come out, looking at the ant in the courtyard who was practicing her sword with a tree branch, Mo's eyes soured. Obviously, he was not doing well, but seeing Lu Yi like this, Xingyu still felt a little hard. Xingyu bit her lip and silently napped her new shoes. In the courtyard, practicing with the branch for the first time, under the sword body enhancement, Lu Yi directly entered the introductory realm. The higher the grade of the Gongfu secret, the difficulty of entry and breaking the realm increases exponentially. Xian rank sword technique, one time for starters. Lu Yi sighed a little. In the past, this was something that one would not even dare to think about. It was worthy of being one of the 100 great divine bodies that countless people had been pining for. Looking out of the window from a pale distance, a thought surfaced in Lu Yi's mind. Nowadays, his sword Dao talent should be a well-deserved number one in Cloudleaf City. Only, still dormant, no one knows. On the other side, three youths, talking and laughing, were walking in the middle of the Jiang residence. When the subordinates along the road saw these three people, they saluted one after another, their faces appearing fearful. Obviously, these people were not good hosts. Big brother Wang, why did you want to get up and look for little brother today? Could it be that you miss sister Chinga? Among the three, a tall and thin youth spoke. The two people next to him, looking at the short and fat youth in the center, both carried a hint of curtness. The one in the center, who was called Big Brother Wang, came from the Wang family of Castle Peak City, and there was also an innate layer 1 ancestor in the clan. Wang Yukai snorted coldly. I've only been out for less than 10 days, and when I came back, I heard that Jiang Qingge got married? How did you guys pull the strings for me? Chapter 8 The Complicated Jiang Qingge. The two Jiang clan children, Jiang Yun and Jiang Yuan, glanced at each other and revealed a hint of helplessness. Although Jiang Qingge couldn't cultivate, she was after all the daughter of the head of the family, the main vein of the Jiang family. The two of them, however, were only the sideline of the large Jiang family, although he also lived in the huge Jiang family ancestral mansion, which covered hundreds of acres. He could only live in the outer courtyard, the A and C districts. Moreover, Jiang Qingge's marriage was arranged by the family head. They wouldn't dare say anything more if they had 8 more guts. Otherwise, if it was a direct descendant of the Jiang family, he wouldn't have been so curt in the face of the Green Mountain innate Wang family's son, Big Brother Yukai. Don't worry, Sister Qingge doesn't even look at this person. Jiang Yun whispered. I heard that the night of the cave night, that person was kicked out, and now even more so, he resides in District C of the outer courtyard where the underlings congregate. At those words, Wang Yukai froze and stopped in his tracks, his body's fat meat following. Jiang Qingge was recognized as the number 1 fairy of Cloudleaf City. In Castle Peak City, thousands of miles away, there were also many sons of the world who were enamored with her. The matter of the Jiang family's eldest young miss suddenly getting married had already spread amongst the circle, and countless people were strangling their wrists. Though normally, Jiang Qingge didn't even bother with them either, but they couldn't get it, and neither could others, and all of these males were still balanced in their hearts. Now that the thought of Jiang Qingge getting married, fairy became someone else's. Many of the males are hugging their heads and crying. As for the identity of the male party, Wang Yukai also heard a thing or two, saying that he was an inner disciple of the Red Cloud sect. The Red Cloud sect was a top power within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. A random elder could suppress an innate family with a slightly weaker foundation. Is this Jiang family so brave to actually place an incoming inner disciple in such a place? Looking at Wang Youcai's shocked eyes, Jiang Yun whispered, I didn't arrange this. It was Jiang Qingge's own decision. However, that person's food was arranged by me. Jiang Yun heatedly laughed. Didn't Jiang Qingge arrange for him to be in the underling area? And I also directly had the catering room prepare his underlings meals for him. Lu Ye's true identity was only known to some of the people in the inner courtyard at first, but it is not possible to resist the fact that some people can't keep their mouths shut. With a flurry of spreading, nowadays, almost all the children of the Jiang family with a little bit of status knew about it. If he didn't know that Lu Ye's status as a handyman was also extremely unpopular with Jiang Qingge, Jiang Yun wouldn't have dared to be so bold as to curry favor with Wang Yukai. His eyes lit up. Wang Yukai laughed. Jiang Yun, your kid is really working for me. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yun laughed. Who doesn't know that apart from being the eldest son of the Wang family, Big Brother Yucai is additionally the beloved disciple of Elder Inmong of the Inmong Mountain, and in the future, he will also be on the board for the realm of the innate. If I were Jiang Qingge, I definitely wouldn't let Brother Yukai down. Wang Yukai patted Jiang Yun's shoulder appreciatively. It's still you kid who has vision. On the other hand, it was close to noon. Qingyu followed the usual practice of carrying the food box and hurriedly went to the dining room to fetch food for the two of them. As it happened, today Jiang Qingge also had the rare opportunity to come to the dining room by herself to select food. Before he even walked in, he heard inside the dining room Qingyu's pleading voice. Uncle Qin, still 2 meals. Auntie, practicing martial arts is very hard. Uncle Qin, please play some more. Ugh, okay. Uncle Qin sighed. Although Jiang Yun had explained that he should treat Lu Yi according to the specifications of an inferior, but Qingyu begged every time she came, and Uncle Qin ended up with an extra spoonful of rice. Thank you Uncle Qin. Thank you Uncle Qin. Qingyu's small face smiled, carrying a full food box only just out of the dining room, when she heard a cold voice from behind. Whose maid are you? With a footstep, Qingyu turned her head and saw the person behind her, so frightened that she hurriedly saluted. Qingyu has met Miss Qingge. I am Aunt Luya's maid. Jiang Qingge raised an eyebrow. Her hunch was not wrong. The ant in the mouth is actually really that damn Lu Yi. But when it comes to eating, one never gives any harsh instructions. Listening to his maid, how come he can't even get enough to eat? Jiang Qingge looked at the food box and said indifferently, you open the food box. Qingyu hurriedly opened the food box. Seeing inside the food box the barren and simple meal, Jiang Qingge immediately frowned. This is for Lu Yi? Qingyu sneaked a glance at Jiang Qingge and hurriedly lowered her head again, whispering, yes, this is for Auntie. Originally, Qingyu thought that the order to harsh the ant's meals was given by Miss Qingge. Now that I look at, doesn't seem to be the case. Jiang Qingge looked deeply at the serving of greens and radishes as well as the brown rice and turned to walk into the dining room. Uncle Qin, what is the matter of withholding Luya's meals? Although Jiang Qingge still called Uncle Qin under her breath, anyone could hear the icy coldness in her tone. It was her own business if she didn't look at Lu Yi favorably. Lu Yi is finally his own married, nominal husband. Now it's being so targeted by outsiders. Jiang Qingge stared coldly at Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin's cold sweat flowed down at once. Compared to Jiang Yun, a collateral descendant, Jiang Qingge was the daughter of a proper family head. Immediately not daring to hide anything, Uncle Qin immediately explained it. Jiang Yun? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Qingge turned around and coldly left a sentence behind. If I find out about the deductions after that, you'll go home and retire. Yes, Missy. Looking at the fading back, Uncle Qin wiped the fine sweat on his forehead. At the same time, for Jiang Yun, his heart was full of complaints. That's what you mean by nothing will happen at all? Miss Qingge will only clap her hands when she finds out? I almost lost my iron rice bowl that was so well oiled. You go and retype a meal. Jiang Qingge faintly left a sentence as she passed by Qingyu. At that exact moment, the three of them, Jiang Yun, who had discussed going to Chui Xian Lu to relax, came from the other side of the road, intending to leave the mansion. Seeing Jiang Qingge on the other side of the road, who was poised and looked like a heavenly fairy, Wang Yukai instantly froze. It's been a while, and the goddess is still as beautiful as ever. A moment later, something that made Wang Yukai even more surprised came. Jiang Qingge actually walked towards him. Jiang Yun, who was on the side, however, thumped in his heart, feeling that something was not too good. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiang Qingge stood in front of Jiang Yun and stretched out her palm. Snap! A slap directly hit Jiang Yun's face, causing his smile to freeze. From now on, if I ever learned that you targeted Lu Yi again, Jiang Yun, think about it. Jiang Qingge stared icily at Jiang Yun and then turned to leave. Jiang Yun lowered his head, a hint of gloom flashing under his eyes. An invalid who was unable to cultivate actually dared to strike at him in public. If there is a chance, he must make Jiang Qingge regret it. Behind her, Qingyu, who was recarrying a generous portion of food, had a stunned look on her face. Chapter 9, 3 Consecutive Ascensions of the Innate Sword Talisman. Jiang Qingge didn't look at anyone else from the beginning to the end. After returning to his small courtyard, he had some regrets again. What am I doing helping him out? What does he have to do with himself if he is being oppressed? Sighing silently, Jiang Qingge felt a little confused about herself today. Carrying the food box back to the small courtyard in Area C, Qingyu was still a little confused in her head. In the past few days, she had privately chatted with other maids and attendants and had more or less heard some gossip. The most rumored thing is that Miss Qingge hates Aunt Lu Yi very much. Available today. How can you stand up for Aunt Lu Yi? Receiving the food box from Qingyu, Lu Yi was a bit surprised once he opened it. Ha, why is it so bountiful today? Lu Yi laughed. It can't be that you used your savings and went to some restaurant to buy it, right? It's not. Qingyu stammered. In fact, the meals you had before, Auntie, were the ones that were wrong. I expected my aunt to be shocked. However, I didn't expect that. Lu Yi just smiled slightly. I thought that you were planning to hide it from me all along. Qingyu was surprised. You know? She thought she had pretended well, but she didn't expect that Lu Yi actually knew? Shaking his head, Lu Yi was somewhat helpless, though his own portion of the meal, it looked like it was going to be a bit more sumptuous than Qingyu's, but the fact that both servings were brown rice speaks volumes. In this world, even ordinary rich families could afford to eat refined rice. The Jiang family was at least an innate family with a flourishing martial arts path, and for an aunt's normal meal to be brown rice was obviously problematic. Only on the basis of Qingyu's peace of mind, Lu Yi did not reveal it. A few moments later, half of the sumptuous meal was distributed to Qingyu. After Lu Yi finished eating, he immediately returned to the middle of his room and prepared to cultivate. There was actually a serving of ferocious beast meat in today's dish. Although it was first-ranked ferocious beast meat, it was only comparable to the human condensed origin realm. But for someone like Lu Yi, who had never eaten fine chaff before, After eating it, it caused his internal chi to increase its flow speed by a touch all over his body. On the other hand, inside the Jade Fragrance House, a crazy thought came to Jiang Yun's mind as he drank. Jiang Chinga, this stinking woman, actually dared to make a move on herself. Isn't it just because you have a father who is the head of the family? Since that was the case, don't blame him for finding an opportunity to go after the main vein. There seemed to be a hint of fiery pain coming from his face, and underneath Jiang Yun's eyes, a hint of madness surfaced. The following 2 months were quiet. The Wanda Pavilion had accumulated 6 times, conducted a random selection, and received a bottle of top-grade source condensation pills multiplied by 4 times. Other than that, there was also an innate sword chi talisman, as well as a body technique called the Falling Leaves Body Technique. Lu Yi was no stranger to the condensed origin pill. This kind of a precious elixir that could increase the cultivation level of the condensed origin realm. A single lower grade would cost 1 or 2 silver pieces. The middle product is more expensive, starting at 2 taels, with better efficacy and a much weakened dandruff compared to the lower product. As for the top quality, 3 taels of silver apiece, and there is a price without a market. 6 pills in a bottle, equivalent to 18 taels of silver. For bottles of elixir was more than 70 taels of silver, a huge sum of money. It was just that Lu Yi would never sell this kind of elixir. It was easy to be targeted. Swallowing it yourself and turning it into a part of your strength is the way to go. A bottle of elixir went down, and with the star ancient scriptures terrifying absorption and refining, there was very little waste. 2 months of powerful feats combined with a steady stream of top quality pills. Lu Yi's strength, too, had directly entered the 9th level of the condensed origin realm under the accumulation of huge resources. The fine rain sword technique that Zhang Lingyue had exchanged over had even crossed over the small success big success and entered the realm of perfection. With Zhang Lingyue, who had been practicing for a few years, the difference in progress was like a chasm. This is the terror of the star sword body. This kind of sword technique, which was on the lower end of the rank, did not have any comprehension difficulties in front of him at all, and it was flat all the way, absorbing the perfect sense of the fine rain sword technique completely. Lu Yi opened his eyes and muttered to himself in his heart. The 4th layer of condensed source can assess the outer door, and the 7th layer of condensed source can assess the inner door. Lu Yi's eyes were deep. If he wasn't treated as an outcast by the clan and thrown out into the family, at this point, he already had the qualifications to assess the inner sect. Of course, Lu Yi knew that the Red Cloud sect was a large family, and at this stage, he wasn't enough to make the Red Cloud immortal regret slapping his thigh. As for the innate sword chi talisman, it was used by Lu Yi as a base card. According to the description, the talisman stored 3 full force strikes comparable to a perfect sword cultivator at the 9th level of the innate sky. As long as it was used properly, even if the innate realm wanted to make a move against Lu Yi and was caught off guard, it was possible for him to be directly decapitated. As for the falling leaf body technique, it was acquired a month ago, and under the practice, it was just introduced not long ago. Host, Lu Yi. Current realm, 9th level of source condensation, showing 3rd level of source condensation. Technique, star ancient scripture, 1st level. Martial arts, cracking mountain finger, minor. Fine rain sword technique, perfect. Falling leaves body technique, introductory. Mundokaku recharge, 1/10. It's time to prepare to impact the Hotian realm. The most important thing now was to build up strength and prepare to break through the Hotian realm. Once one achieves Hotian, it is considered to be one more power of self-preservation. 3 days later, under the terrifying absorption speed of the star ancient scripture, along with the last top-grade origin condensation pill, Lu Yi managed to push his cultivation to the 9th level of source condensation perfection, only 1 step away from breaking through to the Hotian realm. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, I've entered the proficiency realm with both of my split mountain fingers. Zhang Lingyue excitedly ran in from outside. Her cheeks were happy that she couldn't hide. After 2 months of hard practice, she finally managed to master these 2 fingerings and reached the stage of proficiency. Congratulations, Lu Yi faintly congratulated. I'm skilled in all the finger techniques. You can't have not yet gotten started in swordsmanship, can you? Zhang Lingyue wrinkled her tiny agaric nose and smiled cheekily. At those words, Lu Yi was almost dumbfounded. Fine rain sword realm. He called second in Yunyi City. Who dares to call first? By the way, brother-in-law, don't you have a sword? Lu Yi asked. What's wrong? Let me give you a sword, Zhang Lingyue said with a smile. Wen Qingyu, who was working in the side room, heard this. Her eyes suddenly dimmed. Her salary is not high, 100 cents a month. After saving for 2 years, excluding some expenses, it was less than 2 taels of silver. And the long sword, she had braved to ask at the weapon store before, and the almost ones had to be 3 or 4 taels of silver a handle. The better ones are even more expensive, tens or hundreds of taels. I was originally thinking of gritting my teeth and saving up for a while longer to buy a sword for my aunt. I didn't expect second miss to take the initiative today. No need. As long as there is a sword in your heart, everything is a sword. Lu Yi gently shook his head. This statement wasn't him talking nonsense. After completely fusing the star sword body, for the way of the sword, Lu Yi did produce this kind of sensation. Being attached to the sword is still at the stage of seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. Of course, it's not impossible to use a really good sword. I've got a lot of silver and I'm going to give you a sword. Chapter 10, Getting Your Hands on a Magic Weapon. Jiang Lingyu reached out, pulled Lu Yi and headed outside. You come with me and I'll take you to pick out a sword. Lu Yi, in his mind, a phrase surfaced for no apparent reason. A woman would only delay her progress in practicing her sword, but a rich woman will not. She will buy you a good sword. Obviously, Jiang Lingyue was now the role of a rich woman. In Cloudleaf City, people were coming and going, extremely lively. This was the first time Lu Yi had come out after joining the Jiang house. Jiang Lingyue traveled lightly and took Lu Yi all the way to a remote corner. A dilapidated store called Divine Soldier Pavilion appeared in Lu Yi's line of sight. The Court of Soldiers? Lu Yi did not expect that in Cloudleaf City, there was actually a weapon store with such a high-profile signboard. However, just from the outside, it is difficult to see that this place will have anything to do with the Divine Soldier. While walking here, Jiang Lingyue, who was usually more lively, was restrained at this time and reminded in a small voice, Master, his temper is a bit eccentric, so pay attention and don't offend the master. Sweeping a glance blandly, Lu Yi smiled faintly. Grumpy? The big deal is that you don't buy it. For him, Lu Yi, a flower, a grass, a tree, a wood, as long as he wants, all can become a sword. And why do you have to hold a sword in your hand? Following behind Jiang Lingyu, he stepped into the Divine Soldier Pavilion store. The first thing that came to mind was a hot scent. The heat from the furnace forging inside continued to pour outside. Jiang Lingyue walked up to a middle-aged man whose face had little emotion. Master, I wanted to come to you to choose a sword. Hearing the voice, the middle-aged man, Master, indifferently said, so it's the little girl from the Jiang family. The sword is on the left. Bring your own people to choose. Grandmaster, he didn't even look back at the two, keeping his eyes on a freshly baked Xian iron sword in his hand. Spitting out her tongue, Jiang Lingyue hurriedly thanked, many thanks to Master. Spinning around, he tugged on Lu Ye's sleeve and led him towards the left side of the Divine Soldier Pavilion. Lu Ye's gaze calmly swept over these forged weapons. After a moment, it seemed to be somewhat clear why this place could be called the Divine Soldier Pavilion. The weapons placed here, besides some of the ordinary swords, there were actually magic weapons that had actually entered the rank. That is to say, this Divine Soldier Pavilion actually had the existence of a real refiner. In the martial cultivation world, in addition to the honorable alchemists, there were also weapon refiners, mortal, metaphysical, spiritual, and true weapons. At the condensed origin realm, because they were still in the first realm of martial cultivation, ordinary blades could be used. However, once one reaches the realm of the Hotian, the internal force in the body is even more explosive. After fully instilling internal force, ordinary weapons, which might not last long, would be damaged. At this time, only true magic weapons that had entered the grade could completely fulfill the needs of Hotian realm martial artists. It was no wonder that Jiang Lingyu, who usually seemed to be unconventional, was in a rare state of restraint after entering the Divine Soldier Pavilion. In the martial Dao realm, those with special skills, such as alchemists, refiners, and talisman makers, had very honorable status. Being able to refine a true entry-ranked magic weapon, his status was comparable to that of a martial arts innate powerhouse. Lu Ye's eyes scanned the circle, and most of the entry-ranked magic weapons that were placed were mortal-rank lower-grade swords and knives. Even so, these mortal-rank lower-grade weapons would start at 10 taels of silver per handle, to say the least. One handle is the income of an average family for several years. No wonder it was said that martial arts cost money, which is not an expensive resource. Zai couple's Dharma land? Fancy anything yet? Jiang Lingyue whispered. Tell me if you fancy something. I'll hemorrhage money today. Lu Yi was about to take a random handle. Suddenly, his eyes swept over a long sword with a somewhat worn appearance and gave a slight lurch. Compared to other long swords with superb sword light, this sword could only be described as unimpressive, making people feel extremely average at first glance. Picking up the unimpressive long sword, Lu Yi said, I'll take this one all right. Jiang Lingyu nodded her head and led Lu Yi back to Master He. Master He, we've picked it out. Master He turned around and saw the worn-out long sword in Lu Yi's hand. His eyes moved slightly, but they quickly returned to normal. 10 taels of silver. Master He said in a deep voice. This price, among the mortal rank lower grade magic weapons, was normal. Jiang Lingyue nodded. The price was what she expected. When I first purchased Qingyu, I had spent 30 taels of silver. When Jiang Lingyu finished paying, Lu Yi smiled faintly and said, many thanks. staring at Lu Yi with some surprise. Master, he shook his head. No need to thank you. Those with destiny get it. The Jiang Lingyu on the side was suddenly filled with confusion. What kind of code words were these two saying that she couldn't understand? Only after walking out of the Divine Soldier Pavilion did Jiang Lingyu whisper, "How did you choose this sword?" Lu Yi was slightly curious. Why? Does it have a problem? There's nothing wrong with the problem, but it's been sitting there for almost a year and no one has even asked for it, Jiang Lingyu rightfully said, and looking at such an ugly appearance, it's not good to use at first glance. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. A magic weapon that surpassed the lower grade of the mortal order and advanced into the middle grade of the mortal order. 10 taels of silver actually went unasked for. No wonder when he said thank you earlier. Master, he said that a person with a destiny would get it. The dark long sword in Lu Ye's hand was clearly a mortal rank middle grade magic weapon. Among the magic weapons, it was still of a low mortal rank though, but at least all of them need 70 to 80 taels of silver to hit the bottom. However, a prohibition should have been placed on this mediocre sword by Master He. Ordinary people can't even discover its true grade. Lu Yi also relied on his star sword body's senses to discover a hint of abnormality. Lu Yi drew his long sword and faintly pulled out a sword flower. This sword is actually pretty good. Jiang Lingyu looked suddenly dumbfounded, not attracted by the long sword, but attracted by the sword flower that Lu Yi casually pulled. It was clearly just a very simple sword flower, but it seemed to contain a trace of an indescribable flavor. Blurred eyes. It must be my own blurred eyes, Jiang Lingyu muttered in her heart. 2 months ago, Lu Yi didn't even know swordplay, and the fine-range sword technique was still given to him by himself. How could he be a sword Dao expert? No way. Absolutely no way. Brother-in-law, give it a name, Jiang Lingyu said. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi faintly said, let's call it the Spirit Shield Sword. Hearing that there was a word spirit in it, somehow, Jiang Lingyu's flawless little face suddenly blushed slightly. After returning to the Jiang mansion, Jiang Lingyu didn't continue to stay much longer and returned to her small courtyard. Lu Yi, on the other hand, returned to Area C with his newly acquired Spirit Shield Sword. A few days later, it was finally time to wait again for the Wandao Pavilion's energy to build up. Lu Yi's first choice was to extract the reward. As early as 2 days ago, Lu Yi had already reached the 9th level of source condensation perfection. However, the outer courtyard of the Jiang family's heaven and earth source chi was thin, and he didn't dare to let go of the star ancient scripture to absorb it with all his might, impacting the Hotian realm without a sufficient source of source chi to replenish it. It was very likely that the breakthrough would fail. It was to have been waiting for a new reward from the Wandao Pavilion. Finally, as the thought that Lu Yi extracted surfaced, a burst of light surfaced from the Wandao shelf in an instant. Chapter 11 3 Divine Fruits. Comprehending innate body breaking invisible sword chi. Congratulations to the host. Obtained 3 divine fruits *1. It has been put into the Dao Pavilion warehouse. The host can take it at any time. 3 divine fruits? Hearing this prompt, Lu Yi was slightly stunned. Lu Yi was no stranger to this name. Once in a certain ancient book, I had read about the 3 divine fruits. 100 years to blossom and 100 years to bear fruit. It took a full 200 years of light to coalesce into a mature 3 divine fruit. As for the utility of the 3 divine fruits, it was even more terrifying. Taken at the time of the breakthrough, not only can it greatly increase the probability of a successful breakthrough, and there's a chance that when you break the barrier, you'll get some sort of epiphany. There are rumors that this generation's Red Cloud sect leader, Fairy Red Cloud, was able to lead the rapid rise of the Red Cloud sect because she had obtained a chance to take a 3 gods fruit in her early years, and her strength surpassed the innate realm. Looking out at the night sky, Lu Yi took a light breath. Immediately, his eyes closed and the star ancient scripture operated, launching towards the Hotian realm. In the next room, Xingyu slept in a daze, completely oblivious. A moment later, the star ancient scripture's massive suction force instantly sucked the nearby heaven and earth source chi empty. Noticing the gradual weakness that followed, Lu Yi flipped his palm. The 3 divine fruits that had just been obtained took on 3 dazzling colors and appeared in front of it. Swallowing it in one mouthful, it melted in the mouth, and the 3 divine fruits immediately transformed into a majestic energy that rushed into Lu Yi's body. The solid barrier of the Hotian realm was directly broken through directly by this huge force. The realm of the Hotian. After the breakthrough, Lu Yi hadn't had time to be surprised when a wave of epiphany suddenly surged into his mind. Lu Yi immersed himself in this epiphany for a long time before opening his eyes. The breath that had only just broken through to the Hotian first layer climbed once again, reaching the Hotian second layer. In the bottom of his eyes, a hint of mystery flashed. It's worthy of being a worldly spirit fruit that takes 200 years to ripen. In the midst of a moment of enlightenment, Lu Yi not only raised her realm, but even the star ancient scripture entered the second layer. Most importantly, Lu Yi had comprehended an arcane attack technique, innate body breaking invisible sword chi. The killing techniques that could only be possessed at the true innate realm were now comprehended by him just at the second level of the Hotian. A special sword chi that was completely different from the latter-day internal force appeared in its dantian. Good. One more card to play. Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. On the other side, in the middle of the room, Jiang Qingge tossed and turned a bit unable to sleep. Thinking for a moment, he simply dressed and got up, looked at the starry night sky outside, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. A few moments later, under the shocked eyes of a group of passing maids and guards, Jiang Qingge actually arrived at the sea area of the outer courtyard. In front of a small remote courtyard, the moonlight spilled down, setting off a white dress of Jiang Qingge like a moon palace fairy falling into the mortal world. Biting her red lips slightly, she arrived at the door of the small courtyard, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Inside the house, Lu Yi was a bit puzzled. However, when his Hotian realm senses unfolded, a strange color emerged on his face. How could it be her? A few moments later, opening the courtyard door, Lu Yi faintly said, "Is there something wrong? I heard that you went to the city today, together with Ling Yu." Jiang Qingge's voice was also light. When she heard the knock on the door, Qing Yu, who hurriedly dressed and walked out right after her, had a small bewildered face. "Are these two really newlyweds?" Lu Yi nodded, with her eyes looking towards the night sky. Jiang Qingge was silent for a moment before she spoke. "Accompany me out for a piece of walk." This proposal made Lu Yi a little unexpected. Taking the wrong medicine? Having just made a breakthrough and being in the right mood, Lu Yi also wanted to see what Jiang Qingge wanted to do, so he nodded and said, "Okay." Turning to Qingyu, she said, "You go back to sleep first." Jiang Qingge indifferently glanced at Lu Yi before taking the lead and walking towards the outside of the Jiang mansion. For some reason, in just a short period of time, she felt as if this person had some indescribable changes. Previously, when he first came to the Jiang house, on the day of the wedding, although he was also not humble, but on the body, there was no such clouded confidence as there is now. Jiang Qingge did not understand that all the people in the Jiang house did not treat him, except for Jiang Lingyue. The Red Cloud sect also treated him as an outcast and sent him directly into the family, regardless of his death. Where on earth did he get the backbone to support harboring this bland confidence? Thoughts hurriedly flashed through her mind, and by the time Jiang Qingge came back to her senses, the two of them had already walked out of the Jiang mansion. In this side of the world, there is no curfew at night. That's why there are quite a few pedestrians on the streets, and a number of vendors still hawking. Jiang Qingge didn't know where she was going, so she picked a path at random and walked slowly towards the front. Along the way, many pedestrians were dumbfounded when they looked at Jiang Qingge, who was dressed in a white dress and had a stunning appearance. Jiang Qingge herself was smiling to herself, so what if she looked better? Without the talent of martial arts cultivation, he still became a family union tool person. If she could, Jiang Qingge would rather trade her looks for martial arts talent. Discovering that something didn't seem right behind her, Jiang Qingge turned her head to look. Only Lu Yi had a bland face, but he was several meters away from her. It's like being afraid that people will know that the two are related. With a frown, a hint of fire arose in Jiang Qingge's heart. "I've called you out, and you're still afraid of having something to do with me? What? I, Jiang Qingge, am a disgrace to you?" Jiang Qingge walked directly to Lu Yi and faintly said, "What? Afraid I'll eat you?" As the words fell, Jiang Qingge clenched her teeth slightly and hugged Lu Yi's arm, revealing a hint of kissing it. "Husband, I want to eat that." Lu Yi? This woman, is she really off her meds tonight? The reason for pulling away was indeed that they didn't want to get into trouble. Jiang Qingge was temperamental. He didn't want to mess with it, so he simply stayed away. I didn't expect that Jiang Qingge would actually come up with this. In an instant, the gazes of the entire street almost all looked here. Many people looked at Lu Yi with undisguised envy. Lu Yi's expression was indifferent. Since the night of the flower candle night, he didn't have any good feelings towards Jiang Qingge anymore. Looking at the direction of Jiang Qingge's finger, Lu Yi looked at it. It was the end of a road that had just come over to a vendor selling sugar gourds. "Then go over and buy a bunch," Lu Yi said indifferently, noticing the coldness in Lu Yi's words. Jiang Qingge was a bit annoyed. "I've heard people say that he goes out with his little sister, and it's not like that at all." Talking and laughing. "Never mind." Giving him another step. Coming to the vendor, Jiang Qingge asked for a bunch of sugar gourds and turned her head in a rare whisper. "Husband, pay the silver." On Lu Yi's brain, a question mark immediately surfaced. "What's our relationship? I've already done my duty by accompanying you around, and you want me to pay for your food? What a big face." Lu Yi indifferently said, "I don't have any silver on me. You pay." His 10 taels of silver had long since turned into an astral sword body, but Jiang Qingge remembered that a few days ago, this person had clearly asked Zhang Lingyu for 10 taels of silver, one after another. He was not willing to give him a step down. A trace of anger surfaced in his heart. Jiang Qingge put away her soft voice. "Okay, I'll do it myself. As soon as she touched her body, Jiang Qing's cheeks froze. She dresses to go out and presses her purse. Across the street, the sugar gourd vendor frowned. You two are dressed so brightly. You wouldn't even be able to afford a bunch of sugar gourds, would you? Jiang Qing exuded a hint of apology and just wanted to return the untouched sugar gourd. Suddenly, the vendor caught Jiang Qing coming over to return the sugar gourd, quietly drawing out a dagger. He viciously stabbed towards Jiang Qing. Chapter 12, What is late? Dogs don't want. Not far away in a restaurant, on the second floor, Zhang Yun and Zhang Yuan were sitting on the window seats. From this position, it happened to be possible to see where Lu Yi and Jiang Qing were. Zhang Yuan had a worried look on his face and whispered, Brother Yun, isn't it too risky for us to do this? Once people know that you and I actually dared to make a move against Jiang Qing, absolutely die without a burial place. Zhang Yun snorted coldly and said grimly, with me here, what are you afraid of? It was hard for her to come out alone tonight without an escort, so she brought a fake husband who was a waste of space at the third level of condensed origin. Such a perfect time and place. If you can't catch it, you'll surely regret it in the future. Moreover, I'm looking for the assassins of the Yellow Springs Pavilion, which is the most famous assassin organization in Xianzhou, and there's no mission they can't complete. Look, a strike. Just then, a sardonic smile surfaced on Zhang Yun's face. Jiang Qing's outstanding appearance caused many of the Jiang family's side juniors to have a slight crush on her, and that day, Jiang Qing, for the sake of Lu Yi, an outsider, hit Zhang Yun with her hands, completely galvanizing Zhang Yun's twisted mind. A hint of regret flashed under Zhang Yun's eyes, and more than that, a touch of madness. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, kept his head down, not daring to look at the scene. Jiang Qing will surely die this night. The first time he learned of the news that Jiang Qing had taken Lu Yi out of the mansion, Zhang Yun immediately sought out the Yellow Springs Pavilion Cloudleaf City branch. Based on Lu Yi's strength at the third level of condensed origin, an iron assassin at the fifth level of condensed origin was sent out for insurance purposes. Under this kind of sudden attack, Zhang Yuan could not think of how these two people should escape and live. Above the streets, with his eyes condensed, Lu Yi looked at the vendor who suddenly drew out his dagger and stabbed fiercely. His internal force surged and his split mountain finger pointed out with a single finger. Thumbs up. A bloody hole went straight through the stall killer's wrist, dislodging his dagger. The killer's eyes were hard, not realizing that the opposite side was so solid. The intelligence was completely wrong, but upholding the basic quality of an assassin. He fished out another box of poisoned silver needles and quickly pressed fire. Shoo shoo shoo. Instantly, there were several silver needles that came straight towards Lu Yi. Lu Yi's face didn't even half change. After stepping into the Hotian realm, the control of one's internal force was not something that could be imagined at the condensed source realm. Moreover, the biggest difference from the initial congealed source realm that hammers the chi and blood is the Hotian realm, where one can condense chi to form the astral deities. However, for this level of assassination, there was no need to reveal that one had already reached the point where one had condensed chi into astral deities. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yi suddenly formed a slightly weaker internal chi barrier. In the blink of an eye, he intercepted all the silver needles that shot out violently, spinning and reflecting them directly. Inner chi barrier. You're in the late stage of source condensation? The assassin's eyes widened in horror, and in his heart, he had already cursed the person who gave him the task 180 times. Where is this the third level of source condensation? The 7th to 9th level of source condensation is the late stage of source condensation. Having initially mastered the internal chi barrier, after reaching the Hotian realm, it would metamorphose into the more profound chi condensation into Gang. The poisoned silver needles were all hardened by the killer's flesh, and none of them were missed. At this moment, in the killer's heart, a trace of remorse was born for no reason. If I had known it was like this, I would not have quenched such a poison. The thought flashed through the killer's mind and he instantly died of gas. Without moving, he yanked down the vendor killer's money bag, and Lu Yi's face was calm. It's dangerous out there. I'll take you back first. Jiang Qing was completely frozen at this point. The moment he saw the killer suddenly pull out his dagger, his face paled a little. Jiang Qing was even prepared to be injured or even die. What followed was electrifying. The assassin who came to assassinate was actually poisoned by his own poisoned silver needle to the point that he foamed at the mouth and his chi was severed. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Jiang Qing immediately nodded. Okay, go back. Above the restaurant, Zhang Yun was dumbstruck, his face full of gloom not even having the time to dissipate. The internal chi shield that Lu Yi had condensed in an instant caused Zhang Yun's pupils to shrink violently. Internal chi protector. He's actually at the 7th level of source condensation? This was sent by the Red Cloud sect to join the family, and it was said to be a miscellaneous disciple, who counterfeited the inner door. but it was hidden so deeply. This kind of strength was clearly the standard of an inner disciple. They've all been lied to. Count yourselves lucky this time, but with all your true cards exposed. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Jiang Yun's voice, filled with resentment, resounded in his heart. The other side. No other crisis reappeared until the two were back at the entrance of the Jiang mansion. After sending Jiang Qingge to the entrance of the inner courtyard, Lu Yi directly turned around and headed for his own small courtyard. Jiang Qingge slightly bit her red lips and softly said, "You are at the 7th level of source condensation?" Although he was unable to cultivate, the power of the late stage of source condensation was something that Jiang Qingge hadn't heard much about from people in the past. With a thick internal qi protecting the body, ordinary swords and knives are hard to hurt. Hearing the killer shout out Lu Yi's strength, Jiang Qingge's surprise was no different than hearing that night that he was a handyman fake. Didn't they say that the miscellaneous disciples, their natural talent was extremely poor? To be able to achieve the 7th level of source condensation at this age, no matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with extremely poor natural talent. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi turned his head and gave Jiang Qingge an expressionless look without saying anything, and directly walked towards the small courtyard in Area C. This kind of look without the slightest hint of emotion, as if looking at a stranger, caused Jiang Qingge, who was in a complicated mood, to instantly become furious. What does he mean by that? He took the initiative to ask, and he didn't even want to say anything? What do you mean by this? Jiang Qingge gritted her teeth and said, "After all, I am your new wife of 3 bays, and you don't even want to say a word? I hear you talk a lot when you're with your little sister. How many people wanted to have a word or two with her, Jiang Qingge, but she never took offense. Now, she is actually being treated like this. It is simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. Moreover, why was it that she could laugh heartily with her little sister, but was expressionless with her, Jiang Qingge?" With a step in his footsteps, Lu Yi faintly shook his head. "Miss Qingge, the path is of your own choosing. You and I nowadays, it's just a matter of taking what you want and playing along." Looking at Lu Yi's emotionless eyes that seemed to be looking at a stranger, Jiang Qingge had a complicated complex expression. Sure enough, is he not half as good as his little sister in his heart? Not even a string of candy canes for a few pennies would be spent on her. But, she, Jiang Qingge, is the wife who is explicitly married and has had a 3-worship match. Looking at the hemp-clothed youth whose body seemed to be covered in a mysterious veil, Jiang Qingge gritted her teeth. Taking a light breath, Jiang Qingge suddenly displayed a stunning smile. "Maybe I did wrong before, Lu Yi. If I can give you a chance? Chance? Give yourself a chance to be a lickspittle?" Lu Yi almost laughed when he heard it. "The dog doesn't want anything that's late. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're good-looking and have the reputation of being the #1 fairy in Cloudleaf City? If you haven't taken your medicine, go back and take it. I'm tired, so I'll go back and rest." Coldly sweeping a glance at Jiang Qingge, whose smile froze above her cheeks, Lu Yi left without the slightest delay. Chapter 13, Jiang Qingge, Cloudleaf City's first fairy? Steamed shrimp heads, testing the waters and seeking catch-up reading. Lu Yi shook his head as he walked into the small courtyard. Since he wants to admit his mistake, his attitude is still so high and mighty. "What else? I can give you a chance." It's not like he's in his right mind. In less than half a year, he had advanced all the way to the Hotian second layer, and with some time to go, the innate realm would be within reach. It takes a brainiac to be a lickspittle. I'm afraid I'd be thrilled if someone touched my hand. The entrance to the inner courtyard. Jiang Qingge was completely stunned. What did he say? Go to, without your meds? Jiang Qingge wasn't a little cutie. Instantly realized that this was clearly calling her sick. Exasperated by Lu Yi's words, his chest continued to rise and fall. Jiang Qingge did not expect that Lu Yi cursed people to be so angry. How much courage she mustered to say those words, but he didn't expect to be disdained by Lu Yi. Doesn't he even care about his own given opportunity? Jiang Qingge's face gradually became icy cold. She also had a temper. Since you don't want the opportunity, don't regret it later. A mere late stage of source condensation. Her Jiang family had plenty of them. Jiang Qingge's heart, which had only just intended to loosen up a tiny bit, was directly sealed with a mudslide by Lu Yi's actions. In the middle of a gloomy room, Jiang Yun stood in the middle of the room with a smile on his face. Opposite Jiang Yun, there stood a man dressed in black, his face shrouded in a black scarf. "Sir Jiang, the information you gave was completely wrong, causing our prediction of the target to be off." The black-clothed man's voice was cold. "This matter resulted in my Yellow Springs Pavilion losing an iron metal killer. Is Mr. Jiang planning to give an explanation?" Jiang Yun compensated with a smile. 13th Deacon, I was wrong this time. I'll compensate. I'll pay an extra 100 taels of silver. The man in black snorted coldly and said, "Humph, could it be that Sir Jiang Yun thinks that the life of an iron killer is something that can be measured with just 100 taels?" His face stiffened. Jiang Yun smiled bitterly. Then, what is the solution for the 13 deacons? Got 200 taels, the man in black said solemnly. Jiang Yun, who had originally thought that he would have to hemorrhage money, immediately rejoiced upon hearing this. No problem, it's just that. The follow-up may also require the 13th deacon to send someone to continue the mission. The man in black waved his big hand. You don't need to say anything about this matter. In the thousands of years since my Yellow Springs Pavilion was established, I've never had a record of missing a lowly mission. It would be a shame for my Yellow Springs Pavilion if I couldn't accomplish it, since the target has a late stage of source condensation. Next time, I will directly send out a silver assassin of the Hotian realm to snuff out any accidents. The realm of the afterlife? Jiang Yun was ecstatic when he heard this. The gap between the condensed origin realm and the Hotian realm was like a chasm. That Lu Yi, at best, was around the 7th or 8th level of source condensation. What was he going to resist the attack of a true Hotian realm powerhouse? The Yellow Spring Pavilion was worthy of being the most prestigious assassin organization in the Grandview dynasty. The work is just reliable. This time, as long as you're caught in the act, let's see how you can still run. Cold laughter continued in Jiang Yun's heart. Returning to the small courtyard, Lu Yi immediately pulled out the killer money bag and took a look inside. Being an assassin is really quite rich. Lu Yi looked at the roughly 30 to 40 pieces of silver inside and smiled slightly. Scrape together some more silver and you'll be able to designate the talented physique column for extraction once more. Just now, that woman Jiang Qingge seemed to intend to show her favor. Lu Yi pondered whether he should have taken this opportunity just now to ask her to borrow 100 taels of silver first, and then say she didn't take her meds. However, this way it was estimated that Jiang Qingge could explode in place. Lu Yi shook his head. Silver can be earned slowly. Jiang Qingge he really did not want to have anything to do with it. It was naturally not a trivial matter for the Jiang family's eldest miss to encounter an attack outside. The next day, after Jiang Lianshan learned of this news, he was immediately enraged and ordered to investigate immediately. However, when the Jiang family intelligence officers found out some clues, Jiang Lianshan, who had learned the news, fell silent again. Inside the hall, Jiang Lianshan looked at the cold-faced Jiang Qingge and wanted to say something, but sighed first. The previous union made this eldest daughter a sacrifice. Now when an attack occurs and the identity behind the killer is found out, it remains. Only so. Yellow Springs Pavilion, only recognizing money and not people. Shenzhou and even the entire territory of the 7 states of the Grandview are all reputable top killer organizations. Not to mention the fact that their Jiang clan's oldest ancestor was now seriously injured and his condition was unknown, even when the old ancestor was alive. Facing such a behemoth as the Yellow Springs Pavilion was still like a praying mantis. Since its inception, the Yellow Springs Pavilion had long since sniped more than double-digit numbers of ascended realm powerhouses. Anyone who wanted to retaliate against the Yellow Springs Pavilion belonged to the category of having a heart and not being able to do anything about it. Alas, Qingge, father has spoken to the Yellow Springs Pavilion Cloudleaf City branch of the people. No matter who buys the killer, my Jiang family after all out double. It's okay, rest assured. Jiang Qingge nodded coldly. For life and death, she consciously didn't care that much anymore. Last night, if it wasn't for Lu Yi suddenly displaying his strength at the late stage of source condensation, I'm afraid that both of them have already perished. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingge asked, what about Lu Yi? Did you buy him anything? Although for Lu Yi scolding himself for not taking his medication last night, he had always remembered. But Jiang Qingge felt that one size did not fit all, and that person, although extremely annoying, had saved herself. A son-in-law of the Jiang family who is at the 7th level of source condensation and has cultivated the internal chi barrier. I naturally bought it as well. Jiang Lianshan laughed and said, it looks like this Lu Yi, his qualifications might not be as bad as we thought before. Hearing this, Jiang Qingge gritted her teeth slightly. She didn't believe it. If she really wanted to make a move, she still couldn't take a Lu Yi? She clearly remembered a flash of surprise in the man's eyes when he picked her cover on the night of the flower candle night. It showed that his own looks surprised him. When he was first on his own, there was still a glimmer of goodwill. A few moments later, Jiang Qingge, who had a flurry of thoughts, actually ghosted over to the outer courtyard sea area again. Qingyu, who was drying her clothes, was almost startled when she saw the silhouette that appeared outside the courtyard. Ms. Kyoko? Lu Yi was eating breakfast. Martial arts people consume a great deal. Food replenishment cannot keep up will be very hurtful. When he looked at Jiang Qingge, who had suddenly appeared, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this a case of being scolded by yourself for needing medication last night, and you've come to get your ass kicked today? Thank you for saving me last night. Jiang Qingge stood at the gate of the courtyard and spread a smile. Xingyu immediately looked dumbfounded. No wonder they all said that Miss Qingge was the #1 fairy in Cloudleaf City. This sight was a bit confusing even for Qingyu to see. After thinking about it, Jiang Qingge continued, do you have any needs? If you feel that it is not comfortable to live here, you can change a place, as long as Chinga can do it. You can mention it. Lu Ye's face was expressionless, steamed shrimp head. Jiang Chinga didn't hear it, still smiling at the corners of her mouth. What did you say? To change residence? Lu Ye faintly said. Changing residence is not necessary. My status, living here is quite appropriate. If you really want to thank me, you can lend me 100 taels of silver. Jiang Chinga? Chapter 14, Hundredfold Increase. 3 Swords of Absolute Heaven. Borrowing. Borrowing silver? At this moment, Jiang Chinga finally understood why her sister's face looked so odd that time when she talked about the 10 taels of silver. I feel that this person really only has silver in his eyes. She had shown such goodwill and taken the initiative to show her goodwill. Did Lu Yi not realize it at all? You're short of silver? Jiang Chinga asked. Lu Yi nodded his head. After 100 silver designations, if he wanted to designate again, it would be 1,000 taels of silver. However, Lu Yi didn't panic. When he waited until after the innate realm, there were plenty of opportunities to earn silver. A mere 1,000 taels. It was hard to defeat a martial artist of the innate realm. Alright then, I'll give you 100 taels. No need to return it. Just as a thank you for saving your life. She gave steps again and again, but Lu Yi was not willing to take them. In that case, forget it. She, Jiang Chinga, wasn't someone who didn't have any bottom line at all. Taking out 100 taels of silver from the inner courtyard, Jiang Chinga turned around and left without another word. You don't have to pay it back? Thinking for a moment, Lu Yi blandly said, since this is the case, I will return your gift, and if something happens in the future, I can help you once without violating my bottom line. Lu Yi was not in the innate realm yet though. However, with the innate body-breaking invisible sword chi in his hand, as well as the innate sword talisman, in a short period of time, it completely possessed the strength to fight against the realm of the innate. A favor was given on the basis that 100 taels of silver would allow him to extract a talent again. Jiang Chinga's footsteps slightly lurched. Then thank you very much. By the way, last night's assassin came from the Yellow Springs Pavilion, but you don't have to worry. The Jiang family has stepped in and will keep you alive. She did not take Lu Ye's words to heart. At the 7th level of source condensation, in the martial cultivation world, one could only be considered a minor power at best. Jiang Chinga didn't think that she had encountered any difficulties that even the Jiang family couldn't solve. And yet he, Lu Yi, has the strength? What a joke. Seeing Jiang Chinga slowly leave, Lu Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Yellow Springs Court? The top-ranked assassin organization in Xianzhou? Although that assassin's first knife was stabbed at Jiang Chinga, but if he himself was really only at the apparent 3rd level of condensed origin, when Jiang Chinga died, she definitely wouldn't let Lu Yi off the hook. For those who wanted to take his life, whether it was the Yellow Springs Pavilion or whoever, Lu Yi would not let go easily. Wait until after the innate realm. Yellow Springs Pavilion is it. When the time comes, he'll let the Yellow Springs Pavilion know. Being targeted by an unknown mysterious innate would be a feeling that would make even an assassin feel fear. Since he dared to take a shot at himself, he should be prepared to suffer the consequences of that. Murmuring in his heart, Lu Yi stuffed the 100 taels of silver ingots into his arms before storing them in the Wandao Pavilion's warehouse. Originally, according to Lu Ye's estimation, Jiang Lingyi should have hurried over when she heard the news of last night's assassination. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a few days, he didn't see Jiang Lingyu's silhouette. It was only when he asked that he realized that he had actually gone to inspect some of the Jiang family's stores, mines, and other resources in various places, letting Jiang Lingyue go on an inspection. It couldn't be that he's trying to groom her to become the next matriarch of the Jiang clan, could it? In Lu Ye's mind, this thought flashed through. Shaking his head, Lu Yi didn't continue to think about it more. This was the matter of the Jiang family and had nothing to do with him. The next few days were calm. Finally, once again, he waited until the Wandao Pavilion's energy buildup was complete. Mundo Pavilion, 10/10. In the room, Lu Yi moved his mind and the 100 taels of silver instantly disappeared, designated to draw the talented physique column. Not hesitating to extract the most cost-effective column, Lu Yi quietly waited for the extraction results. Congratulations to the host. You've acquired the 100-fold increased talent. You may choose to fuse it at any time. 100-fold increase? Lu Yi first stared blankly before revealing a mysterious smile. As the name implied, the 100-fold increase was able to increase Lu Yi's cultivation speed by 100 times. For example, it would take the next 100 days to advance to the 3rd Hotian layer, and with the 100 times increased talent, it was directly able to shorten it to 1 day. From then on, his promotion speed was going to be even stronger than that of the most talented top-tier prides of the ancient powers. Supposedly, immediately choosing to fuse, a wonderful sensation passed out. Lu Yi felt that his own ability to perceive the scattered source chi floating between heaven and earth had risen by a large margin. 2 days later, even though the source chi was thin in the outer courtyard, Lu Yi still advanced to the third Hotian layer. 10 days later, the fourth floor of the latter day. This kind of boosting speed like riding a rocket truly made Lu Yi feel the terror of a 100-fold increase. Moreover, when practicing martial arts, Lu Yi also tried to use this talent experimentally. I didn't realize that. Worked just as well. The characteristic of a 100-fold increase can still be perfectly displayed. The fine rain sword technique had already entered a state of perfection long ago, while the splitting mountain finger and falling leaves body technique were also rapidly consummated under the catalyst. The 3 types of martial arts on his body were all inaccessible. In this state now, even if I don't use the innate body-breaking invisible sword chi, an ordinary Hotian 7th layer should not be my opponent. Lu Yi was not conceited, but confident. If this kind of strength couldn't be challenged over the level, then those great sect geniuses, the children of ancient lineages, would likewise be unable to cross the level. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed, and the Wandao Pavilion was once again able to open the lottery. Lu Yi extracted it directly. Congratulations to the host. I have obtained the 3 swords of the absolute sky sword technique. It's been placed in the Wandao Pavilion's warehouse. It's actually not a guaranteed potion anymore. Immersing his mind on top of a secret book in the Dao Pavilion warehouse, he immediately obtained a message. The 3 swords of absolute heaven, created by Gu Wujia, the Green Destiny Sword Immortal, 30,000 years ago. It is the Green Destiny Sword Immortal's greatest skill. The 3 styles of absolute heaven, overwhelming the earth, and destroying the gods. After reading the introduction of the 3 swords of the absolute sky, only one word surfaced in Lu Yi's mind. This book of swordsmanship is very strong. Although it was not labeled with its specific grade, Lu Yi estimated that it was at least a top sword Dao secret book of the heavenly class. Lu Yi had read the ancient books, and it was said that in the ancient times, in this world, there had been an amazing battle, and tens of thousands of years ago was the last glorious era after the ancient war. The generation of Green Destiny Sword Immortal tens of thousands of years ago, Lu Yi estimated, should be a number of top powerhouses on the continent. Its inherited mastery is bound to astound the world. Lu Yi began to cultivate the 3 styles of absolute heaven. His own sword Dao talent had already stepped into the top ranks, and when he comprehended the 3 styles of the absolute sky, he completely brought out this talent. It took half a day to reach the introductory level, 3 days into the proficiency phase. On the 9th day, after entering the 5th level of the Hotian, he practiced the 3 swords of the absolute heaven, to a small degree of success. This terrifying speed would definitely shock the martial arts cultivation world if it was known by outsiders. The Green Destiny Sword Immortal spent his entire life's effort to create the absolute heaven 3 swords at the peak of his cultivation. Surprisingly, by a Hotian realm, in less than half a month, he soared all the way up to the minor achievement realm. Lu Yi, however, knew that it was possible to make such terrifying progress. The star sword body was one aspect, and there was also the effect of a 100-fold increase. Chapter 15 Advancing to the 6th Hotian level. Fishing for law enforcement. It was only after truly entering the threshold of the small completion of the absolute heavenly 3 swords that they could be considered to be able to initially display their power. However, the consumption of internal energy was likewise at a terrifying level. After reaching the innate realm, this situation should improve. Lu Yi pondered. Because this kind of peak-level martial skill was not at all for martial artists below the innate. According to normal circumstances, the general condensed origin realm and Hotian realm, it was simply impossible for the 3 swords of the absolute sky to reach minor accomplishment within a few years' time. When one waits until one has reached the innate, the entire body's internal chi is transformed towards the innate true chi, and then one comes back to use it. The consumption will be greatly reduced. In the Hotian realm, condensing chi into gang is a standard means for Hotian realm martial artists. The sign of an innate realm powerhouse is innate true chi, flying through the air. A true innate realm powerhouse could already cross the air without the aid of any external force. Half a month later, Lu Yi successfully advanced to the Hotian 6th level. In the Wandao Pavilion's warehouse, there were also 2 extra bottles of top-grade condensed origin pills. Actually, it's not impossible to draw the elixir guarantee. I can take it out and sell it. Already at the Hotian realm, the condensed origin pill could no longer provide Lu Yi with any help, but taking it out and selling it is an obvious way to collect silver quickly. As for whether it will cause others to covet, Lu Yi did not panic in the slightest. Even if he took out the elixir, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to attract others to covet it. Let these greedy natives try their hand at what it means to fish for law enforcement in Blue Star. If anything, before, there was still some doubt as to whether or not he would be able to challenge across the levels. Now that he had obtained the 3 swords of absolute heaven, as long as the opposite side wasn't a true innate realm, Lu Yi was confident that he could fight. If it was not possible, there was still the innate body-breaking invisible sword chi, as well as the innate sword talisman as a base card. Furthermore, it's just a top-grade source condensation pill. Invoking the greed of the Hotian realm is about right. If the realm of the innate is moved for the sake of this small profit, it would be better to find a block of tofu and pretend to be dead. With a plan in mind, Lu Yi immediately planned to leave the house. Before leaving the mansion, Xingyu suddenly spoke up. Auntie, are you in need of silver? Lu Yi was a bit curious and nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Auntie, this is from me, but it's not much, and you don't have to pay it back. Quickly pulling out an old purse from her bosom, after handing the silver to Lu Yi, Xingyu lowered her head, seemingly a little embarrassed. At those words, Lu Yi laughed and knocked her on the head. Did you watch those two ginger ladies talking about giving me silver? And you learned it too? It's hard money for you. It's not the same, take it for yourself. These few taels of silver, at a glance, were what Xingyu had saved up from her work over the past few years. Lu Yi needs silver now though, but last time, he happened to pick up the money bag of the vendor's killer, and had 30 to 40 taels on him, which was enough for daily expenses. Ah, Xingyu raised her head in some confusion and whispered. Then, what kind of money are those two young ladies? Lu Yi faintly said. These two are capitalists who should hang streetlights. First went to the city market, casually chose a black suit with a cloak. Lu Yi quickly turned to an unmanned cul-de-sac. Only after changing his entire body did he head to an elixir pavilion in Cloudleaf City. Lingyun Pill Pavilion. Walking into the store and seeing Lu Yi's attire, the maid only froze slightly before returning to normal. Having been in the business for many years, I've seen all kinds of clients. As Lu Yi did, this was not the first time. Guest, what can I get you? The waitress smiled professionally. I want to sell some pills. I don't know if you guys take them here? Underneath the black clothes, what came out was a rather dull voice. Collect, please wait a moment. I'll go get the appraiser to come out right away. The maid hurriedly walked towards the back of the Dan pavilion. A few moments later, the maid guided Lu Yi to a small room. Inside the room, there was a middle-aged man sitting. His eyes lifted and he faintly said, I wonder what kind of elixir the guest needs to sell. Lu Yi was also too lazy to ink, and directly pulled out a top-grade condensed origin pill. The appraiser's eyes lit up slightly, instantly recognizing it. A top-grade source condensation pill? Taking it over and carefully recognizing it, the appraiser nodded and said, Indeed it is a top grade. The refining technique is very good. How many more of these pills do you have? Little friend? My Lingyun Pavilion can offer 3 taels of silver apiece to acquire it. 2 bottles. Underneath the black clothes, Lu Yi directly took out 2 jade bottles, inside which rounded top-grade condensed origin pills emanated a strong attraction. Since we are going to fish for law enforcement, the prudent approach of selling a bottle first and hiding it is unnecessary. Too little bait and you may not be able to attract the interest of your opponent. 2 bottles for nesting should be safer. As expected, seeing the 2 bottles of pills in Lu Yi's hands, in the appraiser's eyes, a hint of inexplicable color flashed, spinning back to normal. All of this fell in Lu Yi's eyes. Baiting the nest worked. 2 bottles totaling 12 condensed origin pills, 36 taels of silver. The appraiser was very quick to settle the bill, and even showed a bright smile. Little Frenchen is so young that he can help sell pills at the 3rd level of source condensation. The future is promising after that. If there are still pills for sale in the future, feel free to come to my Lingyun Dan Pavilion, and I definitely won't treat young Frenchen poorly. Walking around, names are given to you. Lu Yi reported out the name. Is Chen Beixian. Without a word, Lu Yi picked up the bag with the silver and got up to head outside. After Lu Yi exited the Lingyun Dan Pavilion, the appraiser immediately narrowed his eyes, and in the compartment behind him, a man with a scar on his face walked out. This person was able to pull out 2 bottles of top-grade condensed origin pills at once, so he might have more on him. The appraiser coldly said, This is a fat sheep. Scar, you send 2 condensed origin 7th layer. Take him down. Ask where this elixir came from. Hiding his head. There must be secrets on him. Scarface immediately nodded his head. Yes, boss. It only takes a moment's effort for a mere source condensation 3rd layer. After leaving the Lingyun Dan Pavilion, Lu Yi buried his head and walked ahead. A few moments later, sensing that someone seemed to be following him, he panicked and headed straight for a remote place on the outskirts of the city. The 2 condensed origin 7th levels looked at each other and smiled grimly. A little fat lamb at the 3rd level of condensed origin, being targeted and still wanting to run? A few moments later, Lu Yi turned left and drilled in the middle of a remote alley, but still failed to shake off the 2 pursuers behind him. Because of the panic, he actually walked into the middle of a dead-end street with no one there. I didn't realize it was quite so slippery. Almost let you get away. At the entrance and exit of the hudong, 2 men appeared, one tall and one short, staring at Lu Yi unsuspectingly. Lu Yi was a bit helpless inside. He had let go of the water again and again. Even then, both of these 2 fat sheep almost didn't keep up with the outrageous dish. Looking towards the fat sheep Lu Yi, who was forced into a dead end, the tall and thin man said, Be good and hand over all the pills and silver on your body. If I let the master do it, you won't be able to get away with it. Looking at the two men who were approaching step by step, Lu Yi, who originally showed a hint of fear, suddenly struck out. Flexing his fingers, two internal chi quickly coalesced and whistled out. Split Mountain Finger. Chapter 16 Brother-in-law. Eat this. You have to answer me a question. Oh. The perfect level split mountain finger carried a terrifying force, and the internal force transformed into a discharged bullet, instantly shooting a large hole in the foreheads of the two of them. The two corpses collapsed, with the sardonic smiles still on their faces as they prepared to properly shell Lu Yi, the fat goat. Quickly putting away the money bags in the arms of the two men, Lu Yi hid the two bodies behind a hutong stone pillar. Spinning around, he shook off his black clothes and resumed Lu Yi's attire to walk out of the cul-de-sac. In the Lingyun Dan Pavilion, Zhang Yugue, the shopkeeper and part-time appraiser, felt more and more out of place the longer he waited. A fat sheep at the third level of the condensed source of a district. It shouldn't have slipped under the eyes of those two rice buckets, until the night, when a drunken man, who had been drinking, staggered into that cul-de-sac, ready to be released. Suddenly, through the blinding moonlight spilling down from the night sky, the drunkard felt as if someone was looking at him. Looking down, the drunken man went cold, almost soul-crushing. The two men lying on the ground, in an eerie position, staring down at his lower body, a grim smile on their faces, were chilling. Ghosts, the drunken man screamed miserably, and his potential, which had never erupted in his life, was instantly stimulated, and he quickly ran out of the alley. The other side. Lu Yi had returned to the small courtyard with a calm face. Going out for a trip, I picked up 2 money bags in passing, and after counting them, they actually added up to about 100 taels. It's very rich. At this time, the discovery of 2 corpses in a dead-end alley in the city had also spread. After exchanging ideas with some of her close maids and maidservants, Xingyu hurriedly returned to the small courtyard with her food box. Auntie, it's so dangerous out there right now, Xingyu worriedly said. Just a short while ago, I heard that someone found 2 corpses in an alleyway. So late in the game? Lu Yi pretended to be surprised and said, it is indeed dangerous. Xingyu, if there is nothing important, you go out less. Aha, auntie, Xingyu won't go out of the house recklessly. After Lu Yi finished eating, Xingyu finished cleaning up. Immediately, Xingyu turned around and took out a brand new pair of cloth shoes from the side room. Auntie, this is the new shoes I made for you? See if they fit. Looking at the expectant Xingyu, Lu Yi thought for a moment and took it, put it on, and it actually fit exceptionally well. Xingyu definitely hadn't measured Lu Yi's foot length, and that was purely by eye. Xingyu asked carefully, Auntie, does it fit? Nodding slightly, Lu Yi said, not bad, very comfortable, mindful. Having received Lu Yi's praise, Xingyu's heart was quietly happy, but her cheeks were slightly blushing. As long as it fits, auntie, then I'll go to the laundry first. Joyfully carrying the wooden basin, Xingyu walked towards the laundry room. Walking to the laundry room, there was still some redness on Xingyu's face that hadn't faded. In the laundry room, there were already a few maids in there, syringing the clothes and chattering while they chatted. Seeing the rosy-cheeked Xingyu walk in, a familiar maid teased, isn't this Sister Xingyu? Why is her face so rosy today? Shouldn't. A few maids looked at each other and all ate and laughed. They were all handyman maids, not anyone's personal attendants for the time being, but the requirements of a valet are well known to the maids. It is not impossible to go deeper than that, not to mention serving a bath. Many people have had deep interactions with maids of honor and the like precisely because of this and ended up having illegitimate children. That new to the Jiang house of Lu Yi aunt, these maids weekdays back and forth, but also seen a few times, has long been familiar with the face. Look, that is not to say, although not treated by the Jiang family, that body seems to have an indescribable temperament. Some of the maids occasionally passed by and met Aunt Lu Yi. All of them subconsciously had their hearts beating faster. You little perverts, what are you babbling about? Xingyu's face reddened again. Although they are all little untouched girls, this side of the world, early on, there will be special people to popularize all kinds of knowledge to them. So, various private, colorful jokes were not uncommon. Yo, blushing, if I were Aunt Lu Yi and saw such a springy little nymph every day, I would have eaten it in one bite. Seeing Xingyu's cheeks blush, a maid with a few freckles on her face said with a playful smile. Xingyu's looks were naturally no match for the 2 misses of the Jiang family who were like heavenly fairies. However, among the group of maids, they were the top few, with the air of a small family. You guys don't talk nonsense, Aunt Lu Yi. He's not that kind of person. Xingyu reddened her little face and said, the first time I tried to serve him a bath, Auntie didn't even want it. In the middle of the small courtyard, Lu Yi naturally did not know that he had actually become the main topic of conversation in the chattering laundry room. At that moment, he was looking at a silhouette that appeared outside the courtyard with some surprise. Isn't that a bit surprising? Outside the courtyard, the silhouette lightly walked into the small courtyard. Her eyes looked around and cleared her voice. It looks like you're quite happy living here, and my sister is nearly furious when she talks about you. The person who came was none other than Jiang Lingyu, who he hadn't seen for a while. Lu Yi faintly said, "Not familiar, thanks." At those words, Jiang Lingyu almost choked. "All married, you give me a sentence of not familiar? Isn't it true that when you have intercourse, you still have to ask I'm coming in first?" Now, Jiang Lingyu finally knew why her sister had transformed from a cool fairy to a person with deep resentment whenever she talked about Lu Yi. It was clearly a flat expression, but the words that came out did seem a bit solid. This would probably be a bit overwhelming for anyone else. However, Jiang Lingyu also knew that Lu Yi was actually not that difficult to get along with. This man is a person who eats softly, but not hard. If you talk to him well, everything is negotiable. But if you come hard with him, he can probably be harder than you. Jiang Lingyu thought for a while before coming up with an adjective that might be suitable. Bones. Although his status is low, he has not been bent by all the things in this world. As for her sister, Jiang Qing's temperament, Jiang Lingyu knew herself, not the kind of character that could bow down. The collision of the two is destined to have disastrous results. Shaking her head, Jiang Lingyu did not intend to say anything more on this topic. From behind her, she carried out a small food box as if offering a treasure, smiling like a flower. "Brother-in-law, this is the 100-flower cake I brought back from outside especially for you. Try it." Looking at Jiang Lingyu, who was offering a treasure, Lu Yi was a bit surprised. "Try it, this is what I brought back specially. My sister didn't even give it." Jiang Lingyu took 2 steps closer and handed the pastry box to Lu Yi. Lu Yi helplessly reached out and took it. He had little interest in trinkets like pastries, but, in the end, it's someone else's idea of a good time. Right at this moment, Jiang Lingyu suddenly took 2 steps forward and got close to Lu Yi, exhaling in his ear and whispering, "Brother-in-law, eat this and you have to answer me a question." Chapter 17, the 7th layer of the day after tomorrow. Jiang Lingyu's speculation. Lu Yi calmly shook his head. "Then I'd better not eat." When Jiang Lingyu heard this, she was a bit anxious. "Don't, I won't eat you, brother-in-law. Just take a bite, it's a piece of my heart." It was all a bit sappy by the end of the sentence. Looking at a private airfield dangling in front of him, Lu Yi hurriedly pulled Jiang Lingyu back. "Don't you shake it, I get airsick. I don't know what's going on. It's obvious that they're 2 sisters. How come there's such a big gap? You start by saying what it is you're asking about. It's not something scary. It's..." Jiang Lingyu came over with a fragrant breeze and whispered. 2 corpses appeared in the alley in the middle of the city, and it was heard that they were killed by a single blow, suspected to have been injured by the finger method. "Brother-in-law, this couldn't have been you, could it?" When corpses appeared in the city, the Jiang family, as half of Cloudleaf City, was the first to learn of the news through some channel. However, not many people in the Jiang family cared. In the great world of martial arts, which day is not a day when people are dying? Nothing to be surprised about. Jiang Lingyu, who had just returned, originally didn't care much, but when he overheard that the dead had all died under a very powerful finger attack, he immediately came to a hint of interest. Fist, palm and leg techniques, knife, sword and gun techniques are the mainstream schools of martial arts practitioners. As for the fingering method, it is considered a cold martial art. Lu Yi surfaced a hint of surprise. "Isn't this thing scary? I don't even dare to kill a chicken if you ask me to. Do you think I look like such a bold person?" According to Lu Yi's estimation, the body should have been discovered long ago. I didn't realize that it had dragged on into the night before news started trickling out. It also proved that that territory was indeed quite remote. Jiang Lingyu stared straight at Lu Yi, obviously not quite believing these words. In this world, is anyone still afraid of killing chickens? But Lu Yi had a calm face, and after staring for a while, Jiang Lingyu gave up helplessly. "Well, it shouldn't have been you." "What do you mean it should be? I Lu Yi do the right thing and stand up to it. And when I say it's not my Lu Yi who did it, it's definitely not." Lu Yi explained. A martial art like finger technique, although there are few people who practice it, it is precisely because of the scarcity that those who practice this martial art are extraordinary when they strike. Belonging to a practice for 3 years, out of the world shocked, the city of finger masters not to mention, the number of 100, I think there is. After thinking about it, Jiang Lingyu felt that it made sense. Although the number of martial artists who practiced finger techniques was small, the huge Cloudleaf City had a population of nearly 1 million, and there were at least 1 to 200,000 martial artists. There are hundreds of practiced fingersticks that are not excessive. Alright then, I'm done asking. Brother-in-law, eat it, don't worry, I didn't drug you inside. Jiang Lingyu said with a smile. Lu Yi is also not polite. Directly a mouthful. Frame dazzle finish. Sitting next to Lu Yi and seeing him finish his frame show off, Jiang Lingyu's eyes narrowed in a smile like a crescent moon. How was it? Was it good? Not bad, Lu Yi said. You came over, not just to deliver food. Of course it's more than that. I'm here to deliver silver to you. Jiang Lingyue wiggled her fingers and said, in a few days, our Jiang family's World Dart Bureau has a shipment to send to Falling Flower City. Aren't you short of silver? I'm going to add you to one of the guards. Of course, you don't have to do anything. When the time comes, you'll just receive 100 taels of silver directly. At those words, Lu Yi was a bit surprised. Just a guard, and he's actually receiving 100 taels of silver? Dart escorting is a dangerous and bloodthirsty job, though, but a trip down the ordinary dart, ordinary condensed source realm before the middle stage guards. There are 122 into the account is considered good. The only people who had the added money were the late stage of the condensed origin realm, and the Hotian realm. This 100 taels of silver, Lu Yi felt, should be a trip of darts of the Hotian realm dart handle income. Sure enough, he heard Jiang Lingyu continue to speak. Is it because you think the dart silver is high? I'm calculating it for you based on the Hotian realm. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and counted himself by the Hotian realm. Could it be that this cheap sister-in-law had discovered her true realm? No way. He hadn't revealed any means about the Hotian realm at all. Lu Yi calmly said, why are you counting according to the Hotian realm? As soon as I came back, I heard that you're actually at the 7th level of source condensation. Brother-in-law, you've hidden it from me so deeply. Without immediately answering this question, Jiang Lingyu looked at Lu Yi slyly. There was a faint hint of sultriness in his tone. Lu Yi calmly said, it's not that I don't tell you. Walking in the Jianghu, leaving yourself a bottom is not too much. It's impossible to even tell you the color of the bottom. It's not appropriate. Bah, brother-in-law Lu Yi, that's a nasty analogy. Looking at Lu Yi, who had a bland face and always seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, Jiang Lingyu's spiritually intelligent eyes turned slightly. The man always looks like he is on cloud 9, as if everything is within his grasp, and nothing can induce too many emotional ripples in him. She wouldn't believe it. With an idea in mind, Jiang Lingyue suddenly came over and said with a trembling voice, who says you can't say it? If you want to know, Lingyue is not unable to tell you. Well, after saying that, Jiang Lingyue hurriedly shrunk back, a blush surfacing on her stunningly exquisite cheeks. Lu Yi, this era is not Blue Star, and ideas are very conservative. Although Jiang Lingyu was usually lively and intelligent, Lu Yi did not expect that this little witch would actually be so bold. Of course, Lu Yi knew that she was just paying lip service, but it was still out of Lu Yi's expectations. Glancing at Lu Yi's slightly helpless expression, Jiang Lingyu sneered in her heart, keeps you on cloud 9 all day long. A face of confidence. If you can break your sister's defense, I can break yours. Don't make such jokes. It's bad for your image. Lu Yi resumed his aloofness and calmly said, it's fine. I'll just say it in front of you anyway. Jiang Lingyue changed the topic and said, didn't you ask why the dart payment would be calculated at the Hotian realm? Because I gave you the backdoor. Although it is the 7th layer of the condensed source, but according to the realm of the Hotian to calculate the remuneration, fat and water flow outsiders field well. Brother-in-law, but I've never given anyone a backdoor. Did I do a good job? So it is. Lu Yi almost thought that he had been exposed in some way. Looking at Jiang Lingyu, whose little face was still a bit flushed, Lu Yi patted her head. In that case, thanks a lot. A few days later, with 100 times the talent bonus, Lu Yi advanced to the 7th level of the Hotian realm. The internal force in the body's dantian rose once again by a cut. More thick. Early in the morning, someone came knocking on the walled yard door. Lu Yi opened the door, and outside was actually the valiant Jiang Lingyu with a mortal weapon lower grade longsword. Brother-in-law, the dart is going. Come on, you're going too? Lu Yi was puzzled. She didn't say before that she was going too. What? Looking down on me? I, Jiang Lingyue, am also at the 6th level of source condensation. The sword in my hand has not been unfavorable. Chapter 18, The Gradually Fading Jiang Family. Sky Dart. This was a dartboard that was fully controlled by the Jiang family, and the chief dart master, Lu Jin, was a good fighter at the 7th level of the Hotian realm. This trip dart is very important. So, Lu Jin also personally, at this moment, looking at the dart team that was already fully loaded and ready to go, Lu Jin looked outside the dartboard again. The second young miss said she would come along to escort the dart, and then she's late again. It can't be that she overslept, can it? Lu Jin sighed and recruited one of his men. Order them to be ready to leave in 10 minutes. Immediately. I, Dart Master. Just then, Jiang Lingyue's light voice came from outside the door. Uncle Lu, I just arrived and I heard you talking about me. Turning his head to see Jiang Lingyu, Lu Jin immediately smiled. He was also an old man who had served the Jiang family for many years, and was very fond of this quick-witted and lively second young miss. Second miss, I thought you were going to stand your Uncle Lu up. It's good to be here. Zhang Lingyu pointed to the hemp-clothed youth beside her and introduced. Uncle Lu, let me introduce to you. This is Lu Yi, 20 this year. 7th level of source condensation cultivation O. Lu Zhen looked over and smiled brightly. There is no need for a special introduction from the second young miss. I know the young talents of the Red Cloud sect. I even drank the wedding wine when I was married to Miss Chinga. Since you're here, get on the road immediately. Time is urgent. Let's talk about anything as we go. Second miss, I'll go organize the team first. Lu Zhen finished speaking and hurriedly left. For a moment, the entire dartboard was busy, with dart carts driving out of the dartboard one after another. On the contrary, Zhang Lingyue and the two of them, who were originally not in the establishment of the dartboard, were idle at this time. A few minutes later, Lu Zhen came and found the two and led them to a carriage. This is the person that the employer asked the dartboard to escort together. Second miss, you will be responsible for guarding this place. After the explanation, Lu Zhen was full of gravity and immediately commanded the convoy to set off, rolling the wheels forward. Jiang Lingyue said softly, it looks like this dart trip is indeed very stressful. It's rare for Uncle Lu to be so serious. Lu Yi looked around. Your Jiang family's dart. You're still afraid of accidents on the road? Zhang Lingyue gave him a blank look and said, you still haven't accepted your sister and don't consider yourself a member of the Jiang family. Lu Yi smiled indifferently. The current Jiang family did not give him a trace of recognition. The only ones who were somewhat favorable were probably only the Jiang Lingyu in front of them as well as Qingyu. After a pause, Jiang Lingyue explained, although the Jiang family has some strength, it's not like they're the most powerful. Not to mention anything else, let's just say that in this 1,000-mile radius, there are 4 great innate families, 2 from Cloudleaf City and 2 from Castle Peak City. Furthermore, there are other forces stirring things up, and some of them are even the tentacles of other forces, with the Ascended Realms sitting behind them as well. So the situation is intricate and complicated. Brother-in-law, I won't lie to you, my Jiang family's darts have been robbed 3 times just within these 6 months. At those words, Lu Yi was thoughtful. This was equivalent to saying that within a radius of 1,000 miles, it was basically under the jurisdiction of the 4 great families. Of course, there were a number of various nails inserted by out-of-town forces. Even though the Jiang clan had an old ancestor sitting in their midst, the other forces had the same, with both sides having a tacit understanding. Adhering to the fact that our side doesn't send out the old ancestors first, it's time to spell out the next rank of the center. 2 warriors, it's a long way to travel. Why don't you come up and sit down for a rest? Just then, within the carriage, a glutinous voice came out. The curtain lifted, and a wonderful woman poked her head out, smiling and inviting. It's hard to walk. 2 warriors come up and sit down. Jiang Lingyu looked at Lu Yi, and since her employer had invited her, she took the lead and walked up. Lu Yi, on the other hand, did not follow into the compartment. There are just 2 women inside, and he was too lazy to get involved. Solely sit next to the frame driver. The group quickly exited Cloudleaf City and slowly headed towards Falling Flower City. The journey was uneventful, and soon the evening came. Traveling at night is inconvenient. Lu Zhen immediately instructed the caravan to stop and find a suitable place to set up camp. Zhang Lingyue got out from amongst the carriages at this time and looked at the brilliant evening sunlight in the sky. Wow, a nice evening sunset. Brother-in-law, let's go over there together to see the evening sunset. She excitedly pointed at a small hill not far away. Inside the carriage, that wonderful woman's face was slightly odd. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law, out to bet on the dart? What kind of strange combination is that? Where's her sister? Shaking her head, a hint of wonder flashed in the bottom of the wonderful woman's eyes. This dart trip should not be peaceful, because in this dart, there is something that the person who robbed the dart needs extremely. The other side. Although Lu Yi had little interest in watching the sunset, he couldn't help but be pulled by Zhang Lingyu. You're a girl's family. Can you pay attention to your image? Pulling and tugging is unseemly, Lu Yi said rather helplessly. Pulling someone else I'm still not willing. Zhang Lingyu slightly rolled her eyes and said indifferently, we're both clean and have a clear conscience. So what are you afraid of? Casually finding a rock on the hillside and sitting down, Zhang Lingyue rested her cheeks and looked into the distance, murmuring, what a beautiful evening sunset. If only every day could be so easy to watch the sunset. Her eyes dimmed slightly. Ever since the Jiang clan's oldest ancestor had been seriously injured, the news had not yet leaked though, but the entire Jiang family is already without a C-pin. The pressure carried by each Jiang clan main vein person was also steeply multiplied. Everyone is careful to maintain the existing balance for fear of upsetting it, because they are able to feel out the bottom card of the realm of the innate again. The Jiang family, it's true that they can't take it out. This time, when they went out to inspect, the Jiang family actually suffered some losses in many of the townships underneath. In Cloudleaf City, besides the Jiang family, there was another innate family named the Tian family. Compared to the Jiang family's old ancestor, the Tian family's old ancestor was promoted to the innate realm about 10 years later, and now he was at the innate second layer of the realm. In the past, the Jiang family industry vaguely and comprehensively suppressed the Tian family. Some small localized frictions, also relying on the family's bottom, brazenly attacked and won. But this time, they encountered the same thing again, including the head of the family, Jiang Lianshan. On balance, the choice was made to back off, because once the friction is not careful to escalate, and ultimately need both sides of the innate ancestors to come out to speak when. Where else could they conjure up an intact old ancestor from? Lu Yi was slightly surprised when he looked at Zhang Lingyu, who was rarely showing a hint of tiredness. It turns out that seemingly carefree people can actually feel tired? Thinking for a moment, Lu Yi asked, "What is happening? You are not right. Want to see the evening sun is not easy. The green hills are still there. A few times the sunset is red. Even if the sea is changing, these two are unchanging for all time." Zhang Lingyu stared blankly at the sunset that was gradually setting, just like the Jiang family that was gradually falling apart at this time. She sighed and shook her head gently, a small smile returning. "The green hills are still there. A few times the sunset is red. Brother-in-law, your speech is really good. I am a little tired. Can you lend me your shoulder to lean on?" Chapter 19, The Great Battle. Fine rain sword technique present. Zhang Lingyu's shock, requesting for catch-up reading. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Yi to refuse, Zhang Lingyu leaned her head towards Lu Yi's shoulder and closed her eyes. I don't know if it was because she was really too tired from being out and about some days ago, or what was going on. Zhang Lingyu didn't take a while, but actually really slept through it. Lu Yi turned his head to look at it and shook his head. Not far away, the caravan had begun to set up stoves and prepare a fire for cooking. It wasn't long before the scent wafted out. "Don't sleep, the saliva is coming out." Lu Yi reached out and patted Zhang Lingyu's face. Woke up in a daze. Heard the word saliva. Zhang Lingyu blushed and hurriedly reached out to touch. "Brother-in-law, you're so bad. You scared me. I thought it was real." Lu Yi bashfully got up. "Let's go. Go eat." Zhang Lingyu immediately got up and followed Lu Yi. It was a potluck meal in the middle of the rush, but the cook was good. The caravan of people were all well fed and sat down to rest with a contented look on their faces. Lu Jin was, at this time, arranging a team for a night patrol. After a day of rushing, the caravan party was exhausted, but the more such times, the more clear Lu Jin, as a veteran dart master, was that he could not be taken lightly. Many dart robberies occur in the late night hours when vigilance is at its lowest. Lu Yi was originally resting against that carriage, but in the next moment, a faint sense of crisis came, causing the hairs on his body to stand up and sweat. Shoo! An arrow quietly shot out from a dense forest in the distance, directly killing an unguarded condensed origin realm dart player. "Be careful, there is an enemy attack." Lu Jin's pupils shook greatly, and his voice was mixed with internal chi, instantly waking everyone up. Beside the carriage, Zhang Lingyue was abruptly startled and instantly drew her green moon sword, its light shining under the moonlit night. "Brother-in-law, be careful, there's an enemy coming." The next moment, in the middle of the dense forest, a large number of silhouettes whooshed out, all tied with a red sleeve. The leader of the man, his face grim. "Lu Jin, don't put up any unnecessary resistance. You won't be able to keep this dart. Hand over the things, I can spare your life." By the light of the moon, Lu Jin's face changed slightly when he saw the leader. "Grand Master of Chaotic Wind Mountain? Jang Hu, so it's you." Turbulent Wind Bandits. This is a force of bandits that roams thousands of miles around and commits crimes from time to time. The leading big boss was none other than the Zhang Hu in front of him, who was also at the 7th level of the Hotian. It is the most powerful bandit cottage within 1,000 miles. However, in the past, the Chaotic Wind Mountain bandits were very measured in their crimes. The goods of the two major cities, the four great innate families, they had never robbed. Plus, there were rumors that behind the Chaotic Wind bandits, there was also an innate power sitting behind them. That is why this bandit force has remained to this day. But tonight, they actually chose to go after the Jiang family Dark Bureau. Lu Jin's face went cold as he said in a deep voice, "Zhang Hu, this is my Jiang family's dart. You should not make a mistake for yourself. Retreat quickly and I can pretend that this matter never happened." "The Jiang family?" Zhang Hu sneered disdainfully, eyeing Zhang Hu's move. Although it was unclear where Zhang Hu's bottom line came from, but Lu Jin understood that this night's vicious battle could not be avoided. Lu Jin immediately waved his hand, signaling everyone to be on alert and ready for the big battle. "Well then, let Mr. Lu come and see how much Grand Master Zhang has grown recently, to actually dare to hit his idea onto my world bodyguard." As the words fell, Lu Jin's long sword shook, and his Hotian 7th level aura erupted out in full force as he directly met Zhang Hu. Those bandits who had tied up Red Sleeve were all like wolves and tigers as well, pouncing on the rest of the dartboard. Jiang Lingyu looked towards a mountain bandit at the 6th level of condensed origin that was killing over, and her fine rain sword technique was unending, enveloping the other party in an instant. At this moment, Lu Yi was still displaying the 3rd level of the condensed origin realm. A condensed origin 4th layer mountain bandit, carrying a long sword, killed Lu Yi with a fierce smile on his face. Little brat, eat grandpa's sword. Jiang Lingyue took the time to look to the side, and her heart was suddenly shocked. However, he quickly remembered that it was said that Lu Yi was already at the 7th level of source condensation, and both had internal chi to protect his body. A mere condensed origin 4th layer mountain bandit is a vegetable delivery in the past. Jiang Lingyu put her heart down again and focused on the enemy in front of her. On Lu Ye's side, the fight broke away from the main battlefield and hit the edge of the battlefield. The more the condensed source 4th layer bandits fought, the more courageous they became, and they were even more energized as they watched this handsome little white boy being beaten back by himself. Trying to escape. Seeing that Lu Yi was actually trying to escape into the dense forest, the condensed origin 4th layer mountain bandits quickly chased after him. Pust. The next moment, in the middle of the dense forest, the sound of a head exploding was faintly heard. A moment later, a black-clothed silhouette, carrying that long sword, quietly swept out from the middle of the dense forest. None of the mountain bandits along the way were even a one-round match for him. Wherever the sword light went, it actually killed a path directly. Seeing an unfamiliar black-clothed and masked man, killing from the periphery and chopping up his minions, Jang who immediately snorted coldly and no longer hit anything. You actually advanced to the 8th Hotian layer? In an instant, Lu Jin drank lowly, his face filled with shock. Originally I wanted to play with you. Now, you just go to hell. Jang who let out a sardonic laugh, and the 3-ringed greatsword in his hand suddenly chopped down. Dang! Lu Jin similarly raised his sword to meet him, but Jang who had erupted at full strength, had too much thicker internal chi than him. The tiger's mouth immediately crumbled under one blow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Hu formed a fist with his left hand, his huge internal chi coalescing as he threw a punch at Lu Jin, who was caught off guard. Put! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and Lu Jin immediately retreated violently from his injuries, his breath wilting down. The man in black killed all the way to Jiang Lingyu's side, and in passing, he chopped off the 6th tier mountain bandit who was fighting Jiang Lingyu 50-50 with a single sword. Hide your head and show your tail. I'd like to see who you are. At this moment, Zhang who heavily wounded Lu Jin, carrying his 3-ringed greatsword in his stride, and slashed out 2 slashes in a row towards the black-clothed masked man. Jiang Lingyu was stunned, looking at the black-clothed man who had taken the initiative to step forward to battle the chaotic Wind Mountain Grandmaster, inexplicably feeling a hint of familiarity. The next moment, remembering Lu Yi, hurriedly looked back. Suddenly, a trace of pallor surfaced on Jiang Lingyu's cheeks. Lu Yi is missing. The battlefield was in chaos at this time. There were battles everywhere, and Jiang Lingyu didn't even know when Lu Yi had disappeared. A moment later, another condensed origin 7th layer resolved the dart escort and killed Jiang Lingyu, slashing his sword. Jiang Lingyue was distracted, plus she wasn't an opponent in the first place. In just a few moves, he fell into a disadvantage and struggled to support himself. On the other side, Zhang Hu's powerful 2 consecutive slashes were actually easily blocked. His eyes were fierce, and an unpleasant premonition vaguely surfaced in Zhang Hu's heart. The person who came was very tricky, definitely stronger than Lu Jin, the head of the World Dart Bureau. Right at this moment, the green moon sword in Jiang Lingyue's hand was knocked away by the condensed origin 7th layer mountain bandits, putting her in a precarious situation. The black-robed masked man's eyes stared, and the long sword in his hand was suddenly thrown. The sword transformed into a continuous rain like a fine rain, flying at high speed. In an instant, the chaotic Wind Mountain bandit, who had revealed a touch of cruelty, was directly pierced through. Fine rain sword technique? The ruthless-eyed Zhang who immediately recognized the black-clothed masked man's moves. In an instant, the pale and somewhat exhausted Jiang Lingyue froze and suddenly looked over. Chapter 20, Congenital Realm All Out. Falling Flower Chen Family, Chen Ling Xiang. Fine rain swordsmanship? These 4 words made Jiang Lingyu feel familiar. There were more people practicing swordsmanship than partial finger techniques. The fine rain sword technique is rumored to have been created by a female sword fairy 1,000 years ago. Because of its characteristics, it is very suitable for women to practice, so most of the people who practice this sword technique are women. And this person right now, looking at his size, is clearly a man. Thinking of this, Jiang Lingyue shuddered slightly inwardly. She had given a man this sword technique. Besides, why would a strange black-robed man, who was unknown to her, suddenly come to her rescue? Staring closely at the black-clothed masked man in the distance, Jiang Lingyu felt as if she had discovered some truth. Casually picking up another ordinary longsword from the ground, The masked man in black sighed slightly. If I had known, I would have learned one more swordsmanship, and it would have been just a matter of a few more days of work to complete. Now that Jiang who had broken the fine rain sword technique, someone's mind should have begun to be suspicious. After all, Zhang Lingyu is not a cutie pie either. Zhang who shook his three-ringed sword, half admonishing and half threatening. Your Excellency, since you are able to cultivate to the 8th layer of the Hotian, you must not be some nameless person. This night is the business of my chaotic wind mountain. Please give your Excellency face and retreat here. I will be grateful afterwards, but if you are bent on falling here, your decades of bitter cultivation are not worth it. Lu Xun quickly took the bleeding stopping pill to heal his wounds while keeping an eye on the movements over here. Hearing Jiang who attempt to dissuade the black-clothed masked man, Lu Xun's heart tightened slightly. I don't know who the visitor is, but from the looks of it, it belongs to an ally. Moreover, being able to make Jiang who take the initiative to open his mouth and not kill him on the spot meant that this person was very strong. Not below Jiang who, once dissuaded, this night's matter, Jiang family may really be a total rout. The black-robed masked man, however, didn't bother to speak, and killed with a sword that came straight to Zhang who's heart in filth. Good guts. Laughing back in anger, Zhang whose aura instantly climbed to the top, and he said in a fierce voice, then let Master Tiger try to see just how much skill you, the one who came out strong, have. Moments later, looking at the black-clothed man who easily suppressed him, Zhang who lost his voice, the fine rain sword technique of the perfection realm? The stance is bizarre. Who exactly are you? The Xian rank lower grade sword technique was perfected, and it could almost increase one's battle power by 20%. What was even more terrifying was that the stance used by the man in black was something Jiang who had not seen before. However, the minimum is also the realm of great accomplishment, so that it can be so free to attack and defend. Jiang who had practiced the blazing tiger blade technique and was known for his great strength, actually did not have half a chance to fight back at this time. The whole time he was dealing with the black-clad attack, the man in black didn't say anything, but just attacked in one go. Snort! The long sword brought out a path of swordlight. Jiang who was tired of defending, but could not defend at all, and a path of wounds immediately appeared on top of his body. What caused Jiang who to despair the most was that while he was tired of dealing with it, the man in black on the opposite side actually managed to find the time to shoot out another long sword, piercing through a mountain bandit who was planning to take advantage of Jiang Lingyu's exhaustion and directly decapitate him. Two minds at once. He definitely still has some power left. A trace of chills welled up in his heart, and Jiang who knew that if he was ever careless in his defense, he would most likely be beheaded on the spot. Immediately, Jiang who gritted his teeth and pulled out a flare, shooting it directly. Since you are obsessed, all of you will die tonight. Jiang who was covered in wounds oozing blood, looking hideous and horrible. His tone was crazy, obviously extremely confident in the flare. In the heart of the black-robed masked man, a crisis suddenly arose. It was far more intense than when Jiang who appeared earlier. In the middle of the dense forest in the distance, dozens of people emerged again, still with red sleeves wrapped around their arms to distinguish their identity, but also masked with black clothes to hide his figure. A solemn and murderous aura filled the entire battlefield as dozens of people surged out. The black-clothed man leader's breath is not concealed, and it is certainly the 9th layer of the Hotian, only one step away from ascending to the innate, achieving the innate realm of the top martial artists of the Hotian realm. This kind of extremely powerful martial artist pressure caused almost everyone present to lose their voices. For a moment, the battlefield, which was still fighting fiercely just a moment ago, actually came to a bizarre halt. After waiting for you guys for so long, you're finally here. A ghostly soft female voice suddenly came out from the dartboard convoy. Zhang Lingyue, who was grasping for time to recover her inner strength, was stunned. And this voice, wasn't it the woman who had spent the afternoon with herself and said she didn't know martial arts? Looking at the marvelous woman who came out from the middle of the carriage, the leader of the black-clothed men said indifferently, who did I say it was? But it turns out to be the genius of the Falling Flower Chen family, Miss Chen Lingxiang. When this statement was made, the whole hall was shocked. Falling Flower City was several thousand miles away, another human settlement city. There was only one innate family in the city, the Chen family. Therefore, the Chen family of Falling Flower City is also known as Falling Flower Chen. As for Chen Lingxiang, she was the Chen clan's long-rumored genius woman. With an age of less than 30, he had achieved the realm of the innate. In the entire northern realm of Xianzhou, it possessed a great reputation. Originally, he thought that Jiang who had recruited a new Hotian 9th layer, and that his battle power could suppress the entire field. However, he didn't expect that the genius of the Chen clan was actually hiding amongst the caravan as well. The situation has been reversed repeatedly and many have become somewhat confused. Chen Lingxian's voice was soft and sticky, and just from her appearance, it was hard to imagine that this was actually an innate realm. Her voice was bland. I have long guessed that if there is no one behind the chaotic Wind Mountain bandits to support them, where would they get the guts to dare to plunder the Jiang family's dartboard? Since the chaotic Wind Mountain bandits have this guts, just the 9th level of the Hotian is not enough. To bring out your innate realm, please come out. In the air above the dense forest, a masked figure quietly appeared and stepped into the air. As expected of the Chen clan's long-famous genius, Miss Spirit Phase is indeed talented. Everyone looked at the masked silhouette suspended in midair, their faces filled with shock. The sky is a void. Stepping in the air, innate powerhouse. At this moment, no one was even paying attention to Zhang Hu and the black-robed man fighting against him, compared to the innate black clothesmen that appeared behind them. The ones that appeared first were instead the weakest. Seeing that the attention of the vast majority of people shifted, Lu Yi, who was opposite Zhang Hu, was relieved instead. He had actually felt that there was something wrong with the woman with the soft voice during the daytime. It was just that, without a specialized detection technique, he didn't know that this was actually an innate realm. Seeing Chen Lingshan with a look of counting and full of confidence, Lu Yi is not too optimistic about her, because, among Lu Ye's perceptions, the innate suspended over the dense forest was a cut above Chen Lingxiang. Let me see what the backer behind this chaotic wind mountain of yours has to offer. Chen Lingxiang spoke in a bland tone. The innate true qi erupted, similarly stretching across the night sky. Chen Lingxiang flipped his hand and a sword light chopped out as if it were continuous rain. Immediately, her eyes flicked around and landed on the black-clothed man opposite Jiang Hu with a hint of playfulness in her expression. Opposite Zhang Hu, Lu Yi was thoughtful. Chen Lingxiang actually used the fine rain sword technique as well. Chapter 21. I know you, right? Begging for a follow-up. Only, Chen Lingxiang's sword realm was not as terrifying as Lu Ye's, which was now at the grand completion realm. Facing Chen Lingxiang taking the lead, the sword light enveloped him like a large net. The black-clothed innate leader shook his head slightly. In the next moment, the black-clothed innate leader blasted out with a pong, and the matchless innate true qi surged wildly. Boom! Chen Lingxiang's fine rain sword technique's large net was directly torn apart by the berserk innate true qi. Chen Lingxiang, who had a look of being in control, his cheeks violently changed color and quickly condensed an innate true qi shield for defense. Even so, the innate shield was still shattered by the violent force, and Chen Lingxiang's face turned white as a mouthful of blood spurted out. You're not innate first layer, even innate fourth layer? There was someone behind the chaotic wind mountain, and the Chen family had already known about it. Even the innate layer that often came and went to appear in the chaotic wind cottage was also in the Chen family's intelligence network. After knowing that this time, the turbulent wind mountain stronghold intended to make a move on the goods of the Chen clan escorted by the Jiang clan. While the Chen clan's ancestor couldn't move, Chen Lingxiang quietly came into the caravan. Originally, I wanted to take something like that, avoid the convoy, and leave early. However, Chen Lingxiang thought on second thought that there was no need to fear the backing of a mere innate layer. Chen Lingxiang thought that it would be a good idea to settle everything, even if this dart robbery, the innate layer behind the chaotic wind mountain arrives. She, Chen Lingxiang, was at the second level of the innate realm and could completely handle everything. However, he didn't expect that the innate first layer among the intelligence had turned into the innate fourth layer. The difference between the innate fourth layer, which had reached the threshold of the middle innate realm, and the innate second layer, was just too great. Under one strike, Chen Lingxiang was directly injured. The black-clothed innate leader stood in mid-air, as if he was walking on the ground, seeming to be a god of war under the moon. His eyes swept over Chen Lingxiang, and he said in a deep voice, "Hand over the things, this father is in a good mood today and can spare your life." Chen Lingxiang had some regrets. Had she known that tonight, there was an innate fourth layer appearing, was it not good for her to take the things and leave early? Once we return to Fallen Flower City, the old ancestor is at the 8th level of the innate. Who would dare to hit the Chen family easily? Seeing that on his side, the strongest innate Chen Lingxiang had lost in a single move. The sliver of hope that Lu Zhen had just raised was instantly dashed. The innate, 4 layers. After reaching the innate, the gap between the layers was comparable to a chasm. That was an even more powerful existence than the Jiang clan's oldest ancestor. Zhang Lingyue's line of sight briefly shifted for a moment, except when the 2 great innates appeared. The rest of the time was spent on the man in black across from Zhang Hu. She had a vague premonition that this man in black, she definitely knew. It could even be the brother-in-law, Lu Yi, who had suddenly disappeared. The only point that bothers Zhang Lingyue is, didn't he say that Lu Yi is at the 7th level of source condensation? This one who was able to fight against Zhang Hu before, and even vaguely suppressed Zhang Hu, had a guaranteed strength of the 8th Hotian layer. How could Lu Yi, a journeyman disciple by birth, have this kind of terrifying progress? Opposite the black-clothed and masked Lu Yi, Zhang Hu smiled grimly and said, "Mad, why aren't you crazy anymore? Fast stance? Strong sword skills? Is it useful?" Looking at the multiple wounds on his body, A trace of hatred flashed in Jang Hu's eyes as he turned towards the innate leader and bowed his head. My lord, please help me take down this Wang. In mid-air, the innate chief looked over indifferently, and immediately, an innate chi instantly locked onto Lu Yi. I've seen your sword and body techniques, they are indeed strong, but, under the innate, in front of this father, they are like ants, taking several false steps in the air and arriving above Lu Yi. The innate fourth layer chief was cold and indifferent, his innate true chi slapping down horizontally with a palm. Not far away, the exhausted Jiang Lingyue immediately felt a dizziness in the middle of her mind, and her face turned pale. No! In the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly emerged from the body of the black-robed man who was being horizontally pressed down by the innate fourth layer. The Zhang Hu on the opposite side was made to feel an extreme death crisis in an instant. The innate broken body, invisible sword chi, under the moonlit night and stars, Lu Ye's astral sword body, which was extremely activated at the moment, gained a huge increase, shooting out an innate body-breaking invisible sword chi that had never appeared since it had been obtained. Boom! The two attacks collided, and instantly the heaven and earth source chi exploded violently. Some of the martial artists with slightly weaker cultivation, yet close to the center of the battle, had their hearts shaken and spat out blood at this moment. Under the stirring of the source chi, the ground was filled with smoke and dust, and traces of explosions appeared everywhere on the ground, sinking deep into it. In the air above the convoy, the pale-faced Chen Lingxiang stared at this scene with a pair of beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Another innate? The black-clothed man, who fought with Zhang Hu before, with both sword and body skills, was also innate. The head of the Dart Lucian is even more bewildered. Among their own team, when did two innate fierce people appear? As the smoke cleared, Chen Lingxiang looked into the night sky. Actually injured the fourth level of the innate? Terrifying as hell. Tick, tick, tick. The innate fourth layer leader lowered his head and looked above his arm, at the deep wound, his eyes deep. Just now, if he hadn't dodged in time, I'm afraid that this arm would have been chopped off by that terrifying attack. That kind of strong innate breath. Even he, the old innate fourth layer, felt a trace of fear. Ha! With a dry laugh, the innate fourth layer leader looked deeply at the black-clothed man at the bottom, his tone no longer as contemptuous as looking at a mole cricket before. My friend is so deeply hidden, with such strength. If you had revealed it earlier, this misunderstanding tonight would not have happened at all. Since you, my friend, are here tonight, this misunderstanding can be cleared up. The black-clothed innate fourth-level leader's voice spread across the field. Retreat! A group of after coming out of the black-clothed people are a face of disbelief. This night this infallible dart hijacking has failed? However, no one dared to utter a word as they looked above the night sky at the injured and piercing arm of the leader of the innate fourth layer. Jiang, whose teeth trembled. He never thought that this person who fought with him was still a hidden innate old monster. It was lucky for him, Jiang Hu, that he wasn't beheaded on the spot. Experiencing the fear of life and death, Jiang Hu felt his legs were a little soft, and hurriedly followed the large force, withdrawing its speed. Within a few moments, the raging innate fourth layer team completely disappeared into this place. The other side of the dense forest, the innate fourth layer leader landed down and looked at the arm wound. A trace of fear finally flashed in his eyes. Elder, why don't you heal your wounds? The black-robed man at the ninth level of the Hotian came forward and whispered. After a moment of silence, the innate fourth layer leader said in a deep voice, the sword chi that remains above this wound is too overbearing. I am unable to dispel it. At those words, the people around them were shocked and understood in their hearts why the evacuation had been ordered. The opposite side of that supreme innate. One person can become an army. Meanwhile, Lucian hurriedly commanded the crowd, checking on the wounded and cleaning up the battlefield. The surrounding area was immediately busy, but when the people passed by, they were all more than a meter away from an open space, only because there stood a supreme innate who had never opened his mouth, but had injured the innate fourth layer in one move. If it wasn't for this mysterious innate, the casualties in this bloody battle tonight would have been far more than that. Many people were casting looks of gratitude as they passed by, noticing that this mysterious innate realm seemed to want to leave. Zhang Lingyu immediately gathered her courage and took a few steps forward. I know you, right? Staring tightly into the eyes of the man in black, the faint sense of familiarity in Zhang Lingyu's heart never faded. Seeing this, Lucian was startled. Fearing that Zhang Lingyu had offended the other party, he hurriedly spoke out. Second young miss, don't disturb the innate seniors. Chapter 22, Mysterious Supreme Innate, Missing Lu Yi? Looking at Lucian who hurriedly rushed over, Zhang Lingyu bit her lip and looked away, still keeping her eyes on the mysterious black-clothed innate. Lucian bowed and smiled apologetically. Senior, she's young and doesn't know any better. Don't take it personally. After a moment of silence, the mysterious black-clothed innate finally spoke out. No harm done. True nature. When Jiang Lingyu heard the voice, she was a bit disappointed, because, It wasn't the voice that one often heard, Lu Ye's voice. Seeing that this mysterious senior really didn't seem to be angry, Lu Zhen then put his heart down and went to arrange other things. Jiang Lingyu asked carefully, "Senior, may I take the liberty of asking your name?" Underneath the black clothes, Lu Yi knew that this person must have seen something. That's why it dared to have the courage to come before a mysterious ascendant and ask this and that. Otherwise, if he met a truly unfamiliar and short-tempered innate realm, even for the sake of the Jiang family, a lesson would be unavoidable. Looking at Jiang Lingyu, who was as if she was a kitten, waiting for an answer with a face full of curiosity. Underneath the black clothes, with a cold snort, Lu Yi said with slight displeasure, "Your words seem to be a bit much." Blushing, Jiang Lingyu hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, senior, it's me who took the liberty." In fact, in Jiang Lingyu's heart, she was also a bit beat up. This person in front of me is a powerful innate realm that can injure the innate fourth layer with one blow. How does one's own brother-in-law look like an innate realm powerhouse? If he was truly innate, he would still come to the Jiang family to join the family? Thinking about it comprehensively and carefully, Jiang Lingyu was already very hesitant. Right at this moment, Chen Lingxiang actually walked over as well. "This senior, many thanks for stepping in to help." Chen Lingxiang bowed towards Lu Yi. Chen Lingxiang was truly grateful, if not for the suddenly appearing supreme innate realm. This night, she can be said to be routed to the end. Lu Yi did not speak. Chen Lingxiang didn't mind either. Like this kind of strong person, all have their own temperament. It's normal. I haven't yet asked for senior's honorable name. If you have time, come and sit in my Chen family. Chen Lingxiang said, "This great favor." Lingxiang bears it in mind. The man in black indifferently said, "Chen Beixian." Thinking for a moment, Chen Lingxiang said, "Senior Beixian, if it's convenient, you can give Lingxiang a contact information. There's an opportunity that Lingxiang would like to ask senior to go with him. If it wasn't for the sudden killing of such a mysterious character, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to save my own life." After deep thought, Chen Lingxiang decided that he would share the chance he had preserved with the mysterious innate in front of him. Moreover, the mysterious innate's battle power was extremely strong, so teaming up with him would give him a greater grasp. Regarding this matter, Lu Yi did have a bit of interest. After all, to be able to startle the fourth level of the innate to bring someone to rob the dart, it must be something that would help even the innate. After agreeing on a date with Chen Lingxiang, Lu Yi said in a deep voice, "This honored one still has business to attend to." As the words fell, Lu Yi immediately activated the Perfection Realm's falling leaf body technique, and like a floating falling leaf, he disappeared from this place in the blink of an eye. Chen Lingxiang flashed once more in awe. Previously, she had been observing the battle in the middle of the carriage and felt that the mysterious man in black, a man who had a back and forth with Zhang Hu, was at the 8th level of the Hotian. Surprisingly, he had mastered the fine rain sword technique of the Perfection Realm. With the Perfection Realm body technique, quite unreasonably, one must know that Chen Lingxiang had been practicing the fine rain sword technique for many years, but now he was only just about to reach the grand completion. But now, seeing that the mysterious black-clothed person is the supreme innate, everything makes perfect sense. Jiang Lingyu had stopped focusing all her attention on the mysterious man in black since she felt more and more that he was not Lu Yi. At this time, looking at someone gradually cleaning up the battlefield and treating the wounded, Jiang Lingyu raised her eyes to look. There were people everywhere but Lu Yi. What about the big one? Lu Yi? How it just disappeared. Chen Lingxiang was also a bit curious that these two were still together in the afternoon, and couldn't help but ask, "Where's your brother-in-law?" Biting her lips, Jiang Lingyu's voice choked a little. "He seems to have disappeared. Missing in action?" Thinking for a moment, Chen Lingxiang patted Jiang Lingyu's shoulder and comforted her in a low voice. "Section, we'll be fine." The word that originally came out of my mouth was "I'm sorry." However, Chen Lingxiang felt that the truth might be a bit solid, and hardened and changed it to the latter sentence. It wasn't that Chen Lingxiang intended to scare people. In that kind of chaotic battle just now, anything could happen. However, in less than a moment, one of the dark men at the very edge of cleaning up the battlefield suddenly found an unconscious person behind a boulder at the edge of the dense forest. "Quickly come here. There is another injured person here. Seems to be the second lady's person." Jiang Lingyu froze. "My people? Hurry over and take a look." In the next second, her eyes instantly widened. Behind the boulder lay a figure covered in quite a bit of blood. It was clearly Lu Yi, who had been missing for a while. Not far from its side, there was also the body of a mountain bandit without a head. Hurrying forward and probing her nose, Jiang Lingyu was relieved to find that she was still breathing. Lu Yi, sensing this outrageous move of Jiang Lingyu, Lu Yi almost failed in pretending to faint. Lu Zhen also hurriedly rushed to. Regardless of whether this Jiang family ant is valued by the Jiang family or not, Lu Zhen must be valued. A soothing internal force was inputted, and Lu Zhen reminded, "Second miss, you can pinch your aunt's human center." "Good." Jiang Lingyu immediately reached out and pressed a fingernail on top of Lu Yi's human center. Lu Yi hurriedly wake up over. He was afraid that Jiang Lingyu see himself not wake up. Later on the hand is not light or heavy. Brother-in-law, you're awake? Jiang Lingyu looked at his blood-stained body and exuded a hint of concern. Are you alright? It's fine. I killed a mountain bandit before. I didn't expect another one to come. I fought with him for a long time and finally killed him, but I also fainted from exhaustion. Lu Yi calmly recounted the story of what happened to him. Jiang Lingyu was aware that he was at least at the 7th level of the condensed origin realm. In order to avoid recognizing that headless corpse, the one that first approached him at the 4th level of condensed origin and aroused Jiang Lingyu's suspicion, Lu Yi thoughtfully gave the opposite side a headshot. It's good that it's fine. Ha, then you guys chat first. I'll go organize the team. Lucian finished speaking and left this place. Brother-in-law, it's too bad that you fainted at the wrong time. Jiang Lingyu said. You don't know. 3 innate realms actually appeared at the back at once. By the way, this sister Chen Lingxiang is the innate. Standing next to Jiang Lingyu, Chen Lingxiang stared at the awake Lu Yi. A trace of doubt flashed in the bottom of his eyes, and then he gently shook his head. This trivial strength of spirit phase is not worth mentioning in front of that supreme innate being. With a slight lull in his words, Chen Lingxiang suddenly shouted out carelessly. Chen Beixian. Jiang Lingyu curiously said. Sister spirit phase, what are you calling that innate senior for? Inadvertently sweeping over Lu Yi's face and realizing that Lu Yi was also revealing a trace of doubt, Chen Lingxiang shook his head and laughed. It's nothing, I suddenly remembered that senior. While Lu Yi was puzzled on the surface, his heart was frozen. Chen Lingxiang, good thoughtfulness. Chapter 23, The 3 Northern Realm Clans. Chen Lingxiang's suspicion. Chen Lingxiang did not do so on a whim, but rather, he intentionally shouted out the 3 words Chen Beixian. Why? Lu Yi guessed that Chen Lingxiang actually vaguely suspected that he was that mysterious supreme innate powerhouse. Luckily, Lu Yi didn't show anything unusual. On the side, Chen Lingxiang did suspect that Lu Yi was that mysterious supreme innate, though the man shrouded his body with a black coat, revealing only a pair of eyes that could be said to be tightly covered. But Chen Lingxiang now sees Lu Yi. Think the two are very similar in size. Only, a sudden tryst yielded little useful information. For the time being, Chen Lingxiang could only suppress this doubt in his heart. After a long time, the battlefield was finally cleaned up. In this battle with the chaotic wind mountain bandits, the dartboard lost 2 darkmen and injured 5. Most of the dartmen who had gone through the grueling fight were sleeping deeply, while Lu Jin personally led the team and patrolled everywhere. Lu Yi leaned on top of the carriage and faked a nap, while inside was Jiang Lingyu and Chen Lingxiang. At this point, neither of them had much sleep either. Staring wide-eyed at the top of the carriage, Jiang Lingyu turned her head, looked to the side, and whispered, So you're that genius from the Chen family. My father is always taking you out to whip me. Less than 30, to achieve innate. This was an absolute treasure in the palm of the hand in any innate family. It was also a family child that other innate families, who were incomparably coveted, belonged to someone else's family. Not only the Jiang clan, but many clans. In fact, used Chen Lingxiang of the Falling Flower Chen clan. As a comparison, if it was in the past, Chen Lingxiang would only smile slightly and then be silent when faced with this kind of topic. But tonight, Chen Lingxiang said quietly, talking about geniuses? In this world, there will always be people outside of people. Saying that, Chen Lingxiang couldn't help but look outside the carriage. At the age of 27 achieving the realm of the innate. In the past, although Chen Lingxiang showed little concern for the boasting from all directions, but inside, there is a pride that belongs to himself. This cultivation speed, she asked herself, even in the northern realm of this Xian state, within the top 3 clans, it is second to none, and there are only a handful of people who are comparable. But tonight, the appearance of the mysterious supreme innate not only repelled the enemy who had robbed the dart. What's more, the arrogance in Chen Lingxiang's heart was shattered together. Though the previous attempts did not yield any results, but Chen Lingxiang still had more than 70% certainty that the mysterious to strong innate, it was Lu Yi outside the carriage. Just as there are no 2 leaves in the world that are exactly the same, there are no 2 pairs of eyes in the world that are exactly the same. She asked herself that her eyesight wasn't that bad, and she had come face to face with the mysterious supreme strength innate at close range before. Under the mask, the only pair of eyes revealed had long since been memorized by Chen Lingxiang. When you see Lu Yi again later, the mask was removed, and the 2 pairs of eyes had an almost identical resemblance. Previously, the Jiang family's eldest young lady's big wedding was still a marriage with the Red Cloud sect, one of the 3 great sects in the northern realm. When the Chen family learned of the news, they also brought a gift over. The name of Lu Yi was first heard of at that time. What Chen Lingxiang couldn't figure out right now was that such a supreme powerhouse whose cultivation was at least at the 5th level of the innate, and so young, the Red Cloud sect's patriarch, Had eaten lard and blinded his heart to send him out to the Jiang family to join the family? Is this because he thinks that his clan's foundation is too strong and is afraid of arousing the suspicion of the remaining two clans, so he took the initiative to cut off one of his own arms? A supreme innate actually became a son-in-law of the Jiang family. Chen Lingxiang felt that even if he, right now, told the speculation in his heart, I was afraid that no one would believe it. Looking back at Jiang Lingyue, who was still clueless by his side, a trace of a mysterious color flashed through Chen Lingxiang's eyes. Today, perhaps she is the only one who knows that Lu Yi is the true identity of the mysterious innate. Compared to him, his own martial arts achievements were not worth mentioning at all. For those who have never stepped into the martial arts, hearing about the realm of the innate is like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. It was only known that the innate one realm was extremely powerful, but one did not know exactly what the difference was. The only person like Chen Lingxiang, who had himself entered the innate, only then would he know how terrifying that sword chi was when Lu Yi had injured the innate fourth layer. She, Chen Lingxiang, was 28 years old and at the second level of the innate realm, seeing Lu Yi as still as a mayfly seeing the green sky. Half an hour later, Jiang Lingyu, who had experienced several battles, finally couldn't hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Lingxiang, who originally had her eyes closed, quietly opened her eyes and lifted the thin blanket on her body. Gently stepping out of the carriage, Chen Lingxiang looked at Lu Yi, who had abruptly opened his eyes, and revealed a smile. Knew you couldn't sleep and came out to talk with you. Lu Yi lightly glanced at Chen Lingxiang twice and whispered, it's late at night, there's nothing to talk about. Alright then, no chatting, I'll just come out to get some air. Facing Lu Yi's indifferent words, Chen Lingxiang was not angry. With a soft smile, she sat down next to Lu Yi with her knees crossed, and the woman's unique body fragrance emanated out with her movements. Lu Yi's brows stared. What kind of stance was this? As for Chen Lingxiang, Lu Yi thought that she was not a very nice person to talk to, though the words were always soft and mushy. That was due to the voice. Judging from the fact that she was able to single-handedly plan this big drama of seducing the dart robber to show up, this was a very opinionated woman. Will not be swayed by the words of others when they need to achieve something. What's more, she has another identity. As a martial artist of the innate realm, whether it was the identity of a genius of the Chen family or an innate realm powerhouse, her temperament should not be so accommodating to an ostensible source condensation third layer of herself. Feeling Lu Yi's gaze fall on her face, Chen Lingxiang turned her head and smiled softly. The spirit phase is pretty good looking, isn't it? The feeling that something was wrong in Lu Yi's heart grew more and more intense after these words were spoken. This was like the words of an innate realm genius, speaking to a person who entered the family at the third level of condensed origin. Frowning slightly, Lu Yi said, Ms. Chen, you, eyes flowing above Lu Yi's face for a moment. Chen Lingxiang's voice was soft and sticky, nothing. It's just that I keep hearing people praising Lingxiang's good looks, making Lingxiang somewhat unrecognizable to herself. Lu Yi faintly said, Miss Chen's flowery face is indeed good looking, so there's no need to be presumptuous. With a happy face, Chen Lingxiang softly said, even you, Lu Yi, say so. Then Lingxiang is relieved. Only after a long time did the satisfied Chen Lingxiang turn around and go back to the carriage. Lu Yi's eyes were deep, his mind calculating. Chen Lingxiang late at night, suddenly came out to have a conversation. Lu Yi felt that it was not for nothing. A proud daughter of heaven like her is bound to have some sort of agenda. It's impossible to perform in waves just to ask yourself if she looks good, combined with the fact that before, Chen Lingxiang had suddenly shouted out Chen Beixian in front of himself. In Lu Yi's heart, a guess surfaced. Could it be that it really aroused her suspicion that I'm that mysterious innate? Chapter 24 Arriving at Falling Flower City. Though ask yourself if you've revealed anything broken. But Lu Yi understands that, facing a true innate, he is able to face it without humility and calmly. It might just be a certain amount of brokenness. Shaking his head, Lu Yi did not think much on this issue for the time being. After all, his technique of concealing his cultivation was from the Wan Dao Pavilion. It could be said that no matter who it was, even at the peak of the innate realm, as long as Lu Yi didn't want to, the opposite side wouldn't be able to see through their true realm. Chen Lingxiang was unable to see his own cultivation, so let her guess. Looking inward at his dantian and looking at the internal energy that had been restored to 90%, Lu Yi had some regrets. He wasn't a true innate after all. The innate body-breaking invisible sword chi that was catalyzed by the strength of the Hotian 7th layer was also powerful enough though, but after all, it hadn't reached its peak, and the power was still lacking too much. That was why it could only cut out a ghastly wound on top of the arm of that extremely fast-reacting innate 4th layer. If Lu Yi was an innate, even if it was an innate 1st layer, at that time, under the catalyst, that innate 4th layer, at the very least, would have been seriously injured. If at that time, the innate 4th layer leader did not retreat because of fear, Lu Yi also had no choice but to pull out the innate sword talisman. However, Lu Yi didn't want to directly kill the opposite party until it was a life and death situation. Forces that were able to send out forces of the fourth innate layer were not many within a 10,000 mile radius. Once struck, what followed was even greater trouble. However, it was impossible for Lu Yi to forget that the innate fourth level had taken the lead in striking out at him, initially treating him like an ant and wanting to control his life and death. A trace of depth flashed through Lu Yi's eyes. When the strength was strong enough, whether it was the Yellow Springs Pavilion in Cloudleaf City or the innate fourth layer, none of them would be able to escape. At that time, if the person behind the scene comes out, they will just be decapitated together. Soon the night was over. The caravan continued on its way, heading towards Falling Flower City. In the middle of the carriage, Zhang Lingyu felt that Chen Lingxiang seemed to be a lot more enthusiastic towards her today. Even the Ascendant Realm, which the world admired, actually had nothing to stand for and referred to her as a sister. Then, Sister Lingyu, let's make a deal. We'll have to move around more in the future. Chen Lingxiang softly smiled, her eyes inadvertently sweeping beyond the carriage. When there's time, I'll come to Yunyi City to look for you. Zhang Lingyu smiled and nodded. Yes, Sister Lingxiang, you don't know, I'm bored at home. Listening to the conversation in the carriage, Lu Yi was somewhat helpless. People say big no brain. Zhang Lingyue is not at all. How also? Smiling gently, Chen Lingxiang pulled out a small box from the middle of the carriage and handed it to Zhang Lingyue. I came out in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything with me. This box of Xin turtle cream. Sister Lingyu, you can accept it first, just as my meeting gift. Turtle cream? Zhang Lingyue immediately stared with wide eyes, somewhat surprised. This is something that, among women, is top of the line. Rumor has it that only a Xin turtle that has reached over 100 years old can be boiled into the Xin turtle ointment at hand by taking the powder from the turtle shell on its back and matching it with a variety of rare medicinal herbs. It has the magical effect of whitening the skin and keeping the face permanent. Such a small box, at least 1,000 taels of silver, and extremely difficult to buy. To the Jiang family's second young miss, 1,000 taels of silver was naturally nothing. It was just that Zhang Lingyue had never bought any rouge or powder. Again, he steeply saw the appearance of the top divine artifact that had been rumored by word of mouth among the women, the miraculous Xin turtle cream, and couldn't help but be surprised. This is too expensive. Sister Spirit Phase, I can't have it. Returning to her senses, Zhang Lingyu refused without hesitation. The Xin turtle cream is worth thousands of taels and is available for a price. The two had only just met a short while ago, and Zhang Lingyu felt that she couldn't have it in the eyes of the beholder. Chen Lingxiang swept over the outside of the car, and a touch of inexplicable color surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. What's a box of turtle cream? Chen Lingxiang could tell that Lu Yi was treating Zhang Lingyu, seemingly very well. If you can get a ride on Lu Yi through Zhang Lingyu, not to mention a box of Xin turtle cream, but even something more precious. Lu Yi was even younger than her Chen Lingxiang, yet his cultivation level was already far greater. In time, it is not impossible for him to climb to the innate above, which countless innates are unable to reach after a lifetime. As for martial supreme beings above the innate, in this northern realm, only the three great clans had them. Chen Lingxiang never wished that the Falling Flower Chen family would always be just an innate family that ordinary people feared, while a truly great clan could suppress it with their hands. After some persuasion from Chen Lingxiang, Zhang Lingyue was not able to refuse to take down a little bit from the box. Chen Lingxiang did not continue to persuade her. She just needed an excuse to go to Cloudleaf City often. Now the excuse is there. For a few days after that, the journey was uneventful. Near the middle of the afternoon, looking at the huge city that appeared in the distance, Lu Xun's taut nerves finally relaxed. Waiting until after entering the city and handing over the goods, Chen Lingxiang, who had rechanged into a green-colored dress, walked out and smiled gently. Thank you all of you from the World Dart Bureau, for protecting my Chen family's goods. In order to show my gratitude, my Chen family has prepared a thin banquet of wine. I hope you won't excuse yourselves. It had to be said that the Chen family, as the only transcendent family in Falling Flower City, was extremely polite. Lu Xun thought for a moment and then agreed. The dartboard crowd had been traveling for several days, and their spirits were indeed very tired. It was fine to rest a little and return to Cloudleaf City. As the only transcendent family in Falling Flower City, the Chen family's ancestral mansion covered a wider area than the Jiang family. The night gradually descended, and in the midst of the first lights, Chen Lingxiang gave a gentle smile and raised his glass towards everyone in the courtyard. Many thanks to all of you for escorting us all the way. The spirit minister will first toast you all, and for the two escorts who died in battle, my Chen family will also come up with the appropriate pensions. As the words fell, Chen Lingxiang tilted her snow-white lotus root-like neck and downed the wine in the cup in one go. With the Chen family's Chen Lingxiang driving in front of them, the atmosphere quickly warmed up. A moment later, Chen Lingxiang held up his wine cup and came over to Zhang Lingyue's side. Sister Lingyu, I'll toast you as well. Thanks for coming with the team this time, Chen Lingxiang said sincerely. It did cross her mind. If it wasn't for Jiang Lingyu's sudden idea of joining the dart escort team and bringing a hidden innate, after that night, perhaps the world no longer has Chen Lingxiang as a person. Jiang Lingyu's face, however, blushed slightly. Experiencing a real life and death battle only made her realize. It turns out that in the midst of life and death struggle, not only strength is needed, but also experience and courage. After drinking it, Chen Lingxiang picked up the wine pot and poured himself another cup. Her eyes, too, shifted obediently to Lu Yi on the side. Mr. Lu Yi, the spirit phase also toasts you. Chen Lingxiang's eyes were full of light, and his cheeks showed a faint red color due to the upwelling of alcohol. With a long green dress, although slightly less than Jiang Qingge of the Jiang family, but also 9 points above. Stunning. Looking at the Miss Chen family whose eyes were flowing, her eyes were like stars. Lu Yi became more and more certain that Chen Lingxiang should have discovered something before the battle took place. Chen Lingxiang was also very approachable even though he seemed to be on the surface, but that deep level of detachment and indifference is palpable. Chapter 25, Promoting to the 8th Hotian level, targeting the turbulent wind mountain bandits. Lu Yi seemed to smile and said lightly, "It is not necessary for Ms. Chen to honor me. It is really a shame that I fainted due to exhaustion in this battle." Chen Lingxiang guffawed and softly said, "It is precisely because of this that Lingxiang wants to toast you all the more. Why he fainted from exhaustion is nothing more than the result of a valiant effort to kill the enemy, for the sake of my Chen family's goods. Such an effort. If the spirit phase is disrespectful, won't it make others scold me for not distinguishing between merits and faults? Mr. Lu, thanks a lot for this. If there is an opportunity, the spirit phase will definitely repay." Jiang Lingyue, staring blankly at the two people who were having a back and forth. Jiang Lingyu had only one word in her head. What are they talking about? How do you combine words that are clearly understandable, and then not understand them? Also, these words sound, how to vaguely feel that the spirit phase sister is pleasing Lu Yi? Pushing such outrageous thoughts down hurriedly, Jiang Lingyu hurriedly stopped her rambling thoughts. What a joke. Chen Lingxiang was a genius woman who had achieved the innate realm under the age of 30. It is also the pearl of the falling flowers Chen family. What's a brother-in-law? 7th level of source condensation. Flunky of the Jiang family. The two people put together. I am afraid that even the two idiots at the east end of the city know that their identities are completely unequal. Why did Chen Lingxiang come to curry favor with her brother-in-law Lu Yi? No way. Absolutely impossible. Seeing that the words had come to this, Lu Yi did not intend to say anything more, and faintly lifted the wine cup up and downed it in one drink. On the other hand, the Jiang mansion. Since the last attack, when Jiang Qingge went out of the mansion again, she was surrounded by specialized protection. It wasn't until they returned to the Jiang mansion that the guards hid in the shadows. As she passed by the outer courtyard and was about to return to the inner courtyard, her line of sight inadvertently swept over a small, remote courtyard, and Jiang Qingge's footsteps slightly paused. She knew that Lu Yu was not in the Jiang family at this time, but had followed Jiang Lingyu to escort the darts. Since your strength is low, it's all the more reason to seize the time to cultivate martial arts. A faint trace of disappointment flashed amongst Jiang Qingge's eyes. What's the point of obsessing about earning those few taels of silver? One needs to know that in the great world of martial arts, strength is the root of everything. This was something that even Jiang Qingge, a person who was unable to cultivate, was profoundly aware of. The reason why the Jiang family was able to develop into what it was now was not because there was an ascended ancestor sitting above it. If the old ancestor was once gone, the large family business, being divided up by others, would only be a matter of a short period of time. Although he didn't know what kind of strange encounters Lu Yi had behind him, causing his strength to increase faster, he actually came to the 7th level of the condensed origin. But the path of martial arts does not spend enough time on it to refine it. The end result, of course, will not be as expected. His nominal husband is actually such a short-sighted person. Inwardly, Jiang Qingge sighed slightly, mourning his misfortune, and angry with him. Chen Mansion. When the banquet broke up, Chen Lingxiang immediately instructed the Chen family subordinates to arrange a temporary residence for all the people in the dartboard tonight. Sister Lingyu, you guys come with me. Chen Lingxiang smiled warmly and personally looked for a place for Jiang Lingyue to sleep for the night. I'll just find a random place to deal with the night. As he watched Chen Lingxiang lead the two of them, directly heading towards the Chen family's inner courtyard, Lu Yi blandly opened his mouth. You are also my Chen family's honored guest. You cannot be neglected, Chen Lingxiang said, leading the two of them to a quiet and elegant small courtyard. Lu Yi looked around and raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at this arrangement, this small courtyard, it kind of looks like Chen Lingxiang lives in. She actually brought someone to her little yard? Sure enough, Chen Lingxiang smiled faintly and said, this is my courtyard. You guys can stay here tonight. I've already had the 2 guest rooms packed up. Jiang Lingyue was a bit surprised and waved her hand. How is this? This good? We can just find a random place. Where is living not living? Chen Lingxiang said helplessly. What's more, elsewhere. It's all been arranged. Sister Lingyu, you won't give no face to this little thing, right? Jiang Lingyu didn't answer first, but instead twisted her head to look at Lu Yi. Seeing that Lu Yi did not show any intention of refusing, Jiang Lingyue then nodded her head and said, then, well, trouble's sister spirit phase. Staying in Chen Lingxiang's small courtyard, in the middle of the room, Lu Yi closed his eyes and sensed his own situation. These past few days of escorting darts on the road, there hadn't been much proper cultivation, just catching up on practice for an hour or two or so late at night. Even so, with the 100-fold increased talent added, it wasn't too far away from the 8th layer of the Hotian. Chen Lingxiang's small courtyard should have hired a formation master to set up a formation specializing in receiving heaven and earth source qi. From the moment Lu Yi stepped in, he felt that the source qi of this place was much denser than outside. Thinking about it, Chen Lingxiang was the first genius of the Chen family. It was not surprising that he had such treatment. This kind of condition, Lu Yi had never tried to cultivate before. After thinking about it, Lu Yi instantly operated the star ancient scripture, controlling the range within a 2-meter radius. Although the range was not large, the heaven and earth source qi would automatically fill in the gaps. As the heaven and earth source qi around his body was extracted cleanly, a large amount of source qi hurriedly surged over from all around him to fill it. Under the moonlit night, the star ancient scripture frantically refined the source qi and turned it into internal power. Lu Yi's cultivation level, too, continued to climb by leaps and bounds. After a long time, he came directly before the Hotian 8th layer barrier. Next door to Lu Yi's room was Chen Lingxiang's room. At this time, Chen Lingxiang did not fall asleep. Suddenly sensing a subtle hint of cultivation movement coming from the side, Chen Lingxiang was somewhat stunned. So diligent? However, thinking of Lu Yi's strength that can be described as terrifying, Chen Lingxiang again felt, without diligence, where did this world-shattering realm of terror come from? In the next moment, the meticulous control of Lu Yi's absorption of the heaven and earth source qi was sensed, and it actually managed to envelop his own room. Chen Lingxiang couldn't help but stare. Is that so sick? During the process of absorbing and refining the source qi, one could also be distracted out to control the range of absorption. Sure enough, I knew that the mysterious innate was you. Chen Lingxiang, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, even more certain of what he thought in his heart. If it was truly the superficial condensed origin realm, how could it not have this kind of subtle and nuanced power of source qi control? The heaven and earth source qi replenishment source was unceasing, like a siege hammer, easily opening the door to the 8th layer of the Hotian. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Bitter cultivation for many years. This night finally, Hotian 8 layer, the turbulent wind bandits, will start with you. Lu Yi raised his head and looked at the starry night sky, and among his eyes, a faint starlight flowed. The black-robed man at the 4th innate layer as well as the yellow spring pavilion of Cloudleaf City were unable to make a move for the time being. Then we'll start with the chaotic wind bandits. As it happened, he was still missing some silver for his 3rd designated extraction. Although Zhang, who was also at the 8th level of the Hotian, at first it was because he knew the situation was not right and Lu Yi did not go all out. If not, at the 7th level of the Hotian, he would have been able to easily decapitate Zhang Hu. Now that the Hotian 8th layer and it was nighttime, there was no need to utilize the innate body-breaking invisible sword qi. With only the star sword body under the addition of the star sword body, Lu Yi can completely fight with the innate 1st layer. Chapter 26, Keeping Your Mouth Shut. Chen Lingxiang, Killing on Chaotic Wind Mountain. Requesting for follow-up reading, the reason why I stared at the Chaotic Wind Mountain bandits. In addition to getting rid of Zhang Hu, Chaotic Wind Mountain bandits robbing and wreaking havoc for several years, I think that there must be some underlying. Lu Yi wanted to continue with the designated extraction reward, which required a large amount of silver. This does not go to the Chaotic Wind Mountain to pick up a wave of silver. How can not say? Now that it was already late at night, Lu Yi pondered for a moment and left directly from Chen Lingxiang's small courtyard without utilizing his stance. After all, the Chen family did have an innate 8th level ancestor. It would be a bad idea to get noticed and think it was an enemy invasion and make more noise than it was worth. Walking out of the room, Lu Yi looked around. It was now late at night, and most people had fallen asleep. Just as Lu Yi was planning to quietly walk out of the small courtyard, the door to the next room suddenly opened after him. Chen Lingxiang's figure appeared in the doorway, quietly looking at Lu Yi. Chen Lingxiang smiled at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Lu Yi, still up this late? Lu Yi said indifferently. I couldn't sleep, so I planned to go out for a walk and startle Ms. Chen. After staring at Lu Yi carefully for a while, Chen Lingxiang walked over and said softly, Mr. Lu, you have a killing aura. On you want to go kill people? At those words, Lu Yi was slightly stunned. This woman is so keenly perceptive. Thinking about killing the chaotic wind mountain, Lu Yi naturally carried a faint trace of killing intent on his body. However, he did not expect that Chen Lingxiang had actually detected it, worthy of being at the innate second level. A moment later, dispersing the faint killing intent in his heart, Lu Yi shook his head and said, Miss Chen is joking. I am just a condensed origin realm. Who can I kill? A hint of resentment flashed among her eyes. Chen Lingxiang said quietly, Mr. Lu is still unwilling to speak the truth with Lingxiang. You are Spirit Phase's savior. I can swear to the heavens that I definitely do not have any intention of harming you. If you break this oath, let the Spirit Phase fall under this calamity when it breaks through the fourth level of the innate. The heavenly oath. Lu Yi didn't expect that Chen Lingxiang had actually made a direct heavenly Tao oath in front of himself. Upon reaching the realm of the innate, various robberies would occur when the third layer broke through the fourth layer, the sixth layer broke through the seventh layer, and the ninth layer broke through to above the innate. Many innates are at these joints when the breakthrough suffered failure, resulting in serious injuries, or even direct fall. With Chen Lingxiang's age and natural talent, coupled with the Chen family's vast resources, breaking through to above the fourth innate layer was completely on the cards. This Heaven's Path oath of hers was directly equivalent to a clear sign. If there is half a bit of harm to Lu Yi's heart, directly fell under the breakthrough of the fourth layer of the calamity. Looking deeply into Chen Lingxiang's two eyes, Lu Yi slightly shook his head. Are you so sure that the mysterious person that night was me? Chen Lingxiang took a light breath and said with certainty, It's Mr. Lu. Lingxiang will never be mistaken. I remember your eyes. Since you've decided that, then I won't say anything. Lu Yi still shook his head. However, he still didn't admit or deny it. But for Chen Lingxiang, he knew he had made a big step forward. Lu Yi did not deny it anymore. With a slight smile, Chen Lingxiang said, Since Mr. Lu wants to go out for a spin, why don't we go together? Seeing that Chen Lingxiang seemed determined to follow him, Lu Yi pondered for a moment. What if I said that it wasn't actually out for a walk, but to go for a spin in the turbulent wind mountains? Upon hearing this, Chen Ling quite instantly lit up her eyes. Mr. Lu, is this true? The chaotic wind mountain bandits dared to come to rob my Chen family goods, has long been deserved to die. Mr. Lu, please be sure to bring Spirit Phase A. Looking at Chen Lingxiang, whose cheeks were absolutely beautiful, whose tone was soft and gentle, and whose words were spoken with a murderous aura, at the bottom of Lu Yi's heart, a word popped up for no reason. Contrast. After leaving the Chen mansion and looking at Chen Lingxiang, who was following behind him with a gentle smile on her face, Lu Yi revealed a hint of helplessness and walked towards the outside of Falling Flower City. A few moments later, after walking out of the huge Falling Flower City and looking around at the fact that no one was already around, Chen Lingxiang said in a slightly excited manner, Mr. Lu, let's fly over there. It'll be quick. Turbulent Wind Mountain was roughly 1,000 miles away from Falling Flower City. With the innate realm flying through the air at full power, it would probably take about half an hour or so to kill under the Turbulent Wind Mountain. Looking at the excited Chen Lingxiang, Lu Yi said indifferently, As I said, you've mistaken me for the wrong person. I'm not the mysterious innate from that night, and I don't know how to fly. That's a half-truth. The mystery man was him, but he really wasn't innate. Chen Lingxiang froze, and then his eyes swept Lu Yi in an odd manner. This Mr. Lu, he still likes to play the role? He himself was so sure he recognized it was him, and he was still denying it. However, it wasn't impossible for a person to have such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age and enjoy a bit of role-playing. Alright then, let's walk over. Chen Lingxiang's words were soft and sticky, and he immediately changed his tone, adhering to the stance that if you want to play the role, then I'll play along with you. Going from land, even if you also relied on internal power to accelerate, it was not a straight line after all. It took about an hour, and it was only at almost midnight that the two finally arrived at the bottom of Chaotic Wind Mountain. At this time, the two men's attire was completely changed. All of them were dressed in the necessary black clothes and masked at night. Looking at the guard post halfway up the mountain, Chen Lingxiang whispered, Mr. Lu, this is a small matter. I'll do it. Swiping silently behind a boulder, Chen Lingxiang picked up a stone and wrapped it in innate true qi, instantly piercing the sentry's forehead. Just when she wanted to turn around and ask Lu Yi to follow, she saw that a figure, like a ghost, flashed into the middle of the guard post's high building and then turned back. What a terrifying stance. Seeing this scene up close, Chen Lingxiang was shocked in his heart. This kind of stance was something she could only dream of. Lu Yi suddenly flashed up, naturally to pick up the money bag of the sentry. A mosquito's leg is also meat and should not be wasted so easily. Next, the two of them easily killed their way through the guard posts along the way and arrived in front of the Turbulent Wind Mountain Fortress. At this time, the cottage is brightly lit, vaguely heard noisy sounds. Looking around, some draped in red silk, big red lanterns, seems to have a happy event. Chen Lingxiang's beautiful face was cold. Humph. I think it must have captured the passing good family again to come up and be the pressure lady. In the hall of the mountain fortress, a group of bandits ate and drank, and in the middle of a house in the back, a woman who was forced to wear a red dowry and was full of panic was continuously shrinking inside the corner. Jiang, who had drunk a lot of wine, staggered in from outside. A glint of lust appeared in his eyes as he looked at Kagome in the corner. Little lady, don't hide. In my place, you can totally eat and drink, much more comfortable than under the mountain. That night when the dart robbery failed, thinking that he actually escaped with his life at the hands of a mysterious innate, Jang, who was terrified afterward. After returning, Jang, who purposely robbed a family of good women in order to get rid of the bad luck on his body, swept the men up to the cottage, ready to take a party of new concubines to celebrate the occasion. The dowager woman cowered and wept, her voice trembling. Please, let me go. Chapter 27, Nascent Ring, Harvest, Hidden Cave. Let you go? Jang, who let out a lewd laugh. Where can I find such a delicate little lady to come back if I let you go? Shutting the door of the room behind him, Jiang, who just took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, his body collapsed limply. The dowry maiden, whose body was trembling like a sieve, was just about to bite her tongue and kill herself when she heard other movements coming from the middle of the room. Shoo shoo! 2 tiny air-breaking sounds rang out, followed by 2 black-clothed figures, which appeared at the same time. The one who struck out was still Chen Lingxiang, the Grand Master of Chaotic Wind Mountain at the 8th level of the Hotian, who didn't even know who his enemy was, and was killed directly. Lu Yi, at this moment, did believe what the black-clothed leader at the 4th innate layer had said that night. For the innate realm, under the innate, all are mole crickets now. Shaking his head lightly, Lu Yi still lightly touched Zhang, whose corpse. On the side, Chen Lingxiang fell into silence, although all the way, Lu Yi consistently had a mosquito leg stance. However, Chen Lingxiang still feels. Lu Gongzi, you haul a supreme innate that even the 4th layer of the innate is afraid. Isn't it a bit degrading to do that? Who's a proper precursor that won't even let go of a few taels of silver from a minion? Woman in red dowry, looking blankly at the 2 who suddenly appeared, she said with some trepidation. You, under the masked face of Chen Lingxiang, the tone of his voice slightly clamped up, unlike the soft and sticky voice before. Don't be afraid, we are here to save you. Knowing that Chen Lingxiang had turned into a clip was to avoid others recognizing him. However, in the great world of martial arts, hearing the familiar clip sound again, Lu Ye's face remained a bit odd under the mask. Upon hearing this, the red-clothed dowry woman was immediately overjoyed and immediately fell to her knees. Thank you 2 benefactors for saving me. Chen Lingxiang nodded slightly and then looked at Lu Yi. Mr. Lu, we'll split it in half? Good. In such short words, the homecoming of the group of bandits from the chaotic wind mountain walled city was directly determined. Chen Lingxiang just wanted to swipe out of the room and prepare to make a move when he heard Lu Yi continue. That money bag don't go to waste. Chen Lingxiang. A few moments later, the Moonlight Night Kill was directly opened. In the middle of the hall, most of the bandits were still immersed in the joyous feast of the big boss's forced marriage to the presser lady. Put. Suddenly, one mountain bandit figure after another collapsed one after another, their chi instantly severed. The innermost bandits looked at the black shadows that quietly killed their way in, their livers cracking. Usually, they were the only ones who slaughtered others like chickens. Where was this moment of desperation? The few bandits that still survived, their drunkenness subsided and they immediately wanted to turn around and run away. Lu Yi directly threw out a few finger spells, and the entire hall was instantly dead silent. Collecting the money bag again, Lu Yi found that he could hardly put it on him. Hundreds of taels of silver are a big pile in your pocket. The Wandao Pavilion warehouse would be able to put it there. But now Chen Lingxiang was also there. Lu Yi did not want to reveal in front of her that he had other means of storage, although Chen Lingxiang had taken the heavenly Dao oath. But there are some secrets that are only safe to know. Why don't we bury it somewhere and leave with Chen Lingxiang first, after which I'll return to get it? This idea popped up in his mind, and Lu Yi felt it was feasible. There were at least 100 or 200 taels of broken silver here, equivalent to 1/5 of the kryptonite progress of the Wandao Pavilion. In the next moment, another black-robed man swept in as well. Looking at the packet of broken silver in Lu Ye's hand, Chen Lingxiang resumed her original voice and softly laughed. Mr. Lu, is there no place to put the silver? It's a good thing you brought the spirit phase with you. Here, I'll lend it to you. Saying that, Chen Lingxiang took out a ring that he carried on his hand. Lu Yi was puzzled. This is, with a mysterious smile, Chen Lingxiang was a little smug. Finally something Lu Yi didn't recognize. It's a ring that can store items. How's that for amazing? Upon hearing this, Lu Yi immediately understood for a second, nascent ring? This kind of special nano ring that was similar to a storage bag. Lu Yi had read a few introductions in the Red Cloud Sect's bookstore, divided into the lower, middle and upper grades. The storage space of the lower grade was about 20 cubic meters or so. But, scary expensive. A lower grade nascent ring could not be taken down without a few 100,000 taels of silver. Jiang Lingyu, as a genius girl of the Jiang clan, didn't deserve this at all. From this, the Chen family did value Chen Lingxiang as a proud daughter of heaven. Thanks then, I'll borrow it for a while. Lu Yi nodded his head and prepared to stuff the silver in his hand into the middle of his nascent sacred ring. With a sweep of his consciousness, he discovered that inside the nascent sack, there was actually a bunch of money bags already stuffed inside. Chen Lingxiang said, also that half of the mountain bandits' ill-gotten gains, I've also taken them for you. Lu Yi somewhat sighed. This Miss Chen family, she was really a wonderful person. It's all about being able to do things. By the way, besides the woman from before, I also found a few tied-up people in the utility room in the back. Chen Lingxiang slowly said. As for the warehouse, I have yet to visit it. Chen Lingxiang's words were tantamount to indicating that basically all the other places had been checked. But the bandit warehouse, she did not move, waiting for Lu Yi to go over in one piece. Lu Yi didn't have any motherly heart. For him, naturally, it was more important to investigate the mountain bandits' warehouse. After all, rescuing the people who had been captured up here and releasing them to go down the mountain first would inevitably cause some commotion, and it wouldn't be good to attract other people at that time. Finding where the warehouse was with Chen Lingxiang, the two of them easily entered. Over the years, the turbulent wind mountain bandits had robbed many passers-by and plundered many caravans, but most of the proceeds were basically taken by the forces behind them. Looking at the not-so-full warehouse, Lu Yi wasn't too surprised. It was clear from that night that the turbulent wind bandits were nothing more than marionettes for the forces behind them. After counting the remaining resources in the warehouse, there were about 2,000 taels of silver. Lu Yi was relieved in his heart. It was good that he was able to gather enough funds for the next designated extraction, and there was still quite a bit left over. A moment later, Lu Yi actually found a secret compartment. Opening the hidden compartment, a dark hole was revealed. In an instant, Lu Yi could smell a faint odor of blood emanating out. Ha! There's actually a secret passage here? Chen Lingxiang was surprised. There is the smell of blood. She looked at Lu Yi and inquired, what do you think? Do you want to go down and take a look? Upon hearing this, Lu Yi calmly walked behind Chen Lingxiang and protected her in front of him. Seeing this, Chen Lingxiang didn't tense up and guffawed. Lu Yi, this person is really too interesting. This explicit move of letting her open the way, Chen Lingxiang did not have a hint of displeasure. Compared to other people who appear to be nice and backstabbing, Lu Yi's move, which was directly revealed, was instead frank. What's more, Chen Lingxiang knew it. Lu Yi is just for show. If she really encountered any danger that she couldn't handle, she would ultimately have to take action from Lu Yi. A few moments later, Chen Lingxiang led the way ahead on his horse. Lu Yi followed closely to protect him in front of his body. When the two of them walked through a passage and came to a cave, they were instantly stunned by the sight before them. Chapter 28, Forbidden Weapon Fragment. Chen Lingxiang's eyes widened. Even though he had seen a lot, he was still very shocked to see the scene in front of him. Beyond the passage is a huge cave with a central area, among an oval pool, full of blood. The thick smell of blood filled the air, making this place seem like a human purgatory. I didn't realize that the chaotic wind mountain bandits not only seek to kill people with their money, but actually have such an evil place. Chen Lingxiang was extremely angry. However, even with such exasperation, the soft voice didn't sound very lethal. In the bottom of Lu Yi's eyes, the same hint of surprise flashed. To murder people for money, plus extracting the last value of the corpse to cultivate evil techniques. This chaotic wind mountain bandits really deserved to die. Lu Yi frowned slightly as information about all the mountain bandits he had killed before quickly crossed his mind. The kind of cold and evil aura on the body of a person who practiced evil techniques could not be concealed. At least, it can't be hidden at lower realms. After reaching the innate, it might improve a bit and be able to mask some of the scent. But thinking back to all the mountain bandits he had killed, including Zhang, it seemed that there was no one with an evil cultivator's breath. Did any of the mountain bandits you killed have the distinct feeling that they were people of evil cultivation? Contemplating for a moment, Lu Yi turned his head and asked. Chen Lingxiang shook her head. She didn't detect any evil cultivator bandits either. Thinking for a moment, she was surprised. Mr. Lu, are you saying that? This place is not used by the chaotic wind bandits themselves, but, rather, it is given to others? In an instant, Chen Lingxiang thought of the powerful innate fourth layer leader on the night of the dart robbery. Is it hard to believe that innate fourth layer is relying on evil techniques and cultivating up? Lu Yi mused. That night, he had personally faced that innate fourth layer and even made a move against him. That person's innate true chi was incomparably neutral and thick, not like an evil cultivator. Your Chen family intelligence network. Have you found out who the power behind the chaotic wind mountain is yet? Lu Yi asked. Chen Lingxiang immediately said, "I've found out. It's the Wang family of Castle Peak City, the Wang clan's old ancestor. Among the two major cities in a 1,000-mile radius, was the last to advance into the innate realm. As a result, the Wang family jumped to become an innate family. Previously, among the Chen family's intelligence, the innate layer that appeared in the chaotic wind mountain, Chen Lingxiang guessed that the probability was the Wang family's ancestor. Only, Chen Lingxiang never expected it. The old ancestor of the Wang family in Qingshan City is actually an innate that was achieved by evil arts. The Wang family? Lu Yi mused. So, the chaotic wind mountain is still helping the two forces? Chen Lingxiang nodded his head and said in a glutinous manner, "It should be that he wants to get things done on the left and right. Of course, there is also a possibility that the chaotic wind mountain is supported by the Wang family, and the Wang family is at the beck and call of that power higher up." At those words, Lu Ye's eyes flashed. When Chen Lingxiang said this, he had a bit of a clue as to where the knight's innate fourth layer came from. Just as the Jiang family wanted to be close to the Red Cloud sect, the Wang family of Green Mountain City is similarly close to one of the Green Thunder sect, one of the three major sects in the North Realm. It can be said that the reason why the Wang family grew so quickly, the Green Thunder sect, which had its back, played a big role. Lu Yi had actually guessed that the later person who had robbed the dart that night was most likely from one of the three great clans. The voice of that innate fourth layer was not as old as the innate ancestors of the various families. The reason why he didn't use a sword but instead used a palm technique was probably because he was also afraid of exposing the Green Thunder sect's Jinzong masterpiece, the Green Thunder sword technique. For a split second, thoughts flashed by. Lu Yi swung his hand violently, blasting a gaping hole in the pool of lurid blood. Instantly, a large amount of blood flowed out along the gaping hole and merged into the cave floor. The entire cave was suddenly filled with the pungent smell of blood. Chen Lingxiang followed and drew his longsword, gaping open the remaining several directions. The resources of the evil path that the turbulent Wind Mountain bandits had collected for a long time were destroyed by the two of them in a matter of moments. When the blood pool was completely emptied, Lu Yi made 2 rounds and was just about to exit. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly swept an item right at the bottom of the pool. Ha! Sweeping into the blood pool at speed to take it out, Lu Yi realized that it was a fragment of an unknown weapon. As soon as he got his hands on it, a thick fury was instantly transmitted. Marveling at Lu Yi's ghostly stance once again, Chen Lingxiang was slightly happy in her heart, and a light smile surfaced above her stunningly beautiful cheeks. Lu Yi seems to gradually stop hiding in front of her. In the next moment, the line of sight shifted to Lu Yi's hand, and Chen Ling fairly immediately let out a low cry. Forbidden weapon fragment? Forbidden weapon fragment? Lu Yi keenly captured a new term. This was something that he hadn't seen introduced in the Red Cloud sect's book collection. What is a forbidden weapon fragment? Lu Yi asked, knowing that it was quite normal for Lu Yi to be unclear about some hidden information probably because of his identity. Chen Lingxiang stroked the hair hanging down by his ears and said softly, "Forbidden artifact remnants refers to some forbidden items that have been passed down from amongst the major secret realms. Rumor has it that these fragments, in ancient times, were all divine weapons. After a tragic great battle, these divine weapons crumbled and became fragments, and then accumulated over time, condensing a strong fury with a powerful and uncontrollable might, which were the later forbidden weapon fragments. This forbidden artifact should have been placed here by them to continue absorbing the power of the Yin Fiend blood." Lu Ye's sight was placed on the worn-out remnants in his hand, and he vaguely felt that there was indeed a sinister aura that wanted to drill into his arm. "This thing, it's a bit evil." Lu Yi frowned slightly. Chen Lingxiang nodded. "This is the case with forbidden weapons. It is a full-blown double-edged sword, and there is no shortage of martial artists who have obtained forbidden weapons in history who, due to their frequent use, ended up having their bodies infiltrated by baneful qi, turning into machines that only kill, and eventually bursting into flames and died. However, the power of a forbidden weapon should not be underestimated. The first layer of the innate is qualified to speak with the second and third layers of the innate if they are holding a forbidden weapon." Lu Yi shook his head. This kind of stuff with so many side effects could only threaten people 1 or 2 realms higher. It was no better than half of one's own innate sword talisman. "In that case, here you go." Lu Yi casually threw it to Chen Lingxiang. Although he couldn't see it, it might come in handy in a pinch. Chen Lingxiang, it was worthy of being the mysterious man in black who could injure the 4th level of the innate. It was surprising that he couldn't even look at the forbidden weapon remnants that countless martial artists regarded as treasures. "Then thank you, Mr. Lu." Chen Lingxiang's beautiful eyes turned and she did not refuse. After making around to make sure that they hadn't missed anything by mistake, Lu Yi and the two of them exited the blood-soaked cave. The two men came to the utility room that held the men who had been looted up the mountain. The terrified people who were being held captive suddenly realized that 2 figures had appeared like ghosts. At once, each one of them had deeper fear, thinking that these goddamned bandits were finally going to make a move against them. In the next second, They only saw the two black-clothed men waving out Dao internal chi one after another, like knives, easily cutting the twine on their bodies. At once, looking at the two silhouettes that were like divine soldiers descending from the sky, these imprisoned people were stunned. Chapter 29, The Stinky Lu Yi. I must interrogate him. A few moments later, looking at the line of people who had been robbed up the mountain, including the snatched oppressor woman, fleeing down the mountain at speed, Lu Yi stood in front of the gate of the chaotic wind cottage. With a wave of one hand, the cottage plaque crumbled, announcing that this hiding place was completely gone. Chen Lingxian whispered, I didn't expect you to have a sense of justice. Lu Yi, however, shook his head slightly. I'm just short of silver and came to pick up some silver to spend. It was the truth. He needed silver to continue to strengthen himself and earn silver. Obviously come to the chaotic wind cottage to pick up the fastest money. It just so happens that the two sides had a previous feud. Letting these ordinary people who had been plundered up the mountain down was nothing more than a matter of seeing them in passing, and not specifically for that purpose. The sky is so big. This kind of similar things are common. Really want to manage. Who can manage over? Lu Yi is too lazy to care anyway. Hearing Lu Ye's statement, Chen Lingxiang didn't tense up and gently laughed out. Nice one to pick up some silver to spend. Lu Ye's answer was indeed out of her expectation. If it were someone else, I guess I would have answered. It is incumbent upon my generation to uphold justice and save others. After all, no one turns down a compliment. Looking at the group of people who disappeared on the road down the mountain, Lu Yi faintly said, Let's go. Go back. Chen Lingxiang nodded. Indeed, I have to rush back. In case Jiang Lingyue finds out that he actually screwed 2,000 miles with her sister-in-law in the middle of the night. That's not a good explanation. It was close to 3 or 4 in the morning before the two rushed back to Falling Flower City. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Chen Lingxiang returned directly to the Chen mansion. Even if the two go back separately some time apart, it still arouses suspicion in others. Therefore, Lu Yi instead asked for a guest room at a nearby inn and did not go back. At the time when dawn was released from the sky, Jiang Lingyu woke up leisurely, feeling that she had slept exceptionally well last night. Today, the group from the World Dart Bureau was ready to return to Cloudleaf City. After Jiang Lingyu was fully dressed, she waited for Lu Yi to come out in the courtyard. This wait is half an hour. Meanwhile, most of the night had passed, and through the line of people who had fled down Turbulent Wind Mountain, the news that the Turbulent Wind Mountain bandits had been overthrown spread out at a rapid pace. Rapid proliferation through various means and intelligence networks. For a moment, many forces were surprised. Behind Chaotic Wind Mountain was the Wang family of Castle Peak City, a matter known to many forces. Even Jang, who himself was a member of the Wang family's foreign name in his early years, who was so ferocious as to directly destroy the Chaotic Wind Mountain. This is going to be a good show. Elder Wang's temper is not that easy to talk to. Olmi heard that this old king's head has been making rapid progress recently. He is already at the second innate layer and is about to impact the third innate layer. Is it possible that this old thing has gotten some kind of miraculous encounter? To be able to grow old and strong. Conversations such as these have been popping up all over the place. All of these forces wanted to see how the innate Wang family, which had been in the ascendant recently, would handle it. It is to pretend that there is no connection with the Chaotic Wind Mountain and leave it at that, or to find out who overthrew Castle Peak City, Wang Family Hall. At this moment, the hall was full of the most important direct lineages of the Wang family. Under the first seat, Wang Yuncheng, the head of the Wang family, said, Old ancestor, I just got the news that the Chaotic Wind Mountain has been destroyed. The existence of the Turbulent Wind Mountain bandits was nothing more than a means of enrichment in the eyes of those forces who knew of their relationship with the Wang family. However, the closest direct line of the Wang family knows that the tool of wealth collection is only a disguise for the Chaotic Wind Mountain. Most importantly, it was to provide the Wang clan ancestor with a constant supply of blood food, and their Wang family could grow to the current point, all thanks to their old ancestor's rapid advancement. The Wang clan's oldest ancestor sat in a chair, dressed in fancy clothes, his face silent. Early on, after the news had just circulated and was learned by the Wang clan's placed eyes, the Wang clan's old ancestor had already gone to the Turbulent Wind Mountain in advance. Before he went, the Wang clan's ancestor still had a hint of luck, hoping that the dark passageway on the mountain wouldn't be discovered. However, after going there and looking at the blood pool that was completely destroyed, as well as the fragments of the forbidden weapon that had disappeared, the Wang clan's old ancestor was immediately enraged. It was just a matter of destroying his years of hard work, but he actually stole even the remnants of the forbidden weapon. This is a move that has already led to death. Quietly returning to the Wang clan's mansion, and then hearing Wang Yunqing's report, the Wang clan's oldest ancestor let out a cold snort. If this person had only destroyed the Chaotic Wind Mountain, the old man would have been able to ignore the matter for the time being. But, This person actually stole all the remnants of the lower-grade forbidden weapons that old man warmed together. Upon hearing this, a hint of grimness immediately surfaced in Wang Yunchang. Old ancestor, in that case, we can't let it go so easily. That inferior forbidden artifact was obtained by the Wang family with great difficulty. With it, the Wang family had the complete ability to wrestle with the third level of the innate, and even the fourth level of the innate family. The Wang clan's oldest ancestor pondered for a moment and said, however, the flow of the turbulent wind mountain is ultimately not a glorious thing for my Wang clan. In this matter, it is not advisable to rush the action. Wang Yuncheng was caught up in his thoughts, and suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Old ancestor, in a month's time, it will be your birthday. Why don't we take this opportunity to feast the four directions? On top of the forbidden weapon, there is an imprint left by you. Once the person who stole it happens to be invited as well and comes to Castle Peak City, within a certain range, he won't be able to escape. At those words, the Wang clan's oldest ancestor smiled grimly. On top of that forbidden artifact, there was indeed a mark that he had arranged. It was the unique method in the great heavenly devil ancestral scripture that he had previously obtained. And the Wang family ancestor was confident that even a late stage of the innate stage would not be able to discover the hidden mark. As long as the forbidden weapon appeared within a 10-mile radius of one's area, one could immediately sense it. Good. Yun Chang, this matter will be left to you. In the old eyes of the Wang clan's old ancestor, there seemed to be a blood mist churning, daring to destroy my years of hard work. In a month's time, if he dares to come, I'll make him suffer. Yes, old ancestor, thousands of miles in a radius. Due to the demise of the chaotic wind mountain bandits, there was a sudden surge of darkness. Zhang Lingyu was naturally not clear about the outside world, and was still waiting for Lu Yi to wake up from his sleep and come out. Chen Lingshan walked out of the room, pretending to have just woken up. Looking at the bored Zhang Lingyu, he smiled faintly. Sister Lingyu, why did you get up so early? Did you not sleep well? No, I slept quite well. Zhang Lingyu muttered in a small voice. How did this Lu Yi sleep better than me? You're waiting for Mr. Lu? Chen Lingshan's beautiful eyes fell on the room where she had previously arranged for Lu Yi to sleep, and she smiled quietly. I forgot to tell you, Mr. Lu went out for a drink last night, and did not come back behind. Zhang Lingyu? Out drinking in the middle of the night? The most crucial thing was that he, his own kissing sister-in-law, didn't even know, but instead it was Chen Lingshan who knew. Zhang Lingyu slightly gritted her teeth. This stinking Lu Yi, all of them had practiced swords together. In the end, did she treat her as one of her own? When he comes back, he'll have to be grilled hard, although it seems that it cannot be cross-examined, but do not care. First disc, Chapter 30. So he's the rumored son-in-law of the Jiang family? Morning, after Lu Zhen had counted his men, he came to say goodbye to Chen Lingshan. Uncle Lu, you guys go back first. Zhang Lingyue waved her hand and said, brother-in-law and I will leave later. Then, second miss, I'll take the people back first. Lu Zhen arched his hand and left the Chen mansion with the dartboard crowd. As a subordinate, a very important point is that one should not ask too many questions about matters that do not concern oneself. Without waiting for a while, Lu Yi, who had left from the inn, reappeared in front of the Chen mansion, but on entering the door, he was stopped for being a stranger. Who are you here to see? The left doorman swept up and down. Lu Yi said indifferently, I'm a friend of your Miss Chen Lingshan. A friend of the ladies? The left doorman scanned up and down. Lu Yi was still dressed in rough linen, but that unique temperament on his body made the left doorman not dare to do anything without authorization. Then you wait here for a while, I'll go in and report. It was at this moment that a young man in fancy dress walked on the street and came to Lu Yi's side. The door guard on the right took a look and immediately said respectfully, Mr. Wu. The flashy-suited young man known as Mr. Wu swept lightly over Lu Yi, who was stopped at the door, a smile on his lips. You're a friend of Spirit Phase? I've known Spirit Phase for several years, but I haven't heard her mention it. Although the Chinese-robed youth's words were calm, the condescending stance in his bones could not be concealed at all. Lu Yi indifferently swept a glance at the flashy youth and closed his eyes. Seeing that this coarse linen-clothed youth actually did not reply to his own words, a trace of displeasure flashed under the eyes of the Chinese-suited youth Wu Jun, but on the surface, he was still smiling. In that case, Mr. Wu will go in first, and my friend will wait here slowly. Right at this moment, two figures, however, very quickly walked out from the middle of the Chen mansion. Wu Jun's eyes immediately lit up and laughed. Spirit Phase, why do I still need you to personally come out to greet me? He, it's not like I don't know the way. As the words fell, Wu Jun's line of sight landed on the Linghui young girl who followed Chen Lingshan out, and a hint of amazement flashed in the bottom of his eyes. What a pretty maiden! It was a completely different style from the soft and sticky Chen Ling Phase. Spirit Phase, this girl looks a bit familiar. This is. Wu Jun glanced at Lu Yi who was still waiting foolishly outside the gate, and laughed in a cloudy manner. Chen Lingxiang's good-looking eyebrows wrinkled slightly as she glanced at Wu Jun, thinking to herself, why does this person talk so much? However, being born in the Chen mansion, good upbringing allowed Chen Lingxiang to show little impatience. After slightly nodding his head in greeting, Chen Lingxiang directly crossed over Wu Jun and walked toward the big door. The spiritual wisdom young girl next to her, who made even Wu Jun feel stunning, even had a smile in her eyes as she directly flew out. Brother-in-law, oh Jun, turning his head to look at the spirit wisdom maiden who had jumped directly onto the hemp-clothed youth and hung onto her. Wu Jun was filled with confusion. Chen Lingxiang rushed out, in such a hurry not to greet him. Returning to his senses and looking at the hemp-clad youth outside the gate, Wu Jun finally revealed a hint of surprise. Who is this guy? As the Lord of Falling Flower City and the disciple of innate fifth-layer powerhouse Yun Qianshan, Wu Jun had been cultivating hard for many years. Now, it was also the realm of the third layer of the Hotian, and this kind of progress also made Wu Jun proud of himself. Of course, it naturally couldn't be compared to a demon like Chen Lingxiang. However, in Falling Flower City, it was also one of the top young talents. Coupled with the name of the city lord's disciple, Wu Jun could be considered the top second generation in Falling Flower City. A few years ago, on top of a banquet organized by the city lord's mansion, Wu Jun had first met the long-famous heavenly pride of the Falling Flower Chen family. From then on, he launched a tireless pursuit, visiting the Chen residence from time to time. But, a few years down the road, Wu Jun hadn't even seen a few good looks, not to mention the treatment of Chen Lingxiang personally coming out to greet him. Therefore, just now, Wu Jun mistakenly thought that Chen Lingxiang had come out to pick him up, and there had been a burst of ecstasy in his heart. Returning to his senses, Wu Jun began to seriously scrutinize the hemp-clothed youth not far away. It was in poor clothing, but it seemed not to be underestimated. Outside the main door, looking at Jiang Lingyu who was tightly coiled on top of him, Lu Yi was slightly helpless. Come on down, how indecent you are. Jiang Lingyu made up her mind to interrogate him, and came to Lu Ye's ear and whispered, brother-in-law, why didn't you call me when you went out last night? Having already confessed with Chen Ling relative before, Lu Yi said, on an impromptu basis, I didn't call you when I saw you sleeping. After carefully sniffing Lu Ye's body, there was not that kind of rouge flavor of the wind and moon place, and it looked like what she drank was not flower wine. Jiang Lingyu then put down her heart and got down from Lu Ye's body. Seeing that Lu Ye's eyes were a bit odd, Jiang Lingyu's small face flushed and hurriedly defended. I was helping my sister to supervise you. Kong Qingji? Lu Ye's eyes were bland. Just an ordinary passerby. What qualifications did she have to supervise? Chen Lingxiang walked over and said softly, Mr. Lu, let's go in. Lu Yi shook his head slightly. When I came back just now, I saw the World Dart Bureau convoy leaving, and I came to say goodbye. Although the Chen family had arranged a gathering heaven and earth source chi array, cultivating here was ultimately inconvenient in many ways. There was still a barrier of the 9th level of the Hotian in between to the real realm of the innate. Lu Yi intends, as soon as possible, to reach the 9 layers of the Hotian realm, after which he will formally impact the innate. Once one achieves innate, with the various means one has mastered today, one's strength will usher in a qualitative change. This is leaving? Chen Lingxiang lightly bit her red lips as she looked at Lu Yi, her gaze somewhat faintly grudging. Last night only together that what? Today woke up, so cold and heartless, intend to go away is it? Lu Yi treated it as if he didn't see it. A piece of killing a few people only. Look at Chen Lingxiang's gaze grudging degree. Do not know. Also thought a piece of doing unseemly things. Sighing, Chen Lingxiang said in a glutinous manner, okay, Mr. Lu, nascent ring, you can take it first, and give it to me when I come to look for Sister Lingyue in a few days. Behind him, Wu Jun even flashed a trace of shock. How dare you even lend out your nascent sacred ring to someone else? These two people, exactly when did they know each other? How did they not receive any wind at all? In Jiang Lingyu's heart, a trace of an odd feeling also flooded her. Chen Lingxiang clearly said that he would come to her in a few days, but Jiang Lingyue just felt how she seemed to become a springboard. Suppressing this outrageous feeling, Jiang Lingyue waved her hand. Then, Sister Spirit phase, we'll leave first. Only after seeing Lu Ye's figure disappear at the end of the street did Chen Lingxiang turn around, ready to return to his house. Wu Jun, who had been silent all this time, finally found an opportunity and laughed. Spirit phase, who are these two? It doesn't look like they are from my Falling Flower City. Frowning slightly, Chen Lingxiang said, Mr. Wu, my relationship with you doesn't seem to have reached this level. A hint of gloom flashed in his eyes, which quickly disappeared, and Wu Jun seemed unconcerned as he laughed. Miss Spirit phase, this is something you won't blame, right? Knowing that the opposite side was the city lord's disciple, and not wanting to speak too harshly, Chen Lingxiang said, these two are the second miss of the Jiang family of Cloudleaf City, as well as the husband of the first miss of the Jiang family. At those words, Wu Jun suddenly came to a realization. So, he's that rumored flunky of the Jiang family, Lu Yi? Chapter 31 Red Cloud Fairy's Breakthrough. Dignity of a little man? Begging for catch-up reading. If it was just a ginger family flunky, it wouldn't have made the square miles heard. Most critically, this person was previously rumored to be a disciple of one of the three great sects, the Red Cloud sect. Everything that had to do with the three great sects was not a small matter in the Northern Realm, and there were countless pairs of eyes watching. What's more, there have been rumors circulating recently. The Red Cloud sect's patriarch, the magnificent Red Cloud Fairy, had gone to the Black Tide Forbidden Land this time and gained an unexpected chance. Its strength, once again, was refined further. Between the three great sects, the strength of the Red Cloud sect could be ranked second, while the Green Thunder sect came in third. And before immortal Red Cloud inherited the position of patriarch, the Red Cloud sect had been at the bottom for 100 years. Under the leadership of this generation of patriarchs, many people feel that the Red Cloud Fairy can even lead the Red Cloud sect and ask for the top of the Northern Realm. And the location of the top of the Northern Realm had not changed for nearly 10,000 years. Thinking of this, Wu Jun suddenly let go of his heart. Originally, he thought that he was an overgrown dragon that came out of nowhere and was a strong opponent on his way to pursue Chen Xiang. It turned out to be a ginger family flunky. Then it is alright. Thinking of the Jiang family, Wu Jun recalled another rumor. He heard that Jiang family, Jiang Qinga, had always been known as the #1 fairy in Cloudleaf City. Even, it is claimed that the colorful pressure is 3,000 miles. Even within a 3,000 mile radius, it was impossible to find a woman who could outshine her. Wu Jun couldn't help but look at Chen Xiang. In Wu Jun's opinion, Chen Xiang's perverted natural talent aside, her appearance was also the best in Falling Flower City, and she belonged to the category of absolute beauty. Even the Linghui girl just now might not have fully grown up, but nowadays, she was only 50-50 with Chen Xiang. To be able to outshine Chen Xiang in terms of looks, Wu Jun couldn't imagine what kind of woman that was. Red Cloud sect. The entire clan was built on Red Cloud Mountain, with 5 main peaks, and in the very center, was the Patriarch's Peak. These days, the Red Cloud sect was getting stronger and stronger. In the main peak hall, after listening to a clan steward finish reporting the recent large and small events in the North Realm, Immortal Red Cloud faintly said, "All right, stand down." "Yes, Sovereign." The sect steward bowed and left the main hall. In the middle of the great hall, the smoky incense was bursting, and Immortal Red Cloud was lazily half reclining on a chair, her eyes closed in contemplation. Among the reports, there were many small matters, which, without exception, could not attract too much interest from the Red Cloud Fairy. The only thing that aroused a hint of interest was the Jiang family Dart Bureau's encounter with a dart robbery a few days ago. The innate 4th level strikes to rob a dart and actually fails. When did the innate realm that this seat doesn't know about appear again in this Northern Realm? The 4th layer of the innate, although it was not placed in the eyes of the Red Cloud Fairy, but in the vast Northern Realm, it was definitely an existence that could easily suppress a city. Such a character made a move to rob the dart, and the result was unexpected, which caused Fairy Red Cloud to be slightly interested. It was rumored by outsiders that she had traveled to the Black Tide Forbidden Land and gained some chance to make another breakthrough in recent days. But only Fairy Red Cloud herself knew clearly that she had indeed gone to the Black Tide Forbidden Land, also gained some chance, and what really prompted her strength to rise again. The Jiang family had previously sent a big gift in order to beg an inner disciple to join the family, in which a 100-year-old Yin Yang stone was equally creditable. The Yin Yang stone was an excellent supplement for those who cultivated fire attribute techniques. 100 years, as well as 1,000 years, are even more potent multipliers. What the Jiang family didn't know was that this 100 years Yin Yang stone had actually birthed a drop of Yin Yang essence within it. If it wasn't for the essence of Yin Yang, a ragtag family that even had its old ancestors seriously injured and dying would want to come and pull the tiger skin of the Red Cloud sect? One Yin Yang stone for a short period of time without worry for the Jiang clan where old man Jang was seriously injured. Not bad. For others, the confidential matter of the Jiang clan's oldest ancestor being seriously injured. Fairy Red Cloud was actually fully aware of it. As for why would a miscellaneous disciple, quietly promoted into an inner disciple sent out, under the moonlit night, the appearance of a handsome young man in handyman's clothing, Immortal Red Cloud vaguely still had some impression. Red Cloud Fairy lazy thought, may be because look at the original Lu Yi smooth eyes? A miscellaneous disciple with extremely average qualifications, if he stayed in the sect all the time. After a few years, the best result would probably be to cultivate hard and finally succeed in passing the examination to become an outer disciple. Most of them, unable to cultivate to the standard of the outer disciple's examination, eventually wasted their lives and went down the mountain in disgrace, or stay at the handyman's peak until his twilight years and collect a new handyman to take over, and sending it out to join the family, condition-wise, was certainly more comfortable than the barren and barren miscellaneous peak. Of course, the only thing you have to lose by joining a family is your dignity. But Immortal Red Cloud didn't think that what was the use of having that cheap dignity for a mere journeyman disciple? Can you eat it for food? Or can you spend it for silver? Thinking of this, the Red Cloud Fairy remembered another thing. Previously into the marriage union wedding banquet, that nonsense talk inner door. If he hadn't exposed the identity of that miscellaneous disciple through his nonsense, I'm sure that people might be doing a little better now. After all, an inner disciple joining the family, and a journeyman joining the family, were indeed two different concepts, and the journeyman disciple lost his dignity, perhaps even more. Still, it's the same thing. Immortal Red Cloud didn't think that more or less dignity made any difference to the handyman named Lu Yi in the first place. The dignity of the little man is in the end not worth much. Seeing him in the right light and giving him a whole new life, that little bit of lost dignity was completely worthless. Previously, he had been in seclusion to impact his realm, and was too lazy to care about this kind of sesame trifle. Today, Fairy Red Cloud had a whim. After a moment of contemplation, Immortal Red Cloud slightly clapped her hands, and in the shadows of the great hall, a cold-faced woman immediately stepped out. Command down, let that. Fairy Red Cloud pondered for a while before remembering the name of that woeful inner disciple in the beginning. Let Wu to go to the Blackstone Wasteland to open up the land for mining. Immortal Red Cloud indifferently said, although it was a small matter, there were some words that one still had to bear a certain price for saying them. Yes, the cold woman didn't say half a word more and left immediately after receiving the order. The inner peak of the sect, this was where the inner disciples lived. Wu De was currently talking and laughing with an outer sect sister. On the day of the marriage delivery, Wu De drank too much and uttered words, and later when he woke up and returned to the clan, Wu De was afraid of the aftermath. After all, this was someone the patriarch had sent out, and since Immortal Red Cloud had been in charge of the sect for many years, Her Majesty was incomparable, and anyone who dared to disobey her would not have a good ending. Returning to the sect, Wu De trembled with fear and trembling, ready to receive judgment from the sect. What Wu De didn't expect was that the sect seemed to not care about this matter at all. Now that some time has passed, Wunder has completely regained his confidence. He was an inner disciple after all, and was valued by the sect, and Lu Yi, who was sent out to join the family in the first place, was just a district handyman. How could the sect punish a promising inner disciple because of a handyman? Senior sister Lu Yun, be good. Let's senior brother take a look. Right at this moment, a figure of the first innate layer landed with a sullen face in front of Wu De, who was planning to go up and down. Chapter 32, Extracting again, rare physique in hand. Wu De, the clan's arrangement for you is here. The person who came was Zhang Xiong, the sect steward, who coldly said, it has been decided by the sect that you will be sent to the Blackstone Wasteland to open up the land, and that you will go there immediately from now on without delay. At those words, Wu De was struck by lightning. Black Rock Wilderness openings? Opening up the land has always been a very dangerous thing to do. The wilderness was filled with a great deal of unknowns, and once one was a little careless, it was not strange for a Hotian or even an innate to fall in it, not to mention him being a tiny knife-level condensed origin. Steward Jang, why is this? Wu De was shocked beyond belief and hurriedly asked, if you ask me, who do I ask? Zhang Xiong said indifferently, this is a direct order from the sect. Looking at Wu De, who usually didn't pay much tribute to himself, Zhang Xiong pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, I heard that this matter, it was a direct order from the patriarch. Perhaps, it has something to do with the drunkenness and carelessness of your words in the beginning. Until Zhang Xiong left, Wu De still hadn't come back to his senses. At this moment, Lu Yun hurriedly pulled herself away from Wu De. Wu De was not Lu Yun's favorite type, but it was because of Wu De's status as an inner disciple. At that time, when she assessed the inner sect, there were still people who could make force behind her. Now, having gone to the Blackstone Wasteland, it was impossible to say whether anyone would be back by then, who was still foolish enough to put their future on Wunder. Looking at the suddenly cold Lu Yun, Wu De froze. Senior sister Yun, wait for me to come back. Senior brother will definitely help you fix the matter of the inner sect examination. Lu Yun indifferently said, no need. Senior brother Wu should mind his own business first. I've got things to do, so I'll leave you to it. As the words fell, Lu Yun turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. Now that this investment's been scrapped, she needs to hurry up and find the next one. Lu Yun, you, by this point, where does Wu De still not understand that Lu Yun is clearly dumping him? Thinking of Steward Zhang Xiong's reminder, Wu De's eyes turned red. That damned handyman, at this point in time, actually still harming himself. It was a long way back, plus he had enough silver on him. Lu Yi directly chartered a carriage and rushed to Yunyi City. The storm in the Red Cloud sect was something Lu Yi was not even aware of, nor did he know that he was somehow, inexplicably, held a grudge by the 9th level of condensed origin. Of course, even if he knew, Lu Yi wouldn't care. Whether the 9th layer of the condensed source can receive a fine rain sword technique is still an unknown matter. At this time, looking at Chen Lingshan lent himself among the nano ring, close to 3,000 taels of silver. Lu Yi has never felt so rich. The voice of the mind meditating on the recharge also became much louder. In an instant, 1,000 taels of silver were devoured by the Wandao pavilion. Looking at the middle of the ring, a third of the silver taels were missing all of a sudden. Lu Yi had a kind of faint emptiness after kryptonite. Glancing at Jiang Lingyu next to him, Lu Yi sat down in the middle of the carriage and directly chose to designate the extraction of the gifted physique. A few moments later, a prompt arrived as promised. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired the fast healing constitution. You may choose to fuse at any time. Fast healing? Lu Yi was stunned. And then he was receiving information about this physique. Read it and be a little surprised. According to the description of the physique, after having such a physique, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as there is still a breath, it will be able to heal at a speed faster than anyone can imagine. The short answer is that as long as you are not killed on the spot, you are equivalent to not dying. Those situations where the injuries were so severe that they could not be cured and ended up falling would not appear at all. Not bad. This physique, in disguise, is equivalent to boosting my combat power. The vast majority of martial arts practitioners would try to avoid injuries, and many of the fights that exchanged injuries for injuries would not even be considered half-heartedly. Right now for Lu Yi, he didn't even have to think about being injured. He dared to replace the injuries that others dared to replace him. Jiang Lingyu sat next to her, looking at Lu Yi, suddenly showing a mysterious smile, her face full of doubts. Why is my brother-in-law suddenly laughing when he is sitting in the car for a good reason? It cannot be that night fighting, after exhaustion fainted. Brain out of something, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Lingyue couldn't help but reveal a hint of worry. Brother-in-law was already unpopular in the Jiang family, and now, if his head was out of joint, wouldn't he be even more unpopular? The ride back was smooth sailing. Originally, in addition to Chaotic Wind Mountain, the largest bandit den, there were several other bandit forces that were quite a bit weaker for thousands of miles around. But because the Chaotic Wind Mountains were all quietly exterminated overnight, the result was that the rest of the mountain bandits were also on edge, not daring to venture out for fear that they would be taken out in one fell swoop. Back in Cloudleaf City, Lu Yi originally wanted to settle the bill, but he didn't expect Jiang Lingyu to stop him. Brother-in-law, I'll do it. In her opinion, Lu Yi had managed to earn 100 taels of silver by betting on darts, and he didn't have much left on him. This trip up to thousands of miles of carriage trip, the fare will be more than 10 taels of silver it. Seeing Jiang Lingyu grabbing to pay the silver, Lu Yi smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. Finally we're home. These past few days in the car, it's been boring. Jiang Lingyu looked at the familiar Jiang mansion and walked in with light footsteps. Small courtyard in the C section of the outer courtyard. Separating from Jiang Lingyu, Lu Yi stepped into the courtyard. Qingyu, who was cleaning, looked up and was a bit surprised. Auntie, you're back? Hurriedly putting down the broom in her hand, Qingyu ran to Lu Yi and looked up and down, somewhat nervous. I heard that the last time I escorted the dart, but also encountered a dart hijacker. Auntie, you did not get hurt, right? Lu Yi shook his head. Everything is fine, you don't have to worry. That's good. Qingyu patted her chest. The caravan had returned to Cloudleaf City a few days earlier, and the events of that night's thrilling dart robbery night had been circulated through many people, including the matter of the three great innates appearing even later. It was even more so that countless people's blood boiled as they listened to it. Crossing the sky and stepping in the air, the innate true qi is indestructible. This innate realm, no one does not aspire. When Qingyu heard these news, the first thing she yearned for was not any innate, but the fact that Lu Yi had fainted from exhaustion at the end due to his forceful fight against the robbers. So, it's been a bit of a worry for the past few days. It was only after seeing Lu Yi return and not be in any serious trouble that he finally let go of his heart. Having the intention to try the effect of the fast healing physique, Lu Yi returned to his room and closed the door behind him. Then, the internal qi was like a knife, easily cutting a small slit in the finger. The next moment, there was only just blood seeping out, and the wound was already healing and scabbing rapidly. After a few seconds, the blood scabs came off, leaving a faint white mark where the previous injury had been. What a terrifying healing speed. This is a real response to a past life saying that when you go to the hospital late, your wounds are going to heal. The inner courtyard of the Jiang mansion. Sister, I'm back. Jiang Lingyue ran into the middle of a small courtyard and said with a smile. Jiang Qingge stepped out, a hint of concern in her eyes. Not hurt, right? Chapter 33, advancing to the Hotian 9th level. Birthday banquet invitation. Compared to the version that had been circulated, Jiang Qingge obviously knew more. For example, besides Lu Yi fainting from exhaustion, Jiang Lingyu had fallen into danger twice. If it wasn't for the sudden killing of a mysterious man in black, I'm afraid that Jiang Lingyu would have fallen into a situation where she would be seriously injured without dying. I'm fine, sister. Jiang Lingyu laughed. Jiang Qingge said, tell me, what exactly was the situation that night? I did hear a lot of intelligence. Jiang Lingyue nodded her head and began to tell. After a long time, Jiang Lingyue drank water and moistened her throat. Phew, finally finished. Sister, you don't know, that mysterious man in black, I thought at first, is Lu Yi brother-in-law. Him? Jiang Qingge sneered. If he was the mysterious innate that night, I, Jiang Qingge, would have no problem writing my name backwards. Don't say that. Jiang Lingyu waved her hand and said, brother-in-law is actually very nice. He fought until he fainted that night. Jiang Qingge was non-committal. In Jiang Qingge's opinion, Lu Yi didn't have to mess with anything at all. Being in the Jiang family, he was provided with food and shelter without him having to worry about anything. All Lu Yi had to do was to use his weak qualifications as a handyman to try and hit a higher martial realm. Only in this way can one be considered to have a slight chance of changing one's destiny. Instead of going out for 10 days and half a month, just to earn a little dark money, talent itself is limited, and putting the cart before the horse. Unable to distinguish between what is more important and what is less important, Jiang Qingge does not think that Lu Yi still have hope of being innate in this life, unless he has hit a super big luck. Wasting away one's life and being able to reach the middle Hotian stage is considered good. Originally, I still wanted to say a word about Chen Lingxiang. Jiang Lingyue vaguely felt in her heart that Chen Lingxiang seemed to be a little bit not right for her brother-in-law. However, seeing that Jiang Qingge had a cold face and seemed unconcerned about Lu Yi's matter, Jiang Lingyue ultimately did not say anything. Lu Yi didn't realize that in Jiang Qingge's eyes, he was at best a mid-Hotian in this life. Of course, even if she knew, Lu Yi would only treat her as a frog in a well. Is the innate an unattainable realm for him? Lu Yi, in this life? The frog in the bottom of the well. How to know the white moon in the sky? For the following 10 days, since there was no designated extraction, Lu Yi was given a bottle of top-grade condensed origin pill to keep him going. As for his own cultivation, under the 10 days of bitter cultivation, he managed to enter the 9th layer of the Hotian. The innate realm that the world could only dream of was, at this moment, only one step away from Lu Yi. The invitations for the Wang family's oldest ancestor's upcoming birthday banquet were also sent out like snowflakes at this time. As an old innate family, the Jiang family naturally received a bunch of invitations. For each invitation, you can bring 2 people. This kind of invitation was sent out, and other than the innate families that were rivals with the Wang family, the rest of the forces, one after another, said that they would all go. After all, the jungle is more than just fighting and killing. If you don't give people face, they won't take care of you when you organize a party or when you ask for help. Looking at the invitation that Xing Yu had brought back, saying that it was for himself, Lu Yi flipped it open. The Wang family ancestor's birthday banquet? Within Lu Yi's eyes, a hint of contemplation flashed. Previously, when Chaotic Wind Mountain was destroyed, the Wang family was very calm and did not make any movements, as if the matter of Chaotic Wind Mountain had nothing to do with them at all. Is holding the old ancestor's birthday banquet now an opportunity to play up and make something happen? Or is it really just a simple birthday banquet? Thinking for a moment, Lu Yi felt that it was not like a mere birthday banquet. After all, the Wang family had dropped a forbidden weapon that was sacrificed in the middle of the blood pool. Lu Yi was not looking at that kind of broken forbidden weapon that had a backlash. But for the rest of the forces, no one would refuse such a treasure that could increase their battle power. For the Wang family birthday banquet, the Chen family, as the only innate family in Falling Flower City, would surely receive invitations as well. Lu Yi guessed that there was a high probability that Chen Lingxiang would come over. In that case, after cultivating into an innate, it would be a good idea to go over and take a look to see what kind of tricks they're trying to pull, just in time to return the nascent sacred ring to her. Looking at the invitation time, it was almost 20 days away. This time was enough for Lu Yi to rely on a little bit of help from the 100-fold increase, as well as a billion points of his own effort, to rush to the Hotian 9th layer of perfection. The Falling Flowers Chen family. After the invitation was sent into the Chen mansion, Chen Lingxiang held the invitation and secretly pondered over it. Jiang Qingge is the Jiang family's eldest young lady, and Lu Yi, as her husband, must be among the Wang family's invitation ranks. Then I'll go over there, just so I can meet up. After calculating clearly, Chen Lingxiang hummed slightly. First, in front of Lu Yi, try to brush up his goodwill before saying anything. Falling Flower City, City Lord's Mansion. An invitation was sent into the middle of the City Lord's Mansion. In the middle of the hall, Yun Xianshan's face was slightly pale as he sat on a purple wooden chair, looking at Wu Jun who walked in, and said indifferently, "This is an invitation sent by the Wang family of Castle Peak City. This seat is occupied, so you will go in place of this seat and bring a congratulatory gift." the Wang family of Castle Peak City? Wu Jun nodded. Yes, master. Looking at Yun Qinshan's obviously not so good face, Wu Jun said with concern, Master, what's wrong with you? Waving his hand, Yun Qinshan said, practicing was a bit hasty. The source chi backlashed. No big deal. You go. Wu Jun walked out of the city lord's mansion with the invitation card, and he was greeted by two women with rather playful appearances. Mr. Wu, we received an invitation from the Wang family in Castle Peak City. Do you want to go with us? The two women, gathering their courage, said, although Chen Ling relative was not interested in Wu Jun at all, but in reality, Wu Jun, who was at the third level of the Hotian, was likewise a golden son-in-law in the eyes of many. After all, Wu Jun himself aside, behind him, was the city lord's mansion. If he could get on Wu Jun, it would be equivalent to getting on the line of the city lord's mansion. Sweeping his gaze across, Wu Jun smiled faintly in a rather genteel manner. I'm sorry, you two ladies, I already have an appointment. Looking at Wu Jun who was heading towards the Chen mansion, the two women exchanged glances and both flashed a trace of gloom. The one Wu Jun spoke of as having an appointment must be the one from the Chen family. Facing that kind of rival with the best talent and appearance, they could not even think of competing. Arriving at the Chen mansion, he lightly arrived at Chen Lingxian's small courtyard and followed him. Wu Jun smiled and said aloud, Miss Spirit Phase, the birthday banquet of the Wang family's oldest ancestor in Castle Peak City. Why don't we go together? Chen Lingxian walked out with a slight frown and said coldly, I'm sorry, Mr. Wu, I already have an appointment. When these words came out, Wu Jun immediately turned a little red in the face. The same words he had just said. I didn't expect to turn around and land on myself. Forgive me for taking the liberty. The person you are talking about having an appointment with, Spirit Minister, is that Jiang family flunky? Still somewhat unwilling, Wu Jun's face flushed red as he immediately said, looking at Wu Jun, who had purposely pointed out Jiang family's son-in-law. Chen Lingxiang slightly shook his head in his heart. This kind of temperamental mentality is no match for the ginger son-in-law that you're talking about. The mentality of the mind was not comparable, and the strength was even more completely crushed. Chapter 34, The Three Swords of the Absolute Sky have reached their great completion, impacting the innate realm. Yes or no? May I ask what it has to do with Mr. Wu? Chen Lingxiang said indifferently. Mr. Wu, you seem to have overstepped your bounds a bit. As the words fell, above Chen Lingxiang's delicate body, a stern aura rose vaguely and flickered. Wu Jun came back to his senses in a moment, and he had forgotten that the Chen family's heavenly daughter, in front of him was a real innate. Moreover, it wasn't even the innate layer. Even the city lord's mansion was at a disadvantage in front of the Chen mansion. If he really annoyed Chen Lingxiang and caused the Chen mansion to turn against the city lord's mansion, this consequence was something that even Wu Jun could not afford. A cold sweat almost broke out on his back, and Wu Jun's eyes suddenly sobered up. I'm sorry for the offense. Somewhat disoriented out of the Chen mansion, Wu Jun inwardly has produced some faltering. It's been years. Can he really get Chen Lingxiang's heart? If you can't, it seems useless to invest any more time in it. What's the point of this for me? If I want family history, behind me stands the city lord's mansion, and if I want talent, in the vast city of falling flowers, I, Wu Jun, am only ranked behind a few people. And why should I be obsessed with a strong alliance and have to pursue someone who simply can't succeed? Because of his forced pursuit of Chen Lingxiang, Wu Jun also knew that he had previously offended many people, including the Jiang family son-in-law in his mouth before. In the final analysis, he and the Jiang family son-in-law Lu Yi does not have any grudges. Eyes gradually becoming firm, Wu Jun finally thought clearly. This Chen family's heavenly daughter, whoever loves to pursue, he would not act halfway anyway. As for the person who had previously offended the Jiang family, he could only find another opportunity later to make amends and apologize. After considering it thoroughly, Wu Jun only felt permeable. However, even though he was already planning to give up, Wu Jun didn't think that Lu Yi could have anything to do with Chen Lingxiang. After all, the term ginger family flunky was not pleasant to hear, but it was a fact of life, and Chen Lingxiang has always been eye-catching. Looking at a married man? It simply couldn't happen. Thousands of miles of land. Because of an invitation from the Wang family, there is a big storm. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was half disturbed by the outside world and remained immersed in his own rhythm. Aside from utilizing the star ancient scripture to cultivate on a daily basis, the three swords of the absolute heavens were the only martial arts in his hands, which he had not perfected. Practice like crazy these days. A few days later, the three swords of the absolute sky finally entered the realm of great completion. Just as the absolute sky three swords came to fruition, around a 10-mile radius, all the swords in the hands of the swordsman within this range, all of them were simultaneously sending out a buzzing sound. This strange phenomenon has puzzled many people. Just then, Jiang Lingyue hurriedly ran in. Brother-in-law, Did you feel that? Feel what? Jiang Lingyue said with some excitement. Just now, my green moon sword moved again. I've also asked quite a few guards in the mansion who use the sword, and they also have this phenomenon. Lu Yi faintly said. What about down there? You're so excited. Jiang Lingyue said mysteriously. You'll definitely be excited too when you hear my guess. I suspect that the person who triggered the sword's anomaly this time and the person who had the previous heaven and earth anomaly might be the same. Lu Yi, unexpectedly, this Jiang Lingyue, who usually looked a bit naive, actually had a good brain at this moment. It really blindsided her. The more Jiang Lingyue spoke, the more excited she became and continued. And didn't she say before that she could only be sure that the mysterious person was within 1,000 miles? Through today's strange movements, I guess, that mysterious person, it is possible that he is in our Cloudleaf City. Jiang Lingyue said with some yearning. I really don't know what kind of person could have such terrifying attainments in the Tao of the sword. That kind of top-tier sword Tao, even if it was only a tenth of it, was a realm that Jiang Lingyue could only dream of. Eyeing his sister-in-law with a yearning face, Lu Yi slightly shook his head and said, It just so happens that there is a bit of time today, so show me the fine rain sword technique once, and I'll give you some pointers. Jiang Lingyue's sword technique was still in the skillful stage today, with Lu Yi's attainments at the perfection realm and his terrifying understanding of the sword Tao. A few casual pointers should be able to improve her quite a bit. After letting Jiang Lingyue rehearse it, Lu Yi pointed out a few flaws. However, with Jiang Lingyue's understanding, she couldn't digest it for the time being, and the fine rain sword technique that she had rehearsed was still broken. Don't you move. I'll only teach you once. Sighing slightly, Lu Yi took out the magic weapon longsword that he had previously obtained from the Divine Soldier Pavilion, casually pulling a sword flower. In an instant, the fine rain sword technique was like flowing water, easily and freely declared. Jiang Lingyue took a look and immediately froze. That night, that mysterious black-robed man's perfect realm fine rain sword technique seemed to appear before his eyes again. Staring at Lu Yi, looking at this brother-in-law who was looked down upon by most of the Jiang family, but seemed to have deep pockets, Jiang Lingyue was a bit smitten for a moment. Time passes like running water. As time passed, finally, the Mando shelf charge was once again complete. Congratulations to the host. Obtained top grade innate pill *1. It has been placed in the Dao Pavilion warehouse, and the host can access it at any time. This time, it is still an elixir, but it is not the most basic source condensation elixir, but the innate elixir. As the name suggests, this was an extreme elixir that could increase the progress of cultivation even at the innate realm. 1. At least 100,000 taels of silver upwards, and absolutely priceless. There were not many people at all who would take this kind of elixir and go out to sell it. With this top-grade innate pill, the certainty of breaking through the innate realm is even greater. Looking at the small courtyard that was becoming more and more prosperous, Lu Yi carried his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. There were only the last few days left before the official start of the Wang family's old ancestors' birthday banquet. As for Lu Yi's cultivation, under half a month of hard cultivation, he had also come to the Hotian 9th level of perfection. An innate barrier that had blocked countless Hotian 9th levels appeared right in front of him. The 9th layer of the Hotian is complete. Feeling the internal energy filling his body, Lu Yi was slightly emotional. Who could have known that half a year ago, he was still a cultivation-less traveler who had just crashed and burned his way across from the blue planet? I don't know if it's just an outbreak of luck, but within the last 10 days, another sweepstakes opportunity has been racked up. Lu Yi actually drew a top-grade innate pill again. It's not suitable for a breakthrough in the Jiang mansion. We need to find a new place. Scanning his eyes around, Lu Yi directly left the Jiang mansion and headed outside Cloudleaf City. Breaking through the innate realm would likewise cause the source chi of heaven and earth to fluctuate violently within a certain range. Breaking through in the Jiang family was undoubtedly exposing himself. When his strength couldn't cope with the vast majority of his troubles, Lu Yi just wanted to keep a low profile and develop. A few moments later, before arriving at a remote dense forest outside the city, Lu Yi quickly swept into it. Chapter 35 Today, Achievement of Innate. The Green Thunder Sect's visitors, request for catch-up reading. On top of a large tree, Lu Yi sat cross-legged, feeling the still okay heaven and earth source energy of this place. He nodded slightly. In the next moment, the star ancient scripture was in full operation. Rumble. At that instant, the source chi of the heavens and earth in a radius of 200 meters was as if it was being extracted by a pump, madly surging towards this place. The star ancient scripture, which had never been fully exerted before, this time, finally revealed its terrifying might. Even some pre-advanced stage could not manage to extract the heaven and earth source chi within a range of 200 meters. As the heaven and earth source chi furiously poured in, the star ancient scripture was instantly refined at high speed. After starting to impact the innate barrier, Lu Yi realized why the innate realm was the first difficult hurdle on the path of martial cultivation. Indeed sturdy beyond belief, It was no wonder that for thousands of years, countless Hotian ninth levels had ended up trapped under the innate, lamenting bitterly for the rest of their lives. However, this innate barrier, which can trap thousands of Hotian ninth layer, cannot trap me. Feeling that the heaven and earth source chi of this place alone could not completely open the innate gate, Lu Ye's mind concentrated, and a top-grade innate pill suddenly appeared in his hand. Afterwards, it was swallowed in one gulp. The top-grade innate pill instantly melted in his mouth, instantly transforming into a huge energy that filled the limbs and bones. Rapidly gathering these huge energies, Lu Yi once again carried an unrivaled momentum. The energy transformed into a long rolling dragon of source chi, rushing towards the innate barrier. Boom! The medicinal power of a top-grade elixir was completely not comparable to a lower-grade innate elixir. Coupled with the terrifying refining efficiency of the star ancient scripture, wave after wave of energy impacted. And at this moment, a crack finally appeared in the originally incomparably sturdy innate barrier. Break me! Refining all the medicinal power of the elixir, Lu Yi gathered up the last wave of muddy energy and once again blasted at that barrier. Boom! Suddenly, Lu Yi only felt that he had entered a whole new world. The internal chi in his body, towards a higher level of innate true chi, metamorphosed at great speed, crossing over for more than half a year. Today, finally became innate. Just as Lu Yi was breaking through the innate, the source energy of the surrounding heaven and earth was being sucked in by the whales, causing the movement of this place to spread out. In Cloudleaf City, the innate Tian family and the city lord's mansion were the first to notice that there seemed to be strange movements coming from outside the city. In the blink of an eye, two innate figures quickly stepped into the air and headed straight outside the city. The sudden appearance of two great innates immediately triggered a tremor in Cloudleaf City. Tian Chang, the oldest ancestor of the Tian family, Cloudleaf City Lord Wang Xinglua. These two martial arts powerhouses were two of the three great innates in Cloudleaf City. At this time, they actually appeared in unison and went straight to the outside of the city. It's hard to believe that something happened. 2 miles outside the city, in the middle of the dense forest, Lu Yi, who had completed his breakthrough, had also jumped up to the innate realm at this moment. There was a qualitative change in perception. His eyes looked in the direction of Cloudleaf City, and he felt two strong auras coming straight towards this place. Lu Ye's eyes were indifferent. He carried his hands behind his back, and his perfection-grade falling leaves body technique was activated, leaving silently as if he had never appeared. As a fellow innate, although his realm was not as good as the two breaths that came, Lu Yi was very confident in his own stance. Falling leaves body technique, Xian rank extreme, only one step away from advancing to the earth rank body technique. District of Cloudleaf City, two innate families Jin clan feats. The highest is only the top grade of the Xian rank. The bottom is still too shallow. A few moments later, when the two great innates who were treading in the air arrived at this place with all their might, their sight was swept, and it was empty. Cloudleaf City Lord Wang Xinglua faintly sensed and said in a deep voice, Tian Lao, was someone breaking through the innate just now? Tian Qing's voice was old. That's right, since this person is not far from breaking through outside of the city, most likely, he is someone from Cloudleaf City. Wang Xinglua sighed. It's just a pity that this newly promoted innate didn't seem to want to reveal his identity and left early. Right, why didn't Elder Jiang come? Suddenly remembering something, Wang Xinglua was slightly puzzled. Such changes in the heaven and earth source chi were most sensitive to the innate realm. The Jiang clan's oldest ancestor, Jiang Woyo, was at the third level of the innate, one realm higher than Tian Chang, and it was impossible for him not to notice. Tian Qing's eyes flashed, pondered for a moment, and laughed. Earlier, I heard that old man Jiang was going to be in seclusion, so perhaps it is not possible to say that he is still in the middle of seclusion now. At those words, Wang Xinglua nodded slightly. Innate realm seclusion. The time is not certain. A short period of 10 days and a half months. A long period of 1 year and a half years have. Regarding the appearance of a newly promoted mysterious innate in Cloudleaf City, sensing that the other party did not seem to want to be exposed, Wang Xinglua and his duo returned to the city, neither of them saying much. However, there is no lack of knowledgeable people in the city, combined with the reaction of the two great innocents, or guessed that Cloudleaf City may have produced another martial arts innate. In the middle of a tea house, a numb-faced man at the 5th level of condensed origin talked eloquently. Let me tell you, just judging from the movement of those two innate lords in our city, a fourth innate powerhouse must have appeared in our Cloudleaf City. In that case, the pattern within the city will change again? From a 3-legged tripod to a 4-way battle for supremacy? Someone asked. The pockmarked man shook his head. From the temporary situation, this newly risen innate powerhouse is very low-key. The city lord and the Tian family ancestor should not have been able to locate each other. Otherwise, when they return, they should be 3 people. In the corner of the tea house, at a square table, there was a man and a woman sitting, very young, and when she heard this, The woman whispered disdainfully. A small place is a small place. A mere innate first layer that has just been promoted. Talking nonsense? Those who don't know would think that it's an innate ninth layer. At the first innate layer, among her clan, at most she would be an outer door steward. In the middle of this small town, it seems like it's some kind of big deal. Next to him, the ordinary-looking round-faced youth said helplessly, "Senior sister, you shouldn't underestimate the martial arts experts outside. You need to know that there are people outside of people." Zhang Shanshan said with a face full of unconcern. "It's not that I underestimate the people outside. I'm only 23 years old, and I'm already at the 7th level of the Hotian. That Chen family Chen Lingxiang is under 30 years old, breaks through an innate, and then it's blown up to be the number one genius of the world's families. Not knowing that within our clan, this kind of qualification, there are at least a couple of fingers. That innate layer one who was hiding outside the city today to break through. I still don't know if he's an old man of a few dozen years old." The round-faced youth was helpless, but he couldn't refute anything. The two were precisely from the Green Thunder sect, one of the top forces in the Northern Realm and one of the three great sects. To the sect they were in, the top geniuses that were rumored to be divine in the outside world were no more than average geniuses when placed within the sect. This time, the two of them went out of the sect and came down the mountain, precisely on behalf of the Green Thunder sect, to come to the Wang family's old ancestor's birthday banquet. When he was on his way to Cloudleaf City, he heard that a mysterious figure had broken through to the innate. Lu Yi, who returned to the Jiang family, did not know that he had only turned 20 not long ago, but was actually guessed to be a twilight old man. Under the watchful eyes of the Jiang family's gatekeeper, Lu Yi blandly walked into the mansion. After waiting for Lu Yi to enter, the two guards looked at each other, and the left guard whispered, "Do you have a feeling that this Miss Chinga's husband seems to be different somewhere?" The right guard thought about it, and returned with a hefty smile. "Can it be, because after that something? Miss Chinga looks radiant, and even Aunt Lu has changed?" Chapter 36 Jiang Chinga, Lu Yi. "You don't want to be discovered by the Red Cloud sect either, do you?" The left guard was just about to say something when he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye and was directly frightened. Speak of Chow Chow. Lu Yi had only just walked into the mansion not long ago when Jiang Chinga actually walked out of the mansion. "What were you guys talking about just now?" Jiang Chinga frowned slightly. Just now, she was far away and she didn't hear it, but the keywords, Miss Chinga as well as Aunt Lu, heard it. Jiang Chinga was unable to cultivate, but there was a faint majesty about her. The two guards didn't dare to hide anything and explained everything except for that last sentence. After saying that, the two of them turned deathly pale and waited for Missy's judgment. However, I didn't expect that Jiang Chinga just frowned lightly. Words like these, don't say them again afterward. After saying that, Jiang Chinga pondered for a moment and actually turned her body around and walked towards a certain small courtyard in the outer courtyard. After breaking through the innate, even if he didn't intentionally check, the movements in a 10-meter radius could not escape Lu Yi's perception. The first thing he sensed was when Jiang Chinga walked this way. However, Lu Yi didn't care at all and continued to lie down in the courtyard to bask in the sun. The innate layer, the absolute heaven three swords were greatly accomplished, without using the innate body-breaking invisible sword chi. At this time, the Jiang clan's old ancestor, who was at the third innate layer, would not necessarily be his opponent. The threat of the Jiang family was almost non-existent to him. A few moments later, Jiang Chinga stood at the entrance to the courtyard and reached out to knock on the door. Lu Yi said indifferently, "This is your Jiang family's courtyard. There's no need to knock on the door. No one will say anything if you come straight in." Jiang Chinga walked in, looked at Lu Yi and said, "You seem to have a deep opinion about me." Lu Yi looked at the blue sky. "Is it important to have an opinion?" Looking at Lu Yi's unconcerned demeanor, a faint trace of exasperation welled up in Jiang Chinga's heart. "One more thing. You're wrong. This isn't your Jiang family. You're my Jiang Chinga's husband, and you're part of the Jiang family." At those words, Lu Yi was even lazier to look at her. Jiang Chinga walked somewhat stubbornly to Lu Yi's side and asked, "Am I that ugly that you won't even look at me?" Lu Yi faintly said, "Interesting souls are picked by 1,000, and good-looking skins are 1,000. Ms. Jiang, you seem to be a little close, which is detrimental to your innocence." Looking at the faint trace of disgust in Lu Yi's eyes up close, Jiang Chinga was stunned. In the past, only she loathed Lu Yi, and now, it was actually Lu Yi's turn to tire of her? He incoming in, now reversed the Big Dipper? If he was some kind of heavenly pride and couldn't see himself, Jiang Chinga would still be able to understand. After all, although Jiang Chinga never had an inferiority complex, she was also clear that in the great world of martial arts, being unable to cultivate was to be born inferior. But, you, Lu Yi, were also born as a handyman with average qualifications, and you still don't see me, Jiang Chinga? We're clearly half a catty. With a clench of her teeth, Jiang Chinga reached out and wrapped one of Lu Yi's arms around her. In a few days it will be the birthday banquet of the Wang family in Castle Peak City. You and I are husband and wife, so we will go together. Also, your clan, the Red Cloud sect, has sent someone, and my Jiang clan has invited the Red Cloud sect's emissary to stay in my Jiang clan. Lu Yi, you also don't want this kind of relationship between the two of us to be discovered by the Red Cloud sect, right? Looking at Jiang Qingge, Lu Yi's face was slightly odd. This tone, however, the Red Cloud sect came. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. Although he has now advanced to the innate, in Cloudleaf City, it was already with enough power to defend itself, but for a behemoth like the Red Cloud sect, it was still not enough. At this stage, Lu Yi didn't want to attract the attention of the Red Cloud sect and only wanted to advance in peace. Thinking for a moment, Lu Yi's eyes fell on Jiang Qingge and said faintly, "What do you mean?" Taking a light breath, Jiang Qingge calmly said, "Since we are husband and wife, we naturally have to live together. The messenger will arrive tomorrow, and will stay in the Jiang family until the Wang family birthday banquet begins, and you will go to my room to sleep for these few days." At those words, Lu Yi frowned slightly. Jiang Qingge burst into a fit of anger. It really was the reverse of the Big Dipper. Her boudoir, in which no man had ever been, including her father, had never been visited. Now he's asked to go and he looks reluctant? Lu Yi, you don't want to, either. Lu Yi had a bit of a headache and waved his hand. Alright, you don't have to say anything, I'll just go over later. With a slightly pleased hum in her heart, Jiang Qingge was calm on the surface and answered faintly, turning to leave. This Wang family ancestor's birthday banquet is really a bit of an eight-way cloud movement. Of course, Lu Yi also guessed that even if the three great clans would send someone, the one who came would not be too important. At best, sending disciples over is about right. By the time nighttime rolled around, Lu Yi had only just finished eating shortly afterward. Jiang Qingge's figure actually did appear at the entrance of the small courtyard once again. Lu Yi, time's up. Since he had agreed, Lu Yi didn't bother to ink, and followed behind Jiang Qingge, stepping into the small courtyard once again after many days. While Lu Yi was in a calm state of mind, Jiang Qingge was a little complicated inside. That night she took the initiative to drive Lu Yi out, and she didn't expect to have the day to take the initiative to invite him in now. It was clear that less than half a year had passed, and it seemed that both sides had changed shape in terms of offense and defense. Only, what Jiang Qingge couldn't imagine was Lu Yi's bottom line. Where exactly was it? Shaking her head, without thinking too much on this kind of issue, Jiang Qingge began to introduce Lu Yi one by one to the rooms in the middle of the small courtyard, the bath, the study, and so on, glancing at Lu Yi's body, which was still in the same rough linen clothes that were always the same. Jiang Qingge turned around and took out a long shirt from the middle of the room that she had bought in the afternoon. "Try it on and see if it fits." Seeing that Lu Yi seemed reluctant, Jiang Qingge said, "Lu Yi, you don't want to be found out that you and I are just a superficial couple, right? Too lazy to say more on small issues." Lu Yi took it and changed his clothes and came out. Jiang Qingge's eyes lit up slightly, and she had to say that this person's looks were still without a doubt. No wonder he was chosen in the first place and sent to the Jiang family to join the family. Could it be that when he chose the man, it was for his handsome looks? Late at night, Jiang Qingge looked at Lu Yi, who was still standing in the middle of the courtyard, and said softly, "Lu Yi, it's late at night, it's time to go back to bed." Nodding, Lu Yi entered Jiang Qingge's room with an indifferent expression. After many days, nothing has changed here. Only, when the source condensation 4-layer, the completely restricted self, is now a martial arts innate. "Is it okay if I give you a bunk?" After entering the house, Jiang Qingge inquired. Slightly shaking his head, Lu Yi indifferently said, "I'm not used to sleeping on the floor. You just sleep. Don't worry about me." Finding a chair, Lu Yi sat down with his knees crossed and directly began to cultivate. Jiang Qingge does not know how to cultivate, but in the moment Lu Yi began to settle down and cultivate, he still felt that this person seemed to have changed. There was a faintly mysterious aura that lingered around him. Chapter 37 Absolute Heaven's First Style Present, Innate Submission. This kind of subtle feeling seemed to be absent even from the Jiang clan's oldest ancestors that Jiang Qingge had met. Could it be that Lu Yi is even stronger than the old ancestor? This kind of outrageous speculation surfaced in her mind, and in the next moment, Jiang Qingge immediately vetoed it. His own ancestor was a long-established innate realm. According to the strength that Lu Yi had revealed at the time of the previous assassination, it was at the 7th level of condensed origin. Now that some time had passed, the 8th or 9th level of origin condensation should be just about right. With the realm of the innate, there was still an unknown distance in between. For some reason, although Lu Yi was a bit disgusted with her now, Jiang Qingge was very relieved about Lu Yi. Jiang Qingge fell asleep in a daze as she thought about it. Lu Yi cultivated in his chair until the latter part of the night, and the innate true qi that had just been transformed in his body had obviously filled up again. No wonder it said that when one achieves innate, one can regard all below innate as ants. The difference between innate true chi and ordinary internal chi below innate was indeed too great. Compare it to his current Dantian innate true chi. I'm afraid that the condensation of 10% of innate true chi would be comparable to the internal chi that exceeded 70% when he was at the 9th level of the Hotian before. Just then, a slight movement suddenly came from outside. Frowning slightly, Lu Yi turned his head to look at Jiang Qingge, who was sleeping, quickly changed into his night clothes, and swept out silently. The Ginger family mansion. A man in black silently swept into the mansion, like a rock, treading water above the roof. Underneath the face scarf, the black-clothed man's old eyes were a little puzzled. Could it be that something really happened to old man Jiang? Although he had restrained his aura, but the Hotian realm could not discover it. The innate realm was definitely able to detect a hint of it. Now that you've invaded in, the entire Jiang family is unresponsive. A glimmer of light flashed through the man in black's cloudy old eyes. If this is really the case, then next, the strategy for the Jiang family may need to change. After being suppressed by the Jiang family for so many years, it was time to turn the tables. The thoughts in the black-clothed man's mind had only just landed, when suddenly, another figure silently appeared in front of him. Looking across the street at the nightwalker who had suddenly appeared, the black-clothed man's heart jumped. Before the opposite side popped up, the man in black had actually been previously unaware of it. This phenomenon made the black-clothed man's heart abruptly startled, which meant that the opposite party's concealment means was still above him. Who are you? The man in black changed the tone of his voice and asked in a deep voice. The black-robed man had known the old ancestor of the Jiang clan for many years, and was extremely familiar with the aura of the old ancestor of the Jiang clan. This person in front of him, although he was also an innate, he was definitely not Jiang Woyo. Underneath the nightwalker's face scarf, Lu Yi faintly said, "Quit the Jiang family." The man in black snorted coldly. His hands suddenly became claws, directly grabbing towards Lu Yi's chest. Lu Yi frowned and pointed out a finger. After advancing to innate, the split mountain finger had long since been transformed. The split mountain finger condensed by innate true chi even carried a subtle sonic boom. Thumbs up, ha! In the next moment, the man in black screamed miserably and quickly retracted his palm, only to see that on it, there was an additional bloody fingering hole. With one strike, it actually directly pierced through the black-clothed man's innate true chi protection. The black-clothed man was shocked in his heart and no longer cared about staying in the Jiang family for long. Immediately wanting to leave, Lu Yi coldly said, "You want to leave like that now? It's too late." The falling leaves body technique catalyzed, catching up in an instant. It was only at this point, because of the commotion coming from the two men exchanging blows, that it finally caused Jiang Lianshan, who was in the highest realm in the Jiang family residence nowadays, to be alerted. Jiang Lianshan suddenly woke up and swept out of the room, coming to the location where the two previous innates had stayed and said in fear, "An innate realm infiltrated my Jiang family?" This situation made Jiang Lianshan's heart heavy with worry. Once this kind of infiltration situation happened frequently, he, the Jiang family's oldest ancestor, was slow to step in to deal with it. Eventually, surely, the horse will be found out. Sure enough, paper, in the end, can't hold fire. What made Jiang Lianshan puzzled was the movement of the exchange of blows, and how it was transmitted. Martial powerhouses that could fight with the innate realm, their Jiang family, simply couldn't take them out nowadays. The other side, the man in black was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that the mysterious Nightwalker would actually pursue him after he had withdrawn from the Jiang family. What a bully! With the black-clothed man's status and position, when had he ever suffered such a loss of being written on his face? All the way rushed out of Cloudleaf City to a dense forest. Seeing that the mysterious night person was still in hot pursuit, the man in black suddenly paused and turned around and said in a deep voice, "Forgive me when I have to. Friend, you and I are both innate. There's no need to fight over a small matter." Lu Ye's expression was bland. "Before letting you quit, you struck out at the drop of a hat, and found it tricky afterward, and now you know that you have to forgive others?" Touching the middle-grade mortal artifact spirit shield sword from his nascent ring, Lu Ye's sword light swept out, directly enveloping the black-clothed man. The fine rain sword technique of the realm of perfection? The black-clothed man was shocked, remembering the information he received before the Jiang family dartboard suffered a dart robbery, killing out a mysterious strong man who was able to injure the fourth layer of the innate, also possessed a hand of consummate fine rain sword technique, associating it with the terrifying fingering technique on the opposite side, as well as the realm that could not be seen through at all. In this instant, the black-clothed man didn't even have half a mind to fight. People can even get a hit from the innate fourth layer. He is a district innate second layer realm. Take his head and fight with the opposite side? However, the man in black was bent on escaping. His battle power was completely unused, and between passive defense responses, he was directly and completely suppressed by Lu Yi. The fine rain sword technique rank is still a bit low. It's a bit of a struggle to fight against the enemy at the more than one level of the innate realm. Lu Yi suppressed the man in black while pondering in his mind that apart from the 3 swords of absolute heaven, he would have to find another sword technique to practice. The fine rain sword technique was enough to suppress the black-clothed man, and it could also inflict damage on him, but if he wanted a quick battle, he still couldn't do it. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yi did not intend to continue wasting time. His eyes condensed, and his sword changed instantly. The 3 swords of absolute heaven. The first style, absolute heaven. The black-clothed man who was already in a precarious state was even more frightened. A thick crisis of death descended instantly, gathering an innate true chi shield with all his might. The black-robed man roared furiously under his breath. Please spare my life. I am willing to submit. However, the speed of the Jietian sword momentum was too fast, and the sword light instantly arrived in front of the black-clothed man. The thick innate shield that was enough to make the 9th level of the Hotian despair, in front of the absolute heavenly sword power. It was like fragile and weak paper that clicked and crumbled. Even if Lu Yi withdrew his hand, the sword's aftermath still bombarded the black-clothed man's body, causing a large mouthful of blood to spurt out, instantly seriously injuring him. Looking at the mysterious Nightwalker who blandly withdrew his long sword, there was a touch of undisguised panic in the old eyes of the man in black. If the opposite side did not close his hand, the man in black understood. He, who had fallen under the sword power. Chapter 38, quickly passing the Big Dipper sword technique. Shocked Tian clan ancestor. The reason why Lu Yi withdrew his hand and didn't behead the black-clothed innate was because he was attracted by that sentence of submission. He still needs a lot of silver subsequently. It would be a lot easier in all aspects if one could have a force that would do things for them. There are so many things that he won't have to do himself anymore. The black-robed man in the innate realm saw that the mysterious Nightwalker seemed to have some heart, and hurriedly said, I am willing to make a heavenly oath to submit to you, and if I break this oath, I will definitely fall under the innate calamity. Lu Yi said indifferently, remove your face scarf first. The man in black sniffed and was a little embarrassed, but he still removed the face scarf. The oldest ancestor of the Tian clan, Tian Chang? Lu Yi was a bit surprised. The Tian family's old ancestor, whom he had only seen once at his own wedding banquet back then, was at the 2nd level of the innate realm. I didn't expect that the innate who quietly sneaked into the Jiang family this night was actually the Tian family's oldest ancestor. Being recognized, the pale-faced Tian clan ancestor's old face was a little embarrassed, all the while inwardly regretting it. Had he known it would be like this, and given 2 more guts, he wouldn't have had the sudden urge to come to the Jiang family to test the waters tonight. Lu Yi carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently, you don't have to regret it either. Submit to me and you will certainly be glad of your decision now in the future. As long as you don't betray, your Tian family will go far. After all, having traveled from the blue planet, Lu Yi knew that he had to be able to draw a pie and sweeten the deal. Otherwise, when the opposite side does something, it won't necessarily go all out. The Tian family's old ancestor coughed, spilling another mouthful of blood, and said breathlessly, many thanks. I still don't know your name? My surname is Chen. Lu Yi said indifferently, you also use a sword, so take out your sword technique and I'll help you improve it, as well as give you some motivation in advance. The innate Tian family. Lu Yi remembered. The Xin clan martial skill appeared to be the heavenly dipper sword technique of the top grade of the Xian rank. It was 2 notches higher than the fine rain sword technique of the lower Xian rank. It's just right for everyday use. Upon hearing this, the Tian family's old ancestor was a bit torn. This was the Tian family's fundamental martial skill. Besides the gongfu, the most important thing was the martial skill. Moreover, the Tian clan's old ancestor didn't think that there was anyone who could still improve his family's ancestral heavenly dipper sword technique in a short period of time. What kind of horrifying attainment in sword Dao would it take to do that? But now, with his little life cupped in someone else's hands, and the heavenly Dao oath having been made, the old Tian family ancestor let out a sigh in his heart, and fumbled for a pamphlet from his nascent sack. Mr. Chen, this is my family's heavenly dipper sword technique. Taking it in his hand, he was about to watch it for a while, when suddenly, Lu Yi's mind moved slightly and whispered, someone is coming over. I'll take you away first. The body ghostly landed in front of the injured Tian clan ancestor, who only felt his eyes splash and the scenery behind him fall back extremely fast. When he stopped again, the scene in front of him was completely different. This scene caused the heart of the Tian clan's oldest ancestor to be appalled once again. What a terrifying stance. When he was chasing himself earlier, the other party turned out to be not using his full strength at all. He deliberately let himself run out of the city. What alarmed the Tian clan's oldest ancestor the most was that he hadn't even had any senses at all. And this mysterious Duke Chen had sensed that someone was coming. This showed that, being at the same innate realm, the opposite party's perception ability was far above his own. Strength, perception ability, body speed, comprehensively crushed him. While the heart of the Tian clan's old ancestor was in despair, the last trace of submissive resistance in his heart completely disappeared. There was no shame in submitting to such an innate powerhouse. Perhaps, can really rely on the hand of this one to lead the Tian family to another level? Of course, the matter of taking the Tian clan to the next level was something that the Tian clan's oldest ancestor believed was still possible. However, to say that within a short period of time, it would be possible to enhance the Tian gang sword technique, which was an ancestral tradition of the Tian family. The Tian family's oldest ancestor would not believe it for half a second. How can anyone change like this? Before the thoughts in his mind even hit the ground, the Tian clan's oldest ancestor heard Elder Chen call out, "Pay attention and watch." In the next moment, the Tian family's oldest ancestor looked on in stagnation. Above the open space, the mysterious Nightwalker's Big Dipper sword stance started, and actually started practicing the Big Dipper sword stance in a really flowing manner. As a Xian rank upper grade sword technique, it was extremely difficult to get started, and those with average sword Dao qualifications wouldn't even have to think about it without a year and a half. And when you get to the proficiency stage, it's more like 3 or 5 years to hit the bottom. The realm of small accomplishment can no longer be reached by practicing hard. It takes qualifications and more than that, a touch of enlightenment. The Tian family's old ancestor had been immersed in the Big Dipper sword technique for several decades, but he was still in the realm of small completion, and there was still a short distance from large completion. But what does he see now? A person who had only just gotten the secret book of the Big Dipper sword technique for no more than half an hour had actually made all the sword moves of the sword technique in its entirety. In addition to that, the sword realm is not a beginner. He is proficient. By the time the second swordsmanship was performed, the Tian clan ancestor was already in despair. Chen's mysterious Nightwalker's Big Dipper sword technique was a small success. 1 proficiency, 2 small successes. This kind of horrible progress, between people, the qualification gap is really bigger than a dog. As Lu Yi practiced for the second time, in despair, the old eyes of the Tian clan's ancestor gradually brightened up. There were many places that he could not completely comprehend before, but now with the other party's personal teaching, he was slowly coming to his senses. Seeing the end, the last move of the Big Dipper sword technique wrapping up, the excitement in the heart of the Tian clan's oldest ancestor was on the verge of overflowing. He gets it. Through this live viewing, many doubts in the heart of the Tian family's ancestor were lifted. The Tian clan's old ancestor was certain that given a little more time, the Big Dipper sword technique would definitely be able to step into the realm of great completion. At that time, the strength will also see a considerable increase, and it all changed because of a live exercise by the mysterious Nightman. In this instant, the Tian clan's oldest ancestor truly believed that the other party could really make the Tian clan go farther. After all, as the Tian family's oldest ancestor, the one with the highest combat power, if he had an elevation, it would be the elevation of the Tian family. Returning to his senses, Tian Chang, the oldest ancestor of the Tian clan, bowed in seriousness towards Lu Yi in obeisance. "Thank you for the gift, Mr. Chen. My Tian family will look up to Mr. Chen in the future." The heavenly Tao bears witness, throwing the Big Dipper sword technique secret book to the Tian clan's old man. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi touched out another wooden tablet and instantly carved out the word Chen with his innate true chi. "Alright, my name is Chen Beixian. You go back to heal your wounds first, and in the future, seeing this wooden tablet will be the same as seeing me." Firmly memorizing the style of the wooden plaque, the Tian clan's old ancestor bowed once again. "Mr. Chen, then the old man will go back to heal his wounds first." Cough cough cough. Lu Yi nodded slightly, and in the next second, he directly disappeared from this place. Regarding Qin Beishuan's ghostly stance, the Tian clan ancestor had already seen it long ago. While marveling in his heart, the Tian clan ancestor also planned to return to the Tian clan to heal his wounds. Only just after urging his innate true chi to step into the air, an innate figure followed within the senses of the Tian clan's oldest ancestor. Seeing the visitor, the Tian clan ancestor's expression was a bit complicated. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Innate Hiding in the Jiang Family? Requests for follow-up reading. Cloudleaf City Lord Wang Xinglua looked at the Tian clan ancestor, whose breath was weak, and was shocked. "Elder Tian, what's wrong with you?" Although the Tian family's old ancestor was at the second innate layer, with the heavenly Dipper sword technique of the top grade of the Xian rank, he had the power to fight even if he faced the third innate layer. Earlier, he had detected what seemed to be a commotion outside the city, and it appeared to be a great battle erupting between martial arts powerhouses of the innate realm. Wang Xingluo immediately flew over. However, he didn't expect that he had never found the person of the great battle, but now he saw the Tian clan's oldest ancestor returning from serious injuries. This scene made Wang Xingluo a little worried. He was also only one realm stronger than the Tian family's old ancestor, and was at the same level as the Jiang family's old ancestor before. If he really had to fight to the death, he might be able to defeat the Tian clan ancestor, but he himself wouldn't feel good either. Since the opposite side was able to seriously injure the Tian clan ancestor, there was a high probability that it would also be able to seriously injure Wang Xingluo. Could it be that it was the work of the mysterious innate who broke through outside the city earlier? This instability made Wang Xingluo, the city lord, feel pressurized. No harm done. Waving his hand, the Tian clan ancestor thought to himself, this injury is nothing. He was able to retrieve a life tonight thanks to his quick submission. But if you are a little slow, the sun will rise tomorrow, and the world will no longer have Tian Chang as a person. Once the Tian clan ancestor fell, the defeat of the Tian clan would only be a matter of time. Seeing that the Tian clan's old ancestor was in dire need of healing right now, Wang Xingluo pondered for a moment, took out a bottle of recovery elixir, and said, Elder Tian, go back and heal your wounds first, and if there's any situation, we'll talk about it afterward. The Tian clan ancestor nodded his head, took the elixir, and flew to Cloudleaf City. Wang Xingluo turned his head, looked at a pale night outside the city, sighed, and also returned to the city. Although he felt that next, Cloudleaf City would no longer be calm. Wang Xingluo also understood that he couldn't dominate anything at his district's innate third level, just have to go with the flow. On the other hand, Lu Yi had already returned to the Jiang mansion silently. The previous commotion caused Jiang Lianshan to increase the manpower and density of patrols, but for Lu Yi, it didn't really make any difference. Easily swept into Jiang Qingga's small courtyard, Lu Yi returned to his room and found that Jiang Qingga was still sleeping. Returning back to his chair to sit down, Lu Yi operated the star ancient scripture and continued to cultivate. Early in the morning, Jiang Qingga woke up quietly. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Lu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged. Did he just sit there all night? It's a little hard to think about sitting so consistently plopped down in a chair. As Jiang Qingga watched, her heart didn't feel too good either. After all, she was the one who called out to people and ended up letting them sit in a chair like that all night. The moment Jiang Qingga woke up, Lu Yi opened his eyes and faintly said, I'm going out first, so get dressed and get up. With that, he left the room without a moment's delay. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qingga's heart was even more complicated. If you are really a famous couple, you don't really have to avoid such a small thing as dressing. When Jiang Qingga went out, she found that the entire Jiang family seemed to be under martial law, with almost half as many guards than usual. Jiang Qingga's heart immediately fluttered, guessing that something might have happened. Arriving at the hall, Jiang Qingga swept her gaze. Jiang Lianshan and Jiang Lingyue were there, in addition to several elders of the Jiang family. Sitting next to Jiang Lingyu, Jiang Qingga whispered, What happened? Jiang Lingyue's small face was a bit worried. Last night, it seems like someone sneaked into our Jiang family, and it seems like they had a fight with someone. Jiang Qingga was shocked at his words. Who has the guts to be so bold? Jiang Lianshan said in a deep voice. It's possible that the person who sneaked in is in the innate realm? Jiang Qingga, it's the innate realm. Then it's fine. It's normal for people to be bold. But thankfully, someone from my Jiang family actually stepped in and drove the invading innate away. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Jiang family would have to be touched by the incoming people. Jiang Lianshan sighed. On the side, the Grand Elder was puzzled. It's just that, when did the Jiang clan still have a martial arts expert capable of rivaling the innate realm? Although Jiang Lianshan was very close to being an innate, but when he really faced it, I'm afraid that losing would be a matter of moments. Jiang Lingyu pursed her lips, and a crazy thought suddenly surfaced in her heart. Is it hard to be a brother-in-law? That day, Lu Yi's figure demonstrating the fine rain sword technique in front of her appeared in her mind again. With the night of the dart robbery, a sword shocked the sky and injured the black-clothed figure of the innate fourth layer vaguely overlapped. But how could Lu Yi be in the innate realm? It doesn't add up. Jiang Lingyu felt her brain itching and simply didn't think about it. Meanwhile, the Tian family. After returning to the Tian clan, the old Tian clan ancestor slightly recovered from his injuries and immediately recruited the Tian clan head. Tian 1, the head of the Tian family, walked into the small courtyard where the old ancestor lived alone, and was immediately startled. Old ancestor, what's wrong with you? To any innate family, the old ancestor was a precious treasure and could not afford any accidents at all. This injury is harmless. It's already a blessing to be able to retrieve a life, the Tian clan's old ancestor said quietly. Until now, thinking back to last night's terrifying sword power that could be described as a sword that frightened the ghosts and gods, the Tian family's old ancestor felt his scalp tingle. That really is the top sword technique that can appear on Earth? To be able to stay alive under that kind of great terror sword Dao, it is not relying on the Big Dipper sword technique to fight against it, nor relying on the life-preserving base card. It is completely thanks to his own fast plea for mercy. At those words, Tian 1 even went black, feeling like the sky was about to collapse. What happened? How come even the old man is almost gone? The old man called you to come, is to explain one thing? After that to the Jiang family, do not go to mess with it, There are some places, the concessions that should be conceded. Tian family old ancestor slowly said. That mysterious innate. Since it is secluded in the Jiang family, it must have a relationship with the Jiang family. And the Jiang family's fortune has descended. Tianwen was a bit puzzled. Old ancestor, recently the Jiang family have all tightened up a lot. Now is a good time to continue suppressing their industry. Glancing at this Tian family head, the old Tian family ancestor faintly said, whether you want this bit of industry, or you want to take the so-called industry and be buried with the Tian family, think carefully. He had managed to regain his life with great difficulty, and for the sake of the continuation of the Tian family, he was more than willing to submit to the other side. Now this incompetent family head, actually still only greedy for this 3 melon and 2 dates of the industry in front of. How? To bring a pile of silver to their own burial? Even he, who was at the second innate level, couldn't catch a single sword from the other party. People live in seclusion in the Jiang family, really want to do it. The Tian family is overthrown. But in a moment, Tianwen's brain was hit like a heavy blow. Just a little friction in the industry. How did it become a crisis of the Tian family's survival? Tianwen. This world is far from being as peaceful as you see it. The Tian clan's oldest ancestor sighed quietly. Last night, I already represented the Tian clan and submitted to one person. The heavy news one after another made Tianwen not come back to his senses for a long time. The big name innate Tian family of Yunyi City has submitted to others? This result was completely unacceptable to Tianwen. Where is the dignity in a family that submits to others? Tianwen said in a low voice. Old ancestor, I don't agree with what you're doing. Chapter 40, third shift for catch up. From now on, I am no longer the Tian family ancestor. Tianwen's face turned blue as he said. Old ancestor, my Tian family has been passed down for hundreds of years and has always been the only 2 innate family in Cloudleaf City. How can I submit to others? Old ancestor, you can't do such a confusing thing. Upon hearing this, the Tian clan's oldest ancestor stared blankly before looking at Tianwen, and within his old eyes, a hint of disappointment flashed. When the election for the replacement of the family head was held, Tianwen did not actually have the advantage. Whether it was his comprehensive ability or his own strength at the 6th level of the Hotian, he was not as good as another Tian family member, Tian Shan. However, it was only with the support of Tian Chang, who had already advanced to the 1st level of the innate, and had jumped from the sideline to become the ancestor of the Tian family, that Tianwen was finally allowed to take the position of the family head. Originally, the oldest ancestor of the Tian family thought that Tianwen would not hesitate to support what he did. After all, as the Tian family's oldest ancestor, he was thinking of the Tian family's interests first. Now that he heard Tianwen say this, as if submitting to others was for the sake of the Tian clan ancestor's own selfish interests, the Tian clan ancestor sighed and patiently explained. If I don't submit, I definitely didn't have any chance of surviving last night, and I'm afraid that once the old man falls, the Tian family will decline even more. No matter what, the matter of subjugation is absolutely impossible for my Tian family to agree to. Tianwen coldly said. It's better to be broken for the jade than to be broken for the tile. Old ancestor, let's leave this matter at that. I just don't believe that he really dares to carry out a massacre on my Tian family. What's more, my Tian clan's Grand Elder is also in the innate realm now. You and the Grand Elder are both innate. Even if you're at the 3rd innate level, you'll have the power to fight. The Tian clan's old ancestor was first stunned. Then a flash of realization flashed through his old eyes. Tian Cheng had previously been in closed-door cultivation, trying as hard as he could to rise to the 3rd innate layer as early as possible to bring the Tian family to another level. Not much is known about anything else. Now that he had heard that the Tian family's Grand Elder had also been promoted to innate, after living for so many years, Tian Cheng suddenly understood. He Tian Cheng is ultimately a sideline of the Tian family. When this Tian family ancestor, enjoying the supreme authority and honor of the Tian family, I'm afraid that there have long been many full-fledged main veins that don't see eye to eye. As for the fact that his strength was still higher than the Tian family's Grand Elder, this was instead the least important aspect. The innate family, the most important thing is to have innate, an innate 1st layer or innate 2nd layer. In their perception, there is no difference. Thinking about the Tian family that he had guarded for so many years, even when he fell last night, compromising and submitting was also to avoid his own body falling, leading to the decline of the Tian family. Tian Cheng laughed. This world is still psychedelic. So, your Tian family is unwilling to submit? Tian Cheng, at this point, had recognized the situation and took the initiative to separate himself from the Tian family. Old ancestor, submitting to others will only cause others to disgrace my Tian family. This matter is never possible, Tianwen said decisively. Then, the matter of submission. The old man alone will bear the responsibility. From now on, I Tian Cheng am no longer an old Tian family ancestor, much less a person of the Cloudleaf Tian family. Tianqing got up and said in a deep voice. Tianwen was startled, and a trace of struggle flashed under his eyes. Old ancestor, you've been guarding the Tian family for many years. You should think twice about this move. It's not necessary. With a wave of Tianqing's hand, a token representing the Tian family's supreme elder flew out. Tian family master, the token is here, so I'll excuse myself. As the words fell, Tianqing carried his hands behind his back and laughed loudly, stepping into the air as waves of sound rolled out. From today onwards, I, Tianqing, am officially separated from the Tian family. This was said both to the Tian family's crowd, indicating the relationship, and to that mysterious innate who lived in seclusion in the Jiang family, indicating that he was no longer a member of the Tian family. The subjection was entirely his burden alone. Until the very end, Tianqing still remembered a trace of the Tian family bloodline. In another small courtyard, looking at Tiancheng who stepped into the void, the Tian family's grand elder let out a cold smile, thinking that by breaking away from the Tian family, you'll make people feel sorry for you? To make people think that the Tian family has no more innate? Now, I, Tianxiong, am also an innate. This Tian family ancestor. I deserve it. In the middle of Tiancheng's small courtyard, Tianwen looked at the old man who stepped into the void. His hair white and his body seemed to have bent quite a bit at the moment, his eyes complicated. A few moments later, the Tian family once again sent out a message. Half a month later, there would be a celebration banquet for the Tian clan's newly promoted ascended ancestor, Tianxiong. Ginger House. When Tianqing catalyzed it with his innate true qi, the sound waves spread in all directions. Plus, another newly promoted innate appeared in the Tian family. News of this magnitude immediately spread through the mouths of countless people. Lu Yi was a bit surprised when he heard this news. Tianqing is the Tian family's god of the sea, and his attainment of the Big Dipper sword technique is quite good. If he hadn't met Lu Yi, he wouldn't have lost so quickly and miserably. This kind of battle power actually broke away from the Tian family? Combined with the fact that the Tian family had emerged another newly promoted ascendant and had assumed the position of elder ancestor. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yi guessed that Tianqing should have encountered something. After all, it was someone he had just taken under his wing, and his innate battle power could help out in some way. Lu Yi went out of the Jiang mansion and after inquiring for a while, he got the address of Tianqing's latest residence. Turning into a deserted and remote alley, changing into black clothes, and putting on a bucket hat from when he sold pills before, Lu Yi walked towards Tianqing's residence. At the edge of Cloudleaf City, a small remote courtyard, in the middle of the yard, people were walking and carrying large bags, and there were also quite a few people cleaning up everywhere. Old ancestor, you are injured. Sit down for a while. Next to Tianqing, an ordinary-looking youth assisted Tianqing to sit down. Tianqing slowly sat down on a chair, looked at the busy figures in the middle of the courtyard, and sighed. Why are you all so bitter? Following a bad old man like me to leave the Tian family? Ordinary youth Tian Wenxiang laughed. Old ancestor, it is because of you that we, the collateral lineages, are able to live comfortably in the Tian clan. We know all of this. Now that you are gone, there is no need for us to stay in the Tian family. Previously, Tianqing had ascended to the innate realm as a sidekick, causing the lives of hundreds of sidekicks throughout the large Tian family to improve quite a bit. Now that Tianqing had announced his departure, a portion of the Tian clan's collateral lineage immediately followed Tianqing and broke away from the Tian clan. Of course, leaving the Tian family, all of the Tian family's properties that were controlled by some people's hands before had to be returned in full. Now, in the hands of these sidekicks who followed the breakaway from the Tian family, there was only one small merchant's pavilion run by the sidekicks themselves. Relying on one merchant pavilion alone, the profit spread down to everyone's hands is definitely not much. Compared to the profits he had previously shared in the Tian family, the gap was huge, and his cultivation resources and life would inevitably fall by the wayside as well. I'm afraid the days after that won't be easy. Tianqing persuaded. If you can go back, you should all try to go back. Tian Wenxiang shook his head. Old ancestor, you don't have to worry. We all have hands and feet. We won't starve. Tianqing was still about to say something when out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a black figure that appeared in front of the courtyard door. A slightly baby-fat little girl from the Tian family's side clan said crisply, "Hey, who are you here to see?" Looking at the coat of black that had once brought him a crisis of death, but in the end left him alive, Tianqing's throat rolled. Chen Gongzi? Thinking of their own town of Tian family for decades, and now can only bring a group of juniors snail living here. Tianqing cloudy old eyes some sour. Chapter 41, Advancing to the second level of the innate. One day, I will be a star in the sky. Lu Yi slowly walked in, looked at the busy small courtyard, and walked over to Tianqing who hurriedly got up. You are not yet healed, so just sit down and talk. Tianqing said gratefully, thank you, Mr. Chen. Lu Yi asked. Why did you suddenly leave the Tian family? With a bitter smile, Tian Chang said, only now do I realize that what I am to the Tian family is nothing more than a symbol. As for the power of control, I am from a collateral lineage. Indeed, I never possessed it. And the matter of subjugation, the main lineage of the Tian family did not agree to it, so I had no choice but to withdraw from the Tian family. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi understood that the collateral lineage came from a family of origin, and he had been in closed-door cultivation for many years. Although he had the strength of the innate realm, his absolute control over the family was still lacking. However, Lu Yi didn't care. What he needed was someone to do the job. And it really didn't matter whether the job was done by the Tian family or Tian Chang. Tian Chang laughed bitterly. The ones who followed me out of the Tian family now are all here. All from the sideline. And the only resources they hold in their hands is a merchant building. No harm done. Contemplating for a moment, Lu Yi said, there is also a merchant building that is also enough. These things, you can take them and sell them. I need 10,000 taels of silver. You see when you can get them together for me. Before killing on the chaotic Wind Mountain Fortress, in addition to silver money in the warehouse, there are many secret books of martial arts, swords and weapons and so on. Adhering to the idea of not wasting, Lu Yi all packed up and stuffed them into the nascent sphere and brought them back. Previously, Lu Yi didn't have the time to sell these things, but now with Tian Chang and a bunch of sidekicks, he was able to make a move. Ding 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 ding. Looking at the miscellaneous objects that were flung out by Lu Yi, Tian Chang as well as the Tian family sidelines in the yard were stunned. This is, robbed somewhere? Black Tiger Fist, Black Tiger Blade Technique. Tian Chang looked at the basic martial arts pamphlets interspersed among them and his old eyes glared. Isn't this the martial art of the turbulent Wind Mountain Bandits? In an instant, Tian Chang realized that the chaotic Wind Mountain Bandits' overthrow that had been making a lot of noise before, 9 times out of 10, it was also the work of Mr. Chen in front of him. After all, even people's martial arts secrets were taken out, even if it wasn't Mr. Chen. He definitely couldn't get away with it. Returning to his senses, Tian Chang immediately said, Mr. Chen, please rest assured that I will definitely get these things out as soon as possible. Lu Yi nodded and turned around to leave the place. After waiting for Lu Yi to leave, Tian Wenxiang next to him dared to ask out loud, what a strong sense of oppression. Old ancestor, who is this person? Tian Chang was silent for a moment and said, this is the person we need to work for after us. Follow him and you might be able to have unexpected opportunities. Tian Chang had a premonition in his heart, as long as there were absolutely no second thoughts. After following this Chen Gongzi, perhaps, unprecedented opportunities will really appear. Without rushing back to the Jiang family, Lu Yi once again left the city after lifting his disguise in a deserted place. This time, he directly looked for a forest that was about a dozen miles away from Cloudleaf City. Only one elixir was used to break through the innate, and now in Lu Yi's hand, there was still a top-grade innate elixir. Lu Yi had the intention to try, with the star ancient scripture running at full power, with the power of the top-grade innate pill, plus the 100 times increase in talent, could he charge into the innate second layer in one fell swoop? The star ancient scripture was a terrifying technique ranked at the heavenly stage, and when it was in full operation, the movement was indeed not small. In the middle of the woods, looking around to make sure that there were no problems with his surroundings, Lu Yi immediately leapt onto the large tree. Since advancing to innate, Lu Yi's star ancient scripture, 2, underwent an upgrade. At this moment, under full power, he was completely capable of absorbing the heaven and earth source chi in a 500-meter radius. Not only that, under the operation, there seemed to be dots of starlight hidden around his body. This phenomenon was a bit of a surprise to Lu Yi. This meant that when the star ancient scripture was truly cultivated to the realm of realization, one day, he, himself, would be the stars of the circumference. It was equivalent to being able to fully enjoy the full might of the star sword body at all times, even during the day. Rumble. In the next second, the source chi of the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have found its source and converged towards this place at a rapid speed. Around Lu Yi, there was indeed a faint starlight-like glow, dots of which were hidden. In the middle of the woods, there originally existed some ordinary small animals. At this moment, sensing that the source chi of heaven and earth was rioting, and that there seemed to be some absolute great terror coming, they were all terrified and scrambled to escape from the woods. Just as Lu Yi set about preparing to impact the innate second layer, the Jiang family finally welcomed 2 emissaries from the Red Cloud sect, and they were clearly 2 women, one gentle and one lively. Zhang Lianshan led the Jiang family to greet them. Welcome to the 2 Red Cloud sect senior disciples. Please take a seat. The gentle woman nodded and took the lively young girl to sit down. Introducing, I am Su Wan, a disciple under the Red Cloud Immortal of the Red Cloud sect, and this is my senior sister, the 3rd peak true scholar Xiao Chengshi. A true disciple? Zhang Lianshan did not expect that the specification of the disciples sent out by the Red Cloud sect this time was actually so high. The inner disciples can be said to be the backbone of the three great sects, and the true disciples can be fully described as the absolute core. Those who were able to be accepted into the ranks of true disciples could be said to almost always possess the qualifications to impact the innate realm, and the Su Wan in front of me is actually the disciple of the Red Cloud Fairy? One must know that after this time, Fairy Red Cloud had taken another step forward in the cultivation path. Her reputation had risen high once again in the northern realm of Xianzhou, a true disciple under the Red Cloud Immortal, belonging to the core of the core. Although he was angry that the Red Cloud sect had previously sent fake servant disciples to join the family, at this time, Zhang Lianshan still had a flattered state of mind. There was no way around it. The majesty of the three great clans for the innate families underneath was just too great. The Red Cloud sect's sent-in disciple had already revealed himself, but on the surface, it was still necessary to maintain this identity. Su Wan smiled and said, "Where is my inner disciple Lu Yi? I've been away from the sect for a long time, so I miss it a bit." Zhang Lianshan looked to Jiang Qingge, who was sitting next to him. Jiang Qingge revealed a hint of apology and said softly, "The two fairies, my husband has only just left the house not long ago and is not at home right now." As her eyes fell on Jiang Qingge, under Su Wan's eyes, a hint of amazement flashed. The name of Jiang Qingge, Su Wan has heard of it. The colorful pressure of 3,000 miles, the first in Cloud Leaf City. But, unfortunately unable to practice martial arts. When I saw it today, its looks really lived up to its name. Even if it was a real fairy from the sky who descended to earth, I'm afraid it would be nothing more than that. With a gentle smile, Su Wan said, "Since senior brother Lu has gone out, there is no rush." In the middle of the woods, Lu Yi flipped his wrist, and the only remaining top-grade innate pills appeared in his palm. The rounded pills emitting a faint fragrance of pills, instantly wailing it into his mouth. The moment the energy exploded, the star ancient scripture violently accelerated. Boo! It was as if there was a sound like a bubble bursting that resounded within Lu Yi's body. Lu Yi, who had drained all of the heaven and earth source chi from the surrounding miles. Finally, with the medicinal effect of the top-grade innate Dan, 100-fold increase in power, knocking through the innate second layer barrier in one fell swoop. The year is 20. The innate second layer. Chapter 42, Red Cloud Immortal's True Legacy. Su Wan. First time meeting Lu Yi, request for follow-up reading. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air and looking at the pale sky, the corner of Lu Yi's mouth slightly hooked up. Chen Lingshan was 28 years old at the time, at the second level of the innate, and was known as the first genius of the innate family, and was famous in all directions. What about him Lu Yi? Now but the early 20s, really want a full count. From entering the Red Cloud sect to enter the Jiang family, are not a year time. With 1,000,000,000 points of effort from myself and a little help from Goldfinger. Finally, he asked for the second level of the innate realm. After all, it was a person who had crossed over, and his heart was too strong. And soon, Lu Yi's mood regained its calmness, and his face was calm, looking around at the dense woods that were like a vacuum, slowly filling with heaven and earth source chi. Lu Yi's body method was catalyzed and he left in an instant, all the way back to Cloud Leaf City calmly. Just after stepping into the Jiang family, Lu Yi detected a hint of abnormality. Guests from the Jiang family? After thinking for a moment, 3 words emerged in Lu Yi's mind. Red Cloud sect. Last night, when Jiang Qingge had to let him stay at her small courtyard, wasn't it in response to the arrival of the people from the Red Cloud sect? Now with this sight, it must be the Red Cloud sect's people, who had finally arrived. Sure enough, Lu Yi had only just returned to the small courtyard in Area C when he heard Jingyu say, "Auntie, you're back? Just now, someone came to say that if you're back, please go to the inner courtyard hall as soon as possible. The Red Cloud sect has a guest coming." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yi headed towards the Jiang family hall. He also wanted to see just who the Red Cloud sect would send over. In the middle of the hall, Zhang Lianshan looked at Lu Yi, who blandly walked into the center of the courtyard, and his eyes slightly lit up. Although he had always been somewhat disdainful of his son-in-law's qualifications, he had to say that just from the looks of it, he and his own daughter were indeed a talented couple. Lu Yi is here? This is the Red Cloud Fairy Trueborn who came all the way from the Red Cloud sect, as well as the Third Peak Trueborn. You haven't seen each other in many days. Have a good chat. Since the Red Cloud sect was happy to play dumb and continue to pull the flag for the Jiang family, Zhang Lianshan naturally had no reason not to want it and directly followed Su Wan's words from before. At this moment, both sides tacitly forgot Lu Yi's previous identity as a servant disciple. It seemed as if Lu Yi was really an inner disciple from the Red Cloud sect. Su Wan's gaze, naturally, fell on this journeyman's senior apprentice brother who had joined the family. Originally, he thought that after his identity was exposed, this half-year of joining the family had already crushed all the few remnants of dignity this handyman disciple had. But now take a look at. It doesn't appear to be so. Come, confident, and light-hearted. These were the three adjectives that steeply popped up in Su Wan's mind after she saw Lu Yi who walked into the hall. In Su Wan's opinion, even amongst the sect, some of the true inner disciples, I am afraid that they could not harbor this kind of temperament. Is this really a miscellaneous disciple who has joined the flunky? Some curiosity arose in her heart for no reason. Su Wan revealed a smile towards Lu Yi. Master Lu, long time no see, go for a spin outside? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yi nodded his head. Although he didn't know Su Wan, it didn't prevent him from playing along with the scene. Jiang sat on a chair and watched as the two women from the Red Cloud sect, with their nominal husbands, left the hall. From the beginning to the end, Lu Yi didn't seem to have glanced at her. Is it hard? Jiang thought about it seriously and felt that it was more or less the same. But she also understood that her own attitude in the first place probably accounted for most of the reason for the situation today. After all, no matter if Jiang Lingyu could truly cultivate into an innate in the future, and if this marriage contract would be broken, Lu Yi was ultimately her husband who had truly worshipped her. Outsiders called her the first fairy of Cloudleaf City, and her own husband, however, disdained her. This discrepancy caused a hint of confusion to appear amongst Jiang eyes. Did I really do wrong in the first place? In the Jiang family mansion, three figures walked aimlessly. Senior brother Lu, in this Jiang family, are you still used to living here? Su Wan laughed. Lu Yi shook his head indifferently and said, Miss Su, I'm no longer a disciple of the Red Cloud sect, just address me directly by my name, Lu Yi. Upon hearing this, Su Wan slightly froze in, carefully sizing up this long-haired handyman disciple. Others regarded the Red Cloud sect's disciple status as a talisman to walk the northern border of Xianzhou, but Lu Yi took the initiative to throw it away. After all, even if he was a handyman, due to his origins in the Red Cloud sect, others would look 3 times higher when facing the general forces. Confident and a little different. Within Su Wan's heart, this thought quietly surfaced. With a slight smile, Su Wan said, when I address senior brother Lu, I am addressing him from the position of a peer, not in the capacity of a clan. Lu Yi looked at it. Su Wan was definitely also less than 30 years old, but she was already an innate, and at the 4th innate level. It was worthy of being a true disciple under the sovereign of the Red Cloud sect's most central position. This kind of natural talent was definitely stronger than the innate family's first genius, Chen Lingxiang. It was no wonder that the 3 great clans had historically been eyeing the top, and basically belonged to the unattractive to the innate lineage underneath. The strength of a single true legend could be comparable to the vast majority of ascended lineages that only had an old ancestor sitting at the helm. People's heritage was indeed too much stronger than an innate family that had only been around for a few hundred years. Senior brother Lu, you're also at the 7th level of origin condensation now? Congratulations. A moment later, Su Wan curiously checked Lu Yi's strength and was quite surprised. I heard that this Lu Yi's senior brother, when he was first sent to join the family, he was only at the 1st level of condensation source. Now that almost half a year has passed, it's actually skyrocketed. Of course, inwardly, Su Wan actually didn't quite agree with the practice of disciples joining the family. Even a journeyman disciple entering the family has never been honorable. It was only that his master, Fairy Red Cloud, had led the Red Cloud sect to grow stronger and stronger, and had supreme authority in the sect. Even the several great elders of the sect did not dare to rashly refute immortal Red Cloud's opinion. Not to mention Su Wan was still just a disciple under the door, with even less say. With a faint smile, Lu Yi said, Thank you, senior sister Su. In the martial arts cultivation world, there were generally only 3 divisions of appellation, friend or equal senior, etc., and further up, seniors. In the case of revealing himself at the 7th level of the condensed origin, Su Wan set aside her innate status and still wanted to be on equal footing with him, so naturally Lu Yi couldn't possibly refuse. Senior brother Lu, are you still comfortable living here? Su Wan asked. Lu Yi faintly said, What is there to talk about comforting or not comforting a person who has joined the family? Sighing in her heart, Su Wan had heard it from the words, this handyman division brother, I am afraid that the life here is not good. Senior brother Lu, the inner disciple who was babbling nonsense during the wedding banquet that day has already gone to the Black Stone Wasteland to open up the land. Open up the land? The Red Cloud sect had actually arranged for it to open up the land? However, no matter what the Red Cloud sect did subsequently, Lu Yi no longer had any sense of belonging to this sect. Chapter 43, Jiang Lingyu, Stinky Lu Yi, so bad. Looking at Lu Yi's indifferent expression, Su Wan knew that Lu Yi really didn't regard himself as a member of the Red Cloud sect anymore. It was at this moment that a silhouette suddenly stepped out from the back and walked straight to Lu Yi not far in front of him. Seeing the person who came, Su Wan was a little surprised that it was actually that fairy Jiang, whose face was the crown of Cloudleaf City. Jiang, only to see Jiang holding an outer brocade robe in her hand. she walked over to Lu Yi and softly said, "It's windy outside today. It's a bit cool. Be careful of catching a cold." After saying that, Jiang Qingge moved her slender hand and draped her outerwear over Lu Yi, incidentally gently straightening his lapel. Lu Yi, frowning slightly, although he was somewhat disgusted with Jiang Qingge, he also knew that this woman was deliberately coming out to put on a show. Having already stayed in the small courtyard last night, it makes sense to do the whole show. Therefore, Lu Yi did not avoid it and smiled in a rare moment. "Many thanks, ma'am." "Su-wan, the melon-eating Shao Qingshi? Didn't we agree that joining the family is not popular? What's going on with you guys?" "Wunderkind, have been sent to the wilderness to open up the wilderness, and as a result, you two are here." Jiang Qingge was in a slight trance. Since she got married and had a nominal husband, it seems to be the first time that she heard Lu Yi address herself as his wife. Looking up close at the usual face that she did not look at closely, Jiang Qingge was, for a moment, slightly dumbfounded. Cough. "The two of you really have a deep and enviable relationship." On the side, Su-wan gently coughed. Returning to her senses, Jiang Qingge hurriedly shrunk back, her ears a little red. She didn't know what was going on. Clearly the man in front of her was reversing the Tiangang and beginning to loathe herself. But instead, Jiang Qingge was less tired of Lu Yi. With a slight smile, reaching out to pat Jiang Qingge's head, Lu Yi said, "It's hard for you to come out to deliver the clothes." Su-wan, looking at the two people who seemed to be like glue, Su-wan wanted to say, "This is the Jiang family compound, not a big bedroom for you two." Knowing that the drama is about getting to the point, too much instead of appearing false, Lu Yi withdrew his hand and resumed his bland appearance. Jiang Qingge, on the other hand, was once again dumbfounded. During the evening hours, the Jiang family put up lights and prepared a banquet to welcome the honored guests from the Red Cloud sect. At the edge position of the banquet, Jiang Yun drank while looking at Lu Yi and Jiang Qingge at the main table, a hint of gloom flashing under his eyes. Jiang Yun did not expect that the original planned assassination plan, the dog days of the Yellow Springs Pavilion, actually went back on their word, turning around and violating the spirit of the killer's contract because someone else raised the price. The Yellow Springs Pavilion refused to take orders again, and the resentment in Jiang Yun's heart as he watched the two men go out and in and out of the Jiang mansion these days had long since reached a peak. Just then, Lu Yi, who was sitting at the main table, frowned slightly. After advancing to innate, his five senses were too powerful. Even in the midst of such a boisterous and noisy environment, he could detect that someone seemed to be hostile to him. Turning his head to look, Lu Yi frowned slightly and realized that it was a rather unfamiliar Jiang clan's child, the condensed origin realm. Looking at the man who shifted his gaze quickly and pondering for a moment, Lu Yi did not say anything more. Jiang Yun looked at that damn soft-boiled flunky suddenly turn his head and look over to his side, and with a sudden shock in his heart, he hurriedly averted his gaze. If it wasn't tea for him, how would he be beaten by Jiang Qingge himself? The thought that the two are now even sharing the same room, the fairy he adored as a teenager, might even have to play Jenga at night. In the bottom of Jiang Yun's heart, twisted resentment almost overflowed. After a moment, knowing that his current state of mind was no longer suitable for him to continue in the Jiang family, in case some of it trickled out, Jiang Qingge, as the daughter of the family head, wanted to deal with an unimportant sidekick of her own very easily. Furthermore, Jiang Yun but also planned an assassination. If he was exposed, he would absolutely die without a burial place. Jiang Yun planned to immediately leave Cloudleaf City tomorrow and return to the Cloudwater County side Jiang family. On top of the main table, sitting besides the two true legends from the Red Cloud sect, were the main veins of the Jiang family. In front of the Red Cloud sect's true legend, looking at her brother-in-law Lu Yi personally giving her sister food, and her sister didn't reject it, but instead gave a gentle smile, Jiang Lingyu only felt her brain buzzing. These two, when did they get so attached? After the banquet was over, Jiang Lingyu finally couldn't help herself and came over to Lu Yi and asked in a low voice, "Lu Yi, brother-in-law, what is wrong with you, and sister today?" Looking at the young girl with a double ponytail, Lu Yi laughed. "Adults matters, children should not ask too much." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingyu immediately became a bit unconvinced and puffed out her chest in exasperation. "I'm not small anymore. I became an adult at 16. I'm 17. The great world of martial arts is, indeed, 16 years of adulthood." Lu Yi took a look at Jiang Lingyu and smiled without saying anything. Jiang Lingyu looked down and could directly see her toes. Her little face was a little blushing and she cursed lowly. "Stinking Lu Yi, too bad." Afterward, "Hurry away." Even if she was even more obtuse, Jiang Lingyu understood the meaning of Lu Yi's smile without saying anything just now. Jiang Lingyu thought to herself, what does it have to do with her if she grows big, or not, and she has no way to decide. Seeing that Jiang Qingge also walked towards himself, Lu Yi thought for a moment and asked lightly, "Who is that person? Looks a bit familiar and can't name him." Jiang Qingge followed Lu Yi's line of sight and said softly, That's Jiang Yun, Jiang Yuan, both of them are my Jiang family's collateral descendants. Secretly memorizing these two names, Lu Yi was bland on the surface. Thanks a lot. You and I are husband and wife. What's the point of saying thank you for this little thing? Jiang Qingda glanced at Su Wan next to her and smiled softly. At the edge of the banquet, Jiang Yun was still drinking with a group of Jiang clan sidekicks, obviously knowing that looking at it more would reveal it. But in the past, it was simply impossible to see Jiang Qingda, a fairy like a high-cooled iceberg, reveal a smile. That was why Jiang Yun couldn't help but look over there from time to time. The more he looked, the more jealous Jiang Yun became of Lu Yi. Why should he, a handyman by birth, be able to fetch Jiang Qingda? Eat Jiang Qingda's soft rice? Looking at Lu Yi returning a faint smile, Jiang Yun spat in his heart. Bah, dead-licking dog. Husband, it's late, let's go back and rest, Jiang Qingda said. Lu Yi nodded his head and excused himself towards Su Wan and the two of them. Senior sister Su, senior sister Xiao, then we'll leave first, you guys have an early night as well. Ha, good. Su Wan came back to her senses. Her expression surprisingly had a faint trace of reluctance, though these two were feeding a mouthful of dog food in front of themselves, but Su Wan felt as if he was a little on top. So, this is the life of a married couple? Leaning on Lu Ye's shoulder all the way back to the small courtyard, Jiang Qingda herself was even a bit immersed in it. If after marriage, it really is this scene. She seems not very resistant to marriage. However, Lu Ye's expression immediately returned to lightness and pushed Jiang Qingda away, faintly saying, "Ms. Jiang, we're here. No need to pretend." Chapter 44, Role-Playing? Humanoid source pumping machine. Su Wan's shock. Although it was clear that it was an act, she was a bit immersed in it. And Lu Yi actually sobered up so quickly? Jiang Qingda lightly bit her red lips and said, "Husband, you weren't like this just now." Lu Yi frowned. "If you haven't taken your medicine, go take it." In the middle of the night, this Jiang Qingda is still role-playing? However, Lu Yi was too lazy to cooperate with her. Having just advanced to the second innate layer, Lu Yi was trying to seize the time and strive to impact the third layer in half a month. Jiang Qingda, again, she was told to go take her medication. This man wasn't this ruthless when he first entered the Kong family. When he first took off his coat himself, he asked if it was too soon. How did it become so hard and cold now? Originally, I was still thinking about whether to give him a bed tonight, or if not, I'll just hit the floor and deal with it myself. Anyway, the Wang family's birthday banquet was only a few days away, and the Red Cloud sect's true successor would have left by then. But now looking at the indifferent Lu Yi, Jiang Qingda was also a bit angry. Leaving the eyes of the crowd and not even a half-hearted attempt to show kindness? Sleeping or not, she doesn't care. If Lu Yi knew what was going through Jiang Qingda's mind at this moment, I'm afraid that he would be even more determined for this woman to take the medicine. Big night. What a great time to practice. Which proper innate is used to sleep at night? Who sleeps at this age? Jiang Qingda gritted her teeth and said, "Lu Yi, are you really that heartless?" If it wasn't for knowing that Lu Yi cultivates the martial arts path, just by looking at his attitude toward himself, Jiang Qingda even thought that what this person cultivates is the legendary emotionless Tao. Ruthless? Lu Yi smiled faintly and said, "Miss Jang is truly admirable when she is ruthless." Jiang Qingda was dumbfounded. She suddenly understood that Lu Yi still hadn't forgotten the night of the wedding, and she drove him out mercilessly. Also, it's not like you're a fish living underwater with only a 7-second memory. How can you forget such an impressive event? Starlike and moonlike eyes dimmed slightly. Jiang Qingda lightly bit her red lips, wanting to take the initiative to say sorry, but she had always been of a condescending nature, making herself unable to speak at all. In the end, Jiang Qingda fell silent and silently walked into the middle of the room without another word. Looking at Jiang Qingda, who seemed to have suddenly lost her essence, Lu Yi shook his head. There is a cause and a consequence. Looking around, Lu Yi saw that there was a stone table in the middle of the courtyard with 4 stone benches beside it. After thinking about it, he swept directly to the top of the stone bench and settled down to meditate. The star ancient scripture, too, was intentionally controlling the range and operating at this moment. The other part of the inner courtyard was the Red Cloud sect's true tradition, Su Wan's guest residence for the two of them. Such distinguished guests should naturally be arranged in the inner courtyard. The two had simply washed up and were sitting in the middle of the courtyard looking at the moon. Suddenly, Su Wan's expression moved slightly. The heaven and earth source chi in the surroundings seemed to have begun to surge towards a certain place. Slowly. Is this? Who is practicing? Su Wan raised her eyebrows. Who was so diligent in the middle of the night? A moment later, Su Wan's expression changed slightly. She was at the 4th level of the innate, and in terms of strength, she was even above the ancestor of the innate Jiang family, Jiang Wuyo, having stepped into the range of the middle innate, with a powerful perception. In her senses, the tens of meters of heaven and earth source chi in the surrounding area seemed to have found an exit. constantly surging towards that side. When such a situation occurred, it was usually only when the cultivator's technique was so powerful that it drained all the heaven and earth source chi from that area. It's like the flow of water, where there is a shortage of water in one place, and the rest of the water supply gradually fills it up. It was not unheard of for Suwon to see such a situation occur after a period of cultivation with a powerful gong method. After all, as a red cloud immortal true legacy, what kind of outrageous things hadn't been seen before? The problem is that time is too fast. From the time she sensed that the heaven and earth source chi over there began to decrease, to the time when the source chi on her side followed suit, it was only a few short minutes before and after. In a few minutes' time, a large area of source chi, all of which had been drained and refined. Such an outrageous thing, Suwon had never seen before. What kind of humanoid source pumping machine is this? Can't it be that it's the movement of the Jiang clan's oldest ancestor when he was practicing? Suwon guessed. Although Immortal Red Cloud knew about the news of the Jiang clan's old ancestor's serious injuries through the top-secret eyes planted in the Ascendant family, she did not tell Suwon. Therefore, Suwon did not know at all the dying situation of the old ancestor of the Jiang family, and subconsciously put the target on Jiang Wuyo. At the innate realm, with full absorption and with powerful gong methods, there were some chances that one could make it this far. This kind of operation, however, was extremely demanding on the meridians, and a slight lack of attention would result in a considerable impact on the meridians. Moreover, ingesting a huge amount of heaven and earth source chi in a short period of time and refining it, there would be more or less some impurities that could not be refined cleanly, which would eventually lead to a refutation of the chi within the dantian. Suwon felt that unless she had suffered some sort of emergency and had no choice, if not, she would never have done it. To put it in a bad way, in Suwon's opinion, this kind of risky move, in addition to making the onlookers surprised and very pretentious, does not have any benefit. Lu Yi naturally didn't know about it and was just practicing on a daily basis, and deliberately controlling the range of absorption. It still allowed Suwon on the other side to generate so many thoughts. After a circle of circumference was completed, Lu Yi perceived that the innate true chi in his body was again quite full, and nodded slightly. At this rate, even without the help of any external force, such as the innate pill, breaking through to the next realm should be within half a month. This rate of advancement, when told, Lu Yi estimated that I'm afraid no one would believe it. At the realm of the innate, to break through a small realm was simply as difficult as climbing up to heaven. If it was easy, there wouldn't be a bunch of ancestors of ascendant clans that were all stuck below the fourth ascendant layer. The small courtyard next door to Jiang Qingge was Zhang Lingyu's courtyard. At this time, Zhang Lingyu had also just finished her cultivation and walked out of the practice room. Originally wanting to go back to his room to rest, his eyes fell on top of his sister's compound next door. Zhang Lingyu's mind suddenly flashed back to the daytime images of her sister and brother-in-law's sweet love. The time that Lu Yi had been in contact with him was still short, and Zhang Lingyu didn't know. But her sister, Jiang Qingge, Zhang Lingyue was somewhat understanding, though her sister had told her afterward that it was all an act. But during the daytime, look at the sister's appearance, is clearly some immersion in it. Sister so good-looking, so many people secretly adore. If you really want a fake drama, Lu Ye's big, bad brother-in-law who mocked her for being so small should be defenseless, right? If they really fake it, would they do that bookishly shy thing? Thinking of this, for some reason, in the bottom of Jiang Lingyu's heart, a trace of unpleasant emotions suddenly flashed through. Chapter 45 Dog food eaten full of Suwon. The day of the birthday banquet. Lu Yi, you should come, right? Ha, what's happening to me? This emotion bubbled up in the bottom of her heart, and Jiang Lingyu herself froze. Search for this article first. Between her sister and brother-in-law, if she can really resolve the conflict, or even escalate to do that shameful thing, she should also be happy. Shaking her head to drive out this strange emotion, a trace of curiosity flashed amongst Zhang Lingyu's eyes. Afterwards, he looked at the corner of the wall next to Jiang Qingge's courtyard. Walking gingerly over, he pressed himself against the wall and began to listen to the corner. But across the wall, there didn't seem to be any movement coming from it. It was quiet. In the middle of the courtyard, Lu Yi had just finished running the second circle of circumference. The small movements of Jiang Lingyu across the street all fell within his senses. Lu Yi shook his head slightly, staying awake in the middle of the night and running to the corner to listen to someone's corner. The next moment, silently swept to the top of the wall, looking down at Jiang Lingyu who was concentrating, trying to hear some movement. What are you listening to here if you're not sleeping? Steeply hearing the sound of a human voice directly gave Jiang Lingyu a jump, like a frightened kitten instantly looking up. She was visibly relieved when she saw that it was Lu Yi standing on the wall. Stinky brother-in-law, you scared me to death. Although she said with her mouth that she was scared to death, at the bottom of her heart, a trace of surprise unconsciously surfaced in Jiang Lingyu. Lu Yi is here, so that means, he didn't he with his sister. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyue couldn't help but smile. Looking down at the suddenly giggling Zhang Lingyu, Lu Yi frowned slightly. The middle of the night. Has been evil this is it? Jumping off the wall, he reached out and touched Zhang Lingyu's forehead, and didn't find any symptoms like fever. With a small red face, Zhang Lingyu didn't stop Lu Yi's movements and obediently let him touch between her forehead. It was then that he asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing? I'll see if you need to take your medication. Sneaking around here in the middle of the night to do some chicken stealing," Lu Yi said indifferently. Zhang Lingyue, whose chickens did she steal and whose dogs did she pet? Letting Zhang Lingyu go back to sleep, Lu Yi continued to return to the middle of the small courtyard, running the circumference of the sky to cultivate. Early the next morning, Zhang Lingyu, who had hurriedly walked out of the family's book depository, rushed to the dining room. I purposely asked the kitchen to cook some winter melon soup and prepare some papaya out for myself, though it felt that such things as development did not have much to do with oneself, relying entirely on the forces of nature. However, after being laughed at and ridiculed by Lu Yi yesterday, Zhang Lingyu still quietly went to the book depository, went through the canon and got some secret recipes. When Jiang Qingge woke up, she subconsciously looked to the other side of the room. The first night, that cold and hard Lu Yi was the one who sat in that chair over there all night, but now that the eyes were cast over, there was no silhouette to be seen. This is waking up and going out first? With this thought popping up in her mind, Jiang Qingge lifted the covers, revealing her perfect body, and began to dress and get up. Just after opening the door to her room, Jiang Qingge saw that next to the stone table in the courtyard, there was a figure seated, meditating with his eyes closed. All around there was early morning dew condensation, revealing a slightly damp odor. Only the man was surrounded by a piece that was all dry. This kind of sight shows that this person actually sits outside withered all night. Jiang Qingge froze. Did she hate her that much? Rather spend the night outside in the yard than inside her room? Sensing that Jiang Qingge had walked out, Lu Yi opened his eyes with a hint of gentleness and smiled. "Mother, let's go to the dining room together to have some breakfast?" Jiang Qingge, starting a new day and getting into the act so fast? It was clear that he hated her in his heart, but it was very natural to address her. At the bottom of Jiang Qingge's heart, she sighed slightly. In terms of playing along, she was indeed no match for Lu Yi. Once the act was over, he was colder than anyone else, but now with this cry of mother, it was as if he had a passionate love for himself. Lu Yi's age was clearly comparable to her own, and Jiang Qingge was curious as to how he had honed this superb acting skill. But, looking at Lu Yi's face that changed at the drop of a hat, in Jiang Qingge's heart, a hint of goodwill also appeared. "Just act. I'm not afraid of you, am I?" It was said that women were born to be good at acting. She didn't believe that she could still lose to Lu Yi in this regard. Does he really think he's good at everything and invincible? Good. Husband, let's go. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingge took the initiative to walk over, holding Lu Yi's hand as she walked out of the small courtyard. Suwan had only just opened the courtyard door when she ate a fresh wave of dog food. Looking head-on at the walking duo, Suwan's heart suddenly surfaced a word. Wolves and jackals, tigers and leopards, lying talent and women. "Good morning, senior sister Su." Lu Yi laughed. "You guys are so affectionate," Suwan said heartily. Although Master Lu Yi's entry into the Jiang family might not have a high status, these two people's feelings, by the looks of it, were really good. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Hadn't acting for so long been to create this phenomenon? After that, for several days in a row, Suwan spent every day in the midst of sweet days. Even Suwan, who used to think that she would never fall in love, actually had a hint of curiosity about men and women at this moment. It's the real top. Soon enough, it was the day when the Wang family's oldest ancestor's birthday banquet began. Zhan Lianshan stood outside the Jiang mansion. Above the clearing, stood a group of people ready to depart. Glancing at the Jiang clan's grand elder who was leading the group there, Zhan Lianshan then dropped his gaze on Jiang Qingge. "Qingge, this trip, if there is still time behind you, you can go to your grandmother's house on my behalf, and pay a visit." At those words, Jiang Qingge nodded slightly. Since their mother's illness and death, the two sisters had not been to their grandmother's house for a very long time. Originally, Zhan Lianshan had also planned to travel to the Wang family to congratulate them, but last time, he encountered a mysterious strong man invading the Jiang family. Nowadays, as the strongest person in the Jiang family's martial arts path, Zhan Lianshan didn't dare to leave easily at all. "I'm afraid that if I leave for a while, my home will be touched." Two luxury carriages pulled by gale horses were parked next to each other, and the two Suwan from the Red Cloud sect were already sitting in them. The gale horse was a semi-demonic beast with a thin demonic beast bloodline. After domestication, it has excellent endurance and is extremely fast, making it a regular used by major powers to pull carts and cargo. A few moments later, the wheels of the two gale carriages rolled towards Castle Peak City, which was hundreds of miles away. Meanwhile, the Falling Flowers Chen family, a huge flying demonic beast steeply flew out from the innate Chen clan, aiming for Castle Peak City, which was also thousands of miles away. On the back of the huge flying demonic beast, a small house was constructed, inscribing various formations. At this moment, in the middle of the room, there was only a beautiful silhouette wearing a blue dress. Wang family birthday banquet. Lu Yi, you should come, right? Chen Lingxiang rested her cheeks on one hand as a soft glutinous smile surfaced on her cheeks. If you don't come, then I'll have to go to the Jiang family to find you. Chapter 46, 10,000 years ago. The five poison god sect that rampaged Xinzhou. Su Wan strikes. Lu Yi didn't know that Chen Lingxiang was actually riding on the Chen clan's flying demonic beast and was bent on coming over to arrest him. Search this article first. At this moment, he was sitting across from Su Wan. Zhang Qingge is giving him a massage in order to show her good wife side. However, this rusty maneuver naturally went without saying, and thanks to Lu Yi's accomplished martial arts, it didn't matter if it was light and focused. Looking up at Zhang Qingge, who was giving herself a massage with a gentle face, Lu Yi was a bit skeptical. Is this retaliation? Revenge for never looking good to her after every time she backed away from the crowd? Zhang Qingge heavily massaged Lu Yi, smiling as she did so. Husband, is it still comfortable? She was indeed intentionally using her strength, and as long as Lu Yi was willing to open his mouth and admit defeat, Zhang Qingge would immediately loosen her strength. After all, keep pressing hard and your hands get too sore. Very good, keep that force. Lu Yi smiled slightly. Zhang Qingge? Su Wan was still immersed in the fresh dog food, but it was Xiao Qingshi next to her who seemed to see that something was wrong. These two, it seems like they're secretly fighting? Zhang Qingge was a bit confused. If Lu Yi had purposely used the internal chi of the condensed origin realm to protect him, this amount of his own force would indeed feel nothing against him. However, Zhang Qingge could detect that Lu Yi's back muscles were very relaxed, and there was no semblance of internal chi condensation at all. Now that Lu Yi wasn't letting up, it was her who was riding the tiger a bit. Zhang Qingge could admit defeat, but she didn't want to be easily toyed with by Lu Yi again and again. So, gritting her teeth, she said, okay, since husband likes it, then Qingge is relieved. Half an hour later, the exhausted Zhang Qingge sat silently in the corner with a silent face. Sis, you don't know, that guy brother-in-law is bad, he just does it on purpose. Next to him, Zhang Lingyue quietly said. Zhang Qingge looked disoriented, feeling that her hands were numb and a bit unlike her own. Lu Yi shook his head indifferently. In front of a martial Dao ascendant realm, any low whispers simply couldn't hide from his ears. Suddenly, an unconcealed aura of spiritual awareness swept straight through the compartment where Lu Yi and the others were in a big way. Su Wan, who had just eaten her fill of dog food, her good-looking eyebrows instantly condensed and she let out a light hum. Immediately, the huge innate spiritual sense suddenly rushed out and collided with the spiritual sense that swept in. Looking at Su Wan, who had been smiling coquettishly just a moment ago, a touch of fearfulness surfaced above her petite body in an instant. Lu Yi smiled faintly. This person who rashly spread out his spiritual sense and checked out other people's compartments was going to suffer. Sure enough, not far outside, there was a muffled grunt. A source condensation realm martial artist did not derive a spiritual sense, and only when they reached the realm of the Hotian would they initially give birth to a spiritual sense. However, the spiritual sense of the Hotian realm was as fragile as a baby in front of the innate realm. Not far from the Jiang family's carriage was a carriage that was ghostly black in color, and the one pulling it was not a half-demon gale horse, but a real demonic beast with fangs. Within the carriage, a man who had obviously overindulged and had a wan face stifled a cry, his face turning even whiter. A withered bark-like old man next to him hurriedly asked, "Young lord, what's wrong?" The man in Chinese clothes with a weak face said coldly. In addition to a bunch of women in the opposite carriage, there are also experts. Upon hearing this, the withered tree elder immediately had a stern look in his eyes as he said, "Don't worry, young lord, the old slave will dispose of them for you." In the next moment, a huge innate aura, like a tidal wave, surged towards the carriage of the Jiang clan. The gale horse was immediately startled and began to cranky, and the entire carriage shook violently. Lu Yi frowned widely. Right at this moment, Su Wan had already taken the first step, and the terrifying innate true chi surged out wildly to shroud and protect the entire carriage. Immediately afterward, he swept out of the carriage and said in a cold voice, "I'm afraid such a backstage maneuver is not worthy of the name Bright and Straightforward, right? Humph, daring to injure my young master. All of you maids, by rights, should be buried with my young master." In the dark compartment, the old man also swept out in an instant. In the carriage, Lu Yi was a bit surprised. Where on earth did this come from? Su Wan's identity, throughout the entire northern realm, as the disciple of the Red Cloud Fairy, one of the three great clans, her status was extremely high, ordinary ascendant family ancestors. I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to speak so loudly in front of Su Wan. Where did this old man, who looks like a stale, Dead tree branch, get the nerve? Who are you? Suwon was a bit puzzled. She did not recognize the other party. Only the other party's unconcealed aura proved that this was also a genuine innate realm. I, Hatchet Protector of the Five Poison God Sect, the withered bark old man said coldly. You dare to charge my Five Poison God Sect's young master? Why don't you tie your hands and apologize obediently? This way there are still 2 points of life. In the carriage, Lu Yi was first stunned and then somewhat surprised. The 5 venoms? No wonder his tone was still so arrogant and cocky after clearly seeing the appearance of Suwon. A genuine innate. The Five Poison Sect. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was a truly great religion that controlled the entire Xianzhou. It was unknown how much more powerful than the 3 great sects that now dominated the northern border of Xianzhou. Only, because the gong method is 200 poisonous heart through the outlaw, and people against non-death or injury, killing many people, and eventually caused the anger of the public. Countless large and small forces in the entire Xian state had joined forces and spared no effort to destroy the Five Poison Sect, a behemoth that had entrenched itself in one state. Now, this sect from 10,000 years ago has actually resurfaced? Outside the carriage, Suwon was also stunned at first, but then her face changed. You're from the Five Poison Sect? After all, it was the 3 great clans, and their intelligence network was far more powerful than ordinary forces. As early as half a year ago, in fact, the Red Cloud sect had received intelligence one after another that there was a suspected Five Poison Sect. Now that he had actually encountered the people of the Five Poison Sect face to face, it was considered that the authenticity of the intelligence had been completely realized. Suwon was slightly sad within her heart. The Five Poison Sect had previously been routed by the other martial arts cultivators in Xianzhou, and all of their legacies were nearly severed. Now dare to use this name again to walk the rivers and lakes, is bound to have a certain bottom line. As for the Xianzhou at this time, Suwon was not quite sure, but the northern realm alone had long been much worse than 10,000 years ago. The Five Poison Sect has reappeared, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to suppress it. Jia, since you know the name of this divine sect, why don't you quickly tie your hands and surrender? The withered tree bark old man let out a strange laugh and waved his big sleeve. Suddenly, a dark green innate true chi directly invaded towards Suwon, whose pretty face changed color. Suwon's eyes stared. The opposite party was at the 5th innate layer. Their cultivation was still above her. Coming from the Red Cloud sect, Suwon was not afraid of facing opponents that were one small realm higher, but the opposite side was someone from the Five Poison sect, which should be very difficult to deal with. Suwon's face was serious. In the next moment, the Red Cloud true technique was in motion, and a red-colored cloud was faintly visible behind him. Su's hand raised, and her innate true chi condensed into a large net, wrapping the dark green innate true chi directly around her. In just a moment, Suwon sensed a hint of something wrong. That dark green innate true chi actually carried an extremely strong corrosive nature. Chapter 47, Suwon is outmatched. Lu Yi makes a move. Suwon's innate true chi was actually being dissolved at an extremely high speed. In just a short moment, it was infested with holes. Search for this article first, E8. Jia. The withered tree bark old man was still jia laughing. It looked like they had disappeared for too long from the Five Poison Divine Sect. These hairless juniors had no idea of the horrors of the Five Poison God Sect. If they could be dealt with so easily, how could they have stepped on countless forces back then and climbed to the top of Xianzhou? Suwon's brows locked tightly as she whipped out another true chi, continuously reinforcing the large net that wrapped around her. She could already tell that this Five Poison Sect's innate, actually even his true chi carried a toxicity. Sure is evil. However, the toxicity of the other party's true chi was still beyond Suwon's expectations. Just one attack made Suwon have to consume a large amount of true chi to defend herself. Even so, the defense, for the second time, was still eroded out of the gap, and the withered tree bark old man once again struck out an attack, wanting to defeat Suwon in one fell swoop. In the middle of the carriage, looking at Suwon who was already sweating a bit, Lu Yi frowned slightly. Can't let Suwon fester. Once Suwon collapsed, the other side was likely to capitalize on their victory. At this moment, everyone's attention was all caught by the 2 great innates battling against each other. Lu Yi's fingers quietly formed a seal, and the perfection-splitting mountain finger silently went straight to the withered tree bark old man's face. There are 2 points of strength. However, you are nothing more than resisting in vain. The withered tree bark old man stared at Suwon, stunningly beautiful. At this time some sweat-stained cheeks. Jia laughed. Strength is good. Give up resistance. My family's young master may reward you with the position of young master mother. In the next instant, a strong sense of crisis came, causing the withered tree bark old man to be startled all over. By the time he realized it, the silent realm of perfection fingering attack had already descended. He only had time to gather some slight real chi to form a shield on his face, and the big stone in the old man's heart of the withered tree bark had not yet landed on the ground. His protection was easily pierced through. and the powerful innate true chi was like a sharp projectile, directly bringing out a deep blood and flesh mark on his sideways dodging face. Inside the carriage, Lu Yi shook his head imperceptibly. Worthy of being at the 5th level of the innate, his reaction was indeed fast. The moment the guard was struck through him, followed by the skimming of the old withered tree face that could stop a child from crying. Otherwise, that old face would have to cave in on itself. Above the dark carriage, the withered tree bark old man was both shocked and angry. Who is sneaking up on the old man? The 5 poison sect is on the job, so I hope that your excellency will not make any mistakes. At this moment, within a few miles around, many of the carts and horses passing by to rush to the castle peak Wang family had stopped, paying attention to the rare innate battle. The name of the 5 poison sect. At first many onlookers revealed doubts, but with a knowledgeable generation, after saying the origin of the 5 poison sect, the surrounding immediately resounded with a burst of voices sucking in cool air. The top power that dominated the entire Xian state tens of thousands of years ago? Hiss, is simply horrible as hell. Soon, there were also people who recognized that the one who had messed with this self-proclaimed person of the 5 poison sect was actually a true disciple of one of the 3 giants of the northern realm, the Red Cloud sect. Many people knew that there was bound to be a good show. Sure enough, in the next moment, both sides actually struck out directly. The people of the 5 poison sect are indeed well known. As soon as the dark green innate true chi came out, some of the condensed origin realms that were a little closer actually started to get dizzy directly. Even at the Hotian realm, there was a gust of discomfort coming out of his heart, and he was so horrified that he hurriedly pulled away from the range, not daring to get too close again. This 5 poison sect's technique is so overbearing, a Hotian realm said in fear. Not to mention us, even the Red Cloud sect's ascendant immortals seem to be a bit unable to carry on. Looking at Su Wan revealing a gradually unbeatable posture, another martial artist whispered. Many of the rest of them, too, were a bit worried. The 3 great sects control the northern realm, behind the scenes, but not to say, in the open at least it is a famous sect. The northern realm of the earth is still quite peaceful. Once the 5 poison sect shows up and extends its tentacles to the north realm, with the style of the 5 poison sect, the sky of this north realm, I am afraid that it is going to change. Just at this time, the original steadily occupy the upper hand of the withered tree bark old man suddenly roared out in shock and anger, so that the surrounding onlookers are all surprised. Immediately afterward, a ghastly blood scar appeared directly above the old face of the 5 poison sect's innate 5th layer elder. For a moment, there were tremors all around. Also, there are masters? Even if this attack, with a bit of sneak attack, can so injure the innate 5th layer, is at least the innate 3rd layer or above. As the 5 poison sect's innate old man's words fell, he looked around with cold eyes, but after waiting a few moments, no one ever came forward. Good, since your excellency is unwilling to show your face, this matter, I, the 5 poison sect, will take note of it. There was still a faint trace of scorn remaining in the withered bark old man's old eyes, although the opposite side carries the element of surprise, but only from the move just now to see. The other side's battle strength, absolutely not below him. A small northern realm actually hides crouching tigers. Let's call it a day here. Next time, you won't have such good luck. Coldly sweeping his eyes at Su Wan, the withered tree bark old man returned to the ghostly black carriage. The fanged demonic beast let out a low roar and instantly accelerated, leaving this place. Above Su Wan's cheeks and forehead, faint sweat stains were hidden. With her beautiful eyes looking around in a circle, Su Wan saluted. Red Cloud Sect Su Wan, thank you for your friend's help. If you have the time, please go to the sect to catch up at that time. At these words, there were shocks and murmurs all around. So it's a disciple of the Red Cloud sect. No wonder at such a young age. He's already at the innate realm. Su Wan, hiss, she is not an ordinary Red Cloud sect disciple. She is a true disciple under the contemporary Red Cloud immortal. I've heard it from a distant cousin of mine who works as an outer door steward in the Red Cloud sect. It's too beautiful. If I can marry Fairy Su Wan, even if I am allowed to add 100 years to my lifespan and raise my cultivation to an 8, I would be willing to do so. Friend, even eating is excessive. Discussions such as these rang out one after another for miles around, but after Su Wan's words were spoken, she still didn't wait for any response. At this time, in the middle of the carriage, there was an equal amount of shock. Looking at Su Wan, who was dressed in a yellow dress and treading in the sky, as if she was a fairy in the dust, underneath Jiang Qingga's eyes, a trace of strong envy flashed. Is this the way of the martial arts, the realm of the innate? It was a pity that he was born with a wasted vein and was unable to step onto the path of cultivation at all. Next to him, Jiang Lingyu's small mouth was wide open. Today, Su Wan completely revealed her innate realm side before letting Jiang Lingyu know. It turned out that this a few days ago, every day, giggling and watching the sister-brother-in-law feeding dog food Su Wan's sister, is actually the innate 4-layer. Jiang Lingyu's natural talent was not bad, and during this period of time, with diligent cultivation, Coupled with the Jiang family's constant flow of resources, she was only able to break through to the 9th level of the condensed source. Although it is quite a bit younger than Su Wan, Jiang Lingyue asked herself, at Su Wan's age, she is afraid that she is far from reaching this realm. A moment later, Jiang Lingyue, who had returned to her senses, suddenly turned her head and placed her eyes on Lu Yi, the means of repelling the enemy with that blow just now. How did she look? Like a fingering spell? Chapter 48. Jiang Lingyue's brain begins turning again. There's only one truth. As Jiang Lingyue, who had also practiced the first 2 styles of the split mountain finger, though that attack, it was far too powerful than her own crappy split mountain finger. Search for this article first, enter her. But that moment before, inexplicably, a familiar feeling surfaced, and the people present, those who have cultivated the cracking mountain finger should only be their own, and brother-in-law Lu Yi. It wasn't like she had put up a fight, nor did she have the strength to injure the 5th level of the innate with that single blow. Then, there is only one truth. Looking at Jiang Lingyue, who was abruptly staring at him closely, Lu Yi's expression was bland. Fooling others, such as Su Wan, Lu Yi didn't have much certainty. But if we say that we want to cope Jiang Lingyue over, Lu Yi has at least 18 postures that can solve the problem. The man's brain, usually pressed and unused, was probably rusting. Knowing that there were other people now and it was not good to question Lu Yi, Jiang Lingyue withdrew her gaze, but felt an itch in her heart. A few moments later, Su Wan returned to the carriage, somewhat apologetic. Sorry, I'm not that person's opponent. If not for someone's help, I'm afraid it's dangerous. Sister Su Wan, it's fine, you're pretty good too. That person is at the 5th level of the innate, 1 realm above you. Seeing this, Jiang Lingyue hurriedly comforted. On the side, Lu Yi looked at Su Wan, but knew that the danger in her mouth was just a polite remark. Realm-wise, it really wasn't an opponent, but as a red cloud fairy door under the true legend, walking in the world, Lu Yi believe, Su Wan body, certainly have enough to save the life of the powerful cards. These days, fishing have to bring a good helmet. Walking in the Jianghu is even more life-threatening things. Without some cards how can? Sighing softly, a trace of sorrow surfaced above Su Wan's face. With the 5 poison sect coming out, I'm afraid that this Xianzhou land will be chaotic again. Jiang Qingda asked, Miss Su Wan, is this 5 poison sect very strong? Su Wan solemnly said, not only is it strong, but it's also evil, with bizarre and changeable methods that are extremely difficult to deal with. That poisonous skill of theirs is very tricky even if it's 1 or 2 realms above them. After a pause, Su Wan continued, the person who stepped in to help me out just now is estimated to be at least at the 7th level of the innate heaven upwards. Otherwise, it would be impossible to scare off that 5 poison sect protector. As soon as these words came out, the few people in the carriage nodded their heads, feeling that Su Wan's analysis was reasonable. Only Jiang Lingyue, while nodding her head, quietly looked at Lu Yi. The stinking brother-in-law has the 7th level of the innate? It can be that he guessed wrong again. How he doesn't look like it? Lu Yi's eyes did not slant, and in his heart, he made a good guess. The other side. The old man with the withered tree bark drilled into the carriage, the surprise under his eyes still not gone. Over these 10,000 years, the Shenzhou martial arts world had become more and more declining, and had long since ceased to be as prosperous as it was 10,000 years ago. One must know that 10,000 years ago, if one wanted to call themselves an innate family, one would need at least a double innate family, and one of them must be at least at the 7th innate level to be able to do so. And now, any random innate layer 1 could set up their own innate clan. From this, it could be seen that the standard of martial arts was already an unknown amount worse than 10,000 years ago. In this situation, the withered bark old man thought that with his strength, he should be able to pass through unhindered in this northern realm. However, he didn't expect that only a short while after he had come out with the young lord, he would encounter 2 innates of similar strength to him one after another. Although Su Wan was easily suppressed by him, the old man knew that this was due to the fact that he had encountered the 100 Poisons Heart Sutra for the first time and the opposite side was not familiar with it. If not, judging by the solid base of the opponent, it would not be easy to win. What frightened the 5 poison sect's old man the most was actually the attack that came from behind. From nowhere, with his perception at the 5th level of the innate, he didn't finally notice anything until the crisis was upon him. It shows that the opponent's mastery of this attack is perfect. In the middle of the carriage, the man in Chinese clothes with a vacant face snorted coldly. Count them lucky today. Thinking of Su Wan's astonishingly beautiful face, the man in fancy dress was still a little less than willing, and twisted his head. I don't know where this came from. If there's a chance in the future, I definitely can't let her run away again. The old man of the 5 poison sect pondered for a moment and said, Young lord, if the old immortal guesses correctly, she should also come from a small sect 10,000 years ago, the Red Cloud sect. The Red Cloud sect had a long, unbroken lineage. However, It was not considered first class in the Shenzhou land that was full of forces 10,000 years ago. Compared to a behemoth like the Five Poison God sect, it was even more worthless. According to the information they had received, the Red Cloud sect today, however, was already one of the 3 top forces in the Northern Realm lands. Red Cloud sect? Speaking of the Red Cloud sect, both of them do not have the slightest fear, indicating that this time the Five Poison sect has made a comeback. Long ago, the vehicle continued to move forward, and after a long time, Castle Peak City was already far in sight. This place was even more lively, with crowds coming from all directions, all gathering here. Only when he arrived here did Lu Yi truly feel the influence of an innate realm in such a small place with a 1,000-mile radius. Put in a larger territory, an innate might not be worth mentioning, but thousands of miles from here, it was the ascendant ancestor who was famous in all directions and countless people thought about catering to. The Jiang family was also an innate family, and after entering the city, they were directly arranged by the Wang family in the inner courtyard of their ancestral home. The 2 true disciples from the Red Cloud sect had even induced the Wang clan's oldest ancestor to personally come out to greet them. Although the backing of the Green Thunder sect's elders, the Red Cloud sect's patriarch's true legacy, this weight, it really wasn't low. What's more, nowadays, the Red Cloud sect's overall frame was moving upwards. The 2 fairies are worthy of being the young talents of the Red Cloud sect. Ha! The Wang clan's oldest ancestor walked out with a kind smile on his face. Suwan smiled faintly and took out a gift. This is a thin gift that my master asked me to bring to you. I hope that Elder Wang will not take offense. The Wang clan's old ancestor was flattered and hurriedly took it personally. Fairy Chi Yun has a lot of work to do and actually remembers me. It's really a pleasant surprise for me. Fairy Su, quickly take a seat. The attention of the Wang clan's old ancestor was all on the 2 Suwan, while Lu Yi took the opportunity to be sizing up the Wang clan's old ancestor. What made Lu Yi slightly surprised was that, on the Wang family's ancestor, there was actually no een and evil breath flowing out, completely the appearance of a proper martial arts innate. Right at this moment, the Wang clan's old ancestor's expression suddenly moved. A trace of grimness flashed under his eyes, and he disappeared at extreme speed. This scene happened to be caught in the eyes of Lu Yi, who had been staring. A few moments later, a flying demonic beast appeared from the sky above Castle Peak City, and in the blink of an eye, it flew to the outside of the Wang family's ancestral home. Flying demonic beasts were extremely difficult to domesticate, and many innate clans did not possess them. That was why, the moment it appeared, it attracted a great deal of attention. Jiang Qingga and the others also looked over curiously. Right at this moment, a blue silhouette, peeking out from the flying demonic beast, locked Lu Yi in the sea of people with a glance and said happily, "Mr. Lu Yi, I'm coming." Jiang Qingga? Chapter 49, the third shift seeking catch-up. You call this an ordinary friend? Innate realm, one layer, one sky. This shout directly caused many people to start speculating in their minds. Search for this article's premiere, novel Emperor. Lu Yi, seems a bit familiar. Have I heard it somewhere? Someone suddenly remembered. Isn't this the Red Cloud sect disciple who was in marriage with the Jiang family? How did he get acquainted with Miss Falling Flower in family again? Hiss. Bro, you don't say. You don't say. There was a lot of talk in the arena, and even the Wang clan's oldest ancestor, at this time, went forward to greet him with a smile. Other than the 3 great clans, the strength of the Ascendant Chen family could sit firmly at number 1 within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles. Miss Chen's great presence has truly made the Wang clan's presence shine. Please come in. The Wang family's old ancestor stared at Chen Lingxiang and said with a smile. Chen Lingxiang said in a glutinous voice, "Elder Wang is too polite. This is a thin gift I prepared for you." Jiang Qingga looked at the extremely good-looking Chen Lingxiang, and a hint of sourness quietly rose in the bottom of her heart. Obviously as her nominal husband, how to make others seem to be more familiar than her some? Husband, who is this man? Knowing that after breaking away from the crowd, the odds were that Lu Yi wouldn't take care of himself, let alone ask this kind of question. So, Jiang Qingga seized the opportunity and wrapped her arms around Lu Yi's arm and asked in a soft voice, "Chen Lingxiang, I met him last time I bet on darts." "Ordinary friend," Lu Yi faintly said. Jiang Qingga glanced at Chen Lingxiang, with a slight hint of sourness that she didn't even notice, and said, "Ordinary friend? I see that she's very happy to see her husband. Probably borrowed one of my nascent sacrifice rings, afraid that my person had disappeared, and now that she sees it, she is naturally happy." Lu Yi slightly frowned. This Jiang Qingga, the state seems a bit wrong. Originally, he didn't want to answer, but after all, he was in front of Su Wan and the others, so he still answered. The moment these words came out, even Su Wan's gaze became a little less right. "Ordinary friends. Who can lend you a nano ring can still be ordinary friends. You know, a nano ring isn't cheap." Even Su Wan. It was only in the second year of becoming Immortal Red Cloud's true disciple that she received a reward. Chen Lingxiang didn't look like a little cutie. How could she easily lend someone something so valuable? Fortunately, Chen Lingxiang seemed to notice that the atmosphere over here was a bit subtle and didn't come over, but followed the arrangement and went next door. The banquet, which was divided into two main parts, internal and external. Although many scattered Hotian realm martial artists were invited, those without backgrounds were naturally seated in the outer courtyard. As for Suwan, Jiang Qinga, and other such backed clans and families, they were invited into the inner courtyard. Do you think that mysterious person who overthrew the turbulent wind cottage a few years ago would have come to the banquet as well? After all, the Wang clan has invited almost all of the powerful people in the thousands of miles around the northern realm. He wouldn't dare to come even if he was invited, would he? It's you dare to come? That's right. It was rumored before that the other party had the strength of the first innate layer, but the Wang family's old ancestor has already advanced to the second layer. The gap is still too big, especially since the Wang family's heritage isn't weak. Even if it comes, I guess it also wants to make peace with the Wang family. How does an old saying say, that those who know the time are the best? The people at the table next to him happened to be discussing, in low voices, about the mysterious figure who had overthrown the chaotic wind mountain earlier. Many people didn't believe that the Wang family would really be able to skim over this matter lightly. Hearing what these people said, Zhang Lingyue clenched her fists hard and muttered in a low voice, "It's me, I'm not coming." Lu Yi was light-hearted. He was already at the second innate level. When he was at the first innate layer, he was able to chop the Tian family's ancestor into instant submission with a single sword. And if he was a few seconds late, he would have fallen on the spot. Now at the second innate layer, even if the Wang family's ancestor was suspected of practicing evil techniques, Lu Yi still had absolute certainty that he could easily take him down. It could even be said that without using any of his crushing killing moves, being able to last 10 moves in his hands would be enough to make the Wang clan's oldest ancestor proud. You also think that person won't come over? Lu Yi looked at Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyue touched her smart head and said, although they say it in a bad way, the realm of the innate is indeed one layer and one heaven. The Wang family's voice is so great now. If it were me, I would have avoided it for the time being. What's the saying? Yes, keep the green mountain. Not afraid of no firewood. Not only was this table thinking this way, but all the people involved in the banquet who knew about the relationship between the Wang family and the chaotic wind cottage were thinking this way. At the realm of the innate, the lifespan is usually around 200. After all, the Wang family's oldest ancestor was already over 160 years old, and without the method of prolonging his life, at most, he would only be good for 20 or 30 years. After surviving the death of the Wang clan's oldest ancestor, the crisis would naturally be eliminated, which was the thought of most people. The banquet, which unfolded under this subtle atmosphere. After the banquet began, as the protagonist, the Wang clan's oldest ancestor made an appearance on top of the high platform after the opening. For a moment, a large number of congratulatory voices were heard. Even a small sect Hotian third layer who knew some information directly opened his mouth in order to show his loyalty. Elder Wang's path to martial arts innocence has been refined once again, and that's such a jumping clown who overthrew the chaotic wind mountain fortress, given 2 guts, would not dare to appear in front of Elder Wang. There was a sudden silence in the large scene. It was a bandit stronghold. After all, not something honorable. If you really take it to the stage, you're not giving the Wang family a long face. You're discrediting it. The Wang family head's face immediately sank, and he had already thought of sinking this talkative Hotian third layer directly into the river after the banquet. On the contrary, it was the old ancestor of the Wang family, whose face remained as usual, smilingly said, I know that many of my friends are curious about this. Today, while everyone is here, the old man will say a few words. In fact, the previous rumors of my Wang family being connected to the chaotic wind mountain fortress, or even saying that my Wang family is the one behind the chaotic wind mountain fortress, are inaccurate. This is a naked smear. However, the turbulent wind mountain walled city does have a slight relationship with my Wang family, not the walled city itself, but one of the people in it, who is a long-lost nephew of my Wang family. After discovering him, the old man had asked the head of the family to send someone to persuade him to return to the family. But my bastard nephew said that he had gotten used to being at the cottage and was uncomfortable going back instead. Since I couldn't persuade him, I let him go, and because of that, it's only because of this that my Wang family has gotten the reputation of being associated with the chaotic wind mountain village. However, for all the evil deeds previously committed by the turbulent wind mountain stronghold, my Wang family can say with certainty that it has nothing to do with us. Even if I need to catch the person who overthrew it in the first place, it's not for the sake of the cottage, but for the sake of my dead nephew's revenge. When the Wang family's old ancestor finished his speech, a burst of discussion resounded from underneath. So it's like this. In here, there are actually all these hidden secrets. Nephew also died in the hands of that mysterious person, to avenge his nephew, but it is reasonable. Elder Wang, Chang Tianzi, support you. That Hotian third layer who was the first to bring up the topic and still didn't know that he was going to be dealt with exclaimed. Oh, thank you all friends for your support. Everyone has traveled a long way to get here. So let's not mention sad things today. You all eat and drink well. After saying that, the Wang clan's ancestor retreated from the high stage. The feast was very sumptuous. Even the meat of first-order ferocious beasts was served in 2 courses. Lu Yi did not have the slightest awareness that he was the object of capture, and calmly ate the seat of the Wang family's ancestor. Chapter 5. First Lu Yi reminds Chen Lingxiang grateful, if there is an opportunity in the future. At this banquet, the chairmen were all reserved for the 2 true disciples of the Red Cloud sect who had traveled from afar, as well as the 2 disciples of the Green Thunder sect. This article is free to search. Novel House. The Wang clan's oldest ancestor brought the Wang clan's family head to accompany him. Looking at Su Wan across from her, Qing Thunder sect true scholar Zhang Shanshan said with a smile, I heard that Fairy Su was attacked on her way here, almost lost? Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. Beside him, the Green Thunder sect senior brother hurriedly stopped Zhang Shanshan and smiled apologetically towards Su Wan. Su Wan frowned and said indifferently, this is indeed the case. Your sect is really well informed. When this happened, there were too many onlookers, and I'm afraid the news had already spread. There was no need for Su Wan to hide anything in this kind of matter. After a pause, Su Wan instead continued on her own. Not only did I encounter an attack, I also lost to the other party. That person claimed to be from the 5 Poison sect, and was very tricky with all his poisonous skills. If I hadn't encountered a mysterious person to rescue me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to even make it to Elder Wang's banquet. The 5 venoms? Really from the 5 Poison sect? That poison sect that dominated Xianzhou 10,000 years ago? Fairy Su Wan is the 4th layer of the innate. Even she is not able to defeat the other party. Is the innate of the 5 Poison sect so powerful? This northern realm, it looks like it's about to change. Looking at Su Wan, who had turned passive into active all of a sudden, Lu Yi, who was at the next table, could not help but be a little surprised. Worthy of being the disciple of that woman, Immortal Red Cloud, he did have 2 skills. If Jiang Lingyu were to be replaced by a brainless being like Jiang Lingyu, she probably wouldn't know how to deal with the situation at hand at all. At this time, the field had already been shocked by the news of the 5 Poison sect. Even if there were martial artists who didn't know, under the explanations of their friends or passers-by, they all flocked to learn some information about the 5 Poison sect. Just knowing 1 point alone is enough to prove that the 5 Poison sect is powerful. To dominate Xianzhou, the 3 great clans today, no matter which power, could at most only be entrenched in the northern realm. It's so much worse in comparison. The feast dispersed amidst the heavy thoughts of the crowd, and some left with hurried feet. Too many things happened today, one more shocking than the other, and some people couldn't wait to return to report to the higher-ups. The Wang family's old man sent out invitations towards the true disciples of the 2 great sects to stay at the Wang family, but they were all politely declined. On the streets of the city, Su Wan bid farewell towards Zhang Qingge and the others. This time, the 5 Poison sect has come out, and the matter is very important. So Su Wan will return to the sect first, report back to her master, and then get together again in the future if there is an opportunity. As the words fell, Su Wan brought Xiao Chengshi and rushed back directly towards the Red Cloud sect. At this time, Chen Lingxiang walked over and said with a smile, this should be Fairy Jiang Qingge Jiang? I've been hearing about it for a long time, and now that I've finally met the real person, I'm sure her name is true. As soon as he came up, Chen Lingxiang directly did not mince his words of praise. Ms. Chen, when my husband was escorting the dart earlier, he caused you trouble. At this point, Jiang Qingge also already knew who was on the opposite side. Pulling one of Lu Ye's arms, Jiang Qingge smiled gently. Seeing this, Chen Lingxiang's eyebrow raised slightly and unnoticeably. They, husband and wife, had such a good relationship? Or is this a deliberate demonstration, in front of itself, to assert its sovereignty? Chen Ling had a lot of phrenology, and she could tell at a glance that the face of Jiang Qingge in front of her was clearly still an unmarried and intact body. Lu Yi and the 2 of them, if it is really this kind of like glue in front of the eyes of the feelings, how can they keep it? Thinking of this, Chen Lingxiang revealed a hint of a meaningful smile and said in a glutinous manner, the affection between the 2 of you is truly enviable to Lingxiang. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed to be gradually getting out of place, Lu Yi frowned and interjected the 2 of them. Miss Chen, this is your nascent sacrifice ring. Thank you very much. Mr. Lu, there's no need to be so polite. Chen Lingxiang laughed. After all, they had traveled a long way to attend the banquet, plus the 2 of them, Jiang Qingge, planned to visit the place where their grandmother was. The group went straight to the inn in the city and asked for a few guest rooms. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Wang family mansion, upon hearing the report from his men, Chen Lingxiang did not leave, but stayed at the inn in the city with the Jiang family. The old ancestor of the Wang family sat on his chair and said in a gloomy voice, "Since your Chen family destroyed my blood pool and seized my forbidden weapon, then your Chen family's heavenly maiden will stay here forever." The world knew that his Wang clan's old ancestor had progressed at a rapid pace and was now at the second innate layer. However, in reality, under the blessing of the great heavenly demon ancestral scripture, as early as 10 days ago, the Wang clan's ancestor had already advanced to the third innate layer. What's more, the Wang clan's oldest ancestor had been sacrificing for many years and had a 100-soul streamer in his hands. Chen Lingxiang, a mere innate second level. Since he dared to come, he simply couldn't escape him. Keep watch at all times, and when you leave the city, immediately take action, the Wang clan's old ancestor coldly said. In the middle of the room, only Lu Yi and Jiang Qingge remained. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, recalling the hidden demeanor of the Wang clan's ancestor earlier. He felt that he still needed to warn. "I'm going out," Lu Yi said indifferently, then got up and left the room. Jiang Qingge didn't say anything, her eyes watching Lu Yi walk out in a haunted manner, and heard a knock on the door of Chen Lingxiang's room next door. "Mr. Lu, come in quickly." Chen Lingxiang opened the door and realized that it was actually Lu Yi standing outside, and immediately her eyes smiled into a crescent moon. "I came to tell you that the old ancestor of the Wang family seems to want to be unfavorable to you." Lu Yi opened the door. At those words, Chen Lingxiang was abruptly startled, and his smile froze on his face. How dare he? Not to mention her own family's old ancestor at the 8th innate layer. Even she herself was at the 2nd innate layer realm, comparable to the Wang family's old ancestor's realm. What makes him able to turn on himself? However, regarding Lu Yi's strength, Chen Lingxiang was very confident. Moreover, Lu Yi was not a person who casually believed in what he said, and to be able to specially come to remind himself showed that he really considered her a friend. Thinking of this, in the bottom of Chen Lingxiang's heart, a trace of delight quietly surfaced. Thanks to Mr. Lu for reminding me. Spirit phase will pay attention. After thinking about it, Chen Lingxiang took out the nascent sacred ring that Lu Yi had returned earlier. This nascent ring, it will be given to you. Without a storage tool, it's inconvenient to walk the rivers and lakes. Lu Yi refused without hesitation. It's too expensive. Keep it for yourself. Smiling, Chen Lingxiang revealed her plain white slender hand and waved it in front of Lu Yi. Here, Lingxiang has rebought another nascent sacred ring. Lu Yi, this innate family, the Chen family, is so rich? In the end, Lu Yi returned with the nascent sacrifice. The storage function of the Wandao shelf could not be exposed, and without a single nascent sacrifice ring, there were indeed many inconveniences. Lu Yi took note of this favor and would return it to Chen Lingxiang when he had the chance in the future. Jiang Qingge looked at Lu Yi, who had returned, and the first thing she saw was the nascent ring that had reappeared on Lu Yi's finger. First, he was stunned, and then his tone was ghostly. Such an expensive thing. And Miss Chen gave it to you again? Chapter 51, Second Stripe Extreme Zero Heavenly Dan. Advancing to the third level of Zero Heaven. Jiang Qingge opens lick. Lu Yi shook his head and said indifferently, "It's not early. Take an early rest. Search for this article's premiere, hot novels." Looking at the night outside, Jiang Qingge knew he was changing the subject and sighed in her heart. It's indeed not early. After saying that, Yui took a look at the careless Lu Yi, slightly gritted her teeth, and even directly in front of Lu Yi, removed her outer clothes. In an instant, the perfect body that was wrapped in the middle of the white dress was quietly revealed. Lu Yi frowned slightly. Usually Jiang Qingge would undress behind her back, but now she started straight away? However, Jiang Qingge did deserve the name of Cloudleaf City's #1 fairy, with a perfect, dimpled body and impeccable looks. It's just a bit of a brain fart. Pity. Stealing a glance at Lu Yi and realizing that a hint of surprise had finally appeared in the man's eyes instead of the perennially ancient expression. In Jiang Qingge's heart, a trace of slight smugness flashed through, but this in front of the man only left inside the pajamas. Jiang Qingge is also unprecedented first time. After being pleased, there was a hint of panic and shyness, and she hurriedly got into the wooden bed. Are you going to sleep? After lying down, Jiang Qingge actually moved inside to make room. Lu Yi frowned deeper. You're not Jiang Qingge. Who are you? Jiang Qingge, looking at Lu Yi who had a serious face, she suddenly felt a little funny in her heart. If it hadn't been for the mood swings he was trying to cause, he wouldn't have done it himself if he hadn't beaten himself to death. If you don't sleep then I'll sleep first, Jiang Qingge said hurriedly. She was just saying it. If Lu Yi really came up, together she probably couldn't sleep tonight. Looking at Jiang Qingge's rapidly closing eyes, Lu Yi withdrew his gaze, his consciousness sinking in. After 12 midnight, the Mundo shelf is recharged again. For the time being, there were no 10,000 taels of silver to specify the draw. Lu Yi hoped that it would be okay to draw the innate Dan for himself. A top-grade innate pill could save a lot of time in cultivation. Being in the inn, the star ancient passes through the overbearing, and it is not very convenient to cultivate. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and waited until Jiang Qingge's breathing was steady and she had really entered dreamland. Then with a flash of his body, he quietly left the inn. Outside of Castle Peak City, about 5 miles or so, Lu Yi followed the usual practice of finding a remote and uninhabited forest. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Lu Yi jumped onto the big tree and started cultivating with his knees crossed. About an hour later, Lu Yi prepared to open his eyes and opened the Wandao shelf with slight excitement. Mundo shelf charge, 10//10. Extraction. With a silent thought in his heart, in an instant, the ancient wandering shelf flickered with a burst of faint light. The next moment, a prompt followed. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the 2-stripe Extreme Innate Pill *1. It has been put into the Dao Pavilion warehouse. Extreme Innate Pills? Or a 2-stripe one? In Lu Ye's heart, a trace of surprise surged out. Damlines were a phenomenon that only appeared when one reached the level of an extremely high-grade elixir. The first stripe is the lowest, the third stripe is the highest. After reaching the extreme level, it meant that the energy contained inside the elixir was incomparably pure, without the slightest impurity, and half of the Dan poisons that made martial arts practitioners fearful were not present. As for the medicinal power, there is also a world of difference. If one were to say that the previous prediction of impacting the third layer of the innate might still require 10 days and half a month, but now with this 2-stripe extreme innate Dan, Lu Yi is confident that this night impacts the innate third layer. Immediately taking the elixir out, Lu Yi gazed at it. Only on the rounded elixir, there were 2 faint lines hidden, which was very beautiful. On top of that, the aroma of the elixir seemed to be more refreshing, and just smelling it could make people slightly refreshed, and the innate true qi in the body accelerated its speed of operation by a tiny bit. Not bad, really good stuff. With a slight glint in his eyes, Lu Yi took it into his mouth. The second stripe pill melted in his mouth, turning into a massive warm current that filled his body. To Lu Yi's surprise, although the energy was far more massive than that of the top-grade innate pill, the medicinal power of the second stripe extreme grade was far too mild. The impact on itself, too, is far lessened and absorbed without any risk. It's no wonder that historically, extremely high-quality elixirs either don't come out of the world, and once they do, they're all fought over by the crowd. As the star ancient scripture revolved, and the hundredfold talent was unleashed, Lu Yi only felt that his strength, visible to the naked eye, was rubbing upwards. After a full 3 revolutions of the circumference, the second stripe extreme innate pill still had some of its medicinal power left to be absorbed. At this moment, Lu Ye's realm had already come to the perfect second innate layer, just a little bit short of advancing to the third level. If the top grade elixir base is 1, and under a 100-fold increase, 100 cultivation can be gained, then the second stripe extreme innate elixir, at least 2 or 3 now, under the increase. The gap is indeed too big. The higher the base value, the more terrifying it became after being increased by one's own talent. Just in time, just use the remaining medicinal power to impact the third layer. After a long time, on Lu Ye's body, an innate third layer aura that horrified countless martial artists flickered away. Between opening his eyes, at the bottom of Lu Ye's eyes, there was a hint of a faintly refined aura that appeared and then returned to ordinary. In less than a year, advancing to the third innate layer, Lu Yi was still somewhat less than satisfied. With the emergence of the 5 poison sect, this northern realm of Xinzhou should be in chaos as well. After going back, it looks like I'll have to close my eyes for a while. Lu Yi looked at the night sky and muttered. The 5 poison sect had dominated Xinzhou 10,000 years ago, and this time when it reappeared, it was bound to be impossible for it to be just a small fight. And if one wanted to take control of the northern realm and use it as a stronghold, and then ask for the top of the Xian state, they would inevitably clash with the existing 3 northern realm sects. The situation will be very confusing. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Ye's body flashed and instantly left this forest. In the middle of the inn room, Jiang Qingge was in her sleep when she suddenly felt a little thirsty. He woke up in a daze, and was about to go and pour a glass of water to drink, when he swept the corner of his eye, and his heart was startled. Lu Yi is missing. There was no sign of him in the middle of the entire room. Land leaf. Jiang Qingge didn't know what was going on, but a trace of panic actually gradually appeared in her heart. This guy wouldn't be out of his mind, would he? Just then, the door of the room was silently pushed open from outside, and a dark shadow flashed in. Glancing at this scene, panic immediately surfaced amongst Jiang Qingge's eyes. Just when she wanted to scream for help, the black shadow actually suddenly flashed to her side and covered her mouth. Aha! Don't scream, it's me. A low voice came from the darkness. Hearing this voice, Jiang Qingge, whose petite body was originally taut, suddenly relaxed. It's Lu Yi. Feeling a palm covering her mouth, Jiang Qingge somehow, ghostly and quietly stretched out her fragrant tongue and licked it quickly in Lu Yi's palm. Quickly withdrawing his palm, a strange color surfaced above Lu Yi's face.